So after a big Eastern European swing, we have headed way north up into the southern Swedish region of Skåne to be here for day one of the European Cricket Series here in Landskrona. It's a big action-packed week of cricket and it starts here in the European Cricket Network right now. Good morning, European cricket fans. It's Andrew Ryan here from the Landskrona Cricket Club here in southern Sweden. This is an area of the world famous for 90s pop fans for the band Roxette, but it's become much more well known in the last couple of years for this magnificent blue coloured pitch here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. We've got some fascinating action coming up here over the next 2 weeks. And first up today, we have the Göteborg Royals. They are playing the Helsingborg Stars. We'll go across to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
Okay, you're cool. Heads is called. It is tails. We like the ball first. Okay, can go first.
So there you have it. The Göteborg Royal skipper Bareth Konka, he called in correctly, and the Helsingborg Stars, courtesy of their captain Maran Prabhu, he has chosen to bowl first. So we'll see the Göteborg Royals take the field with the bats to get us kicked off here today. The Göteborg Royals, they're a new club here in Sweden. They only started operation back in 2020, but they have already made some impact on the Swedish cricket scene and have qualified strongly for this Landskrona tournament this week. They will rely on Mr. Do-It-All, Rishi Natarajan. He's an excellent batsman, bowler, and as it turns out, a strong gloveman, and he'll be standing behind the stumps today, but they'll be expecting a lot from him with the bat. He'll be ably supported by Chandu, who's a really strong striker in the middle order and will be relied upon to really beef up some of these totals in the later overs. In terms of the ball, it's Ananthu who is going to be looked upon to carry the load for them. He needs to take some early wickets to make sure that they can keep their opposition under control in this 10-over format. On the other hand, the Helsingborg Stars, they're a team, we saw a lot of these players here last year under the Helsingborg Royals group. They were unsuccessful in actually making it out of the group stage in the first week here at Landskrona, and will be looking to atone for that performance here this week. There is no doubt that the man Panda is their superstar with both bat and ball. He bowls wildly off-spin and also a very stylish batsman. Got bogged down a few times last year, but as it is, he'll still be relied upon to do a lot of work for them here this week. In the lower order, they've got Devinder Singh, who is hit and miss sometimes with the bat, but certainly showed that he knows how to clear the ropes, and he'll be an X-factor for them with the bat this week. As far as the bowling goes, Rohit Sapru is probably the off-spinner who they'll look to really tie down the middle overs. He was very economical and took a number of wickets last year, and we'll be looking for good things from him today. So as it is, we should have a great contest here. The Göteborg Royals versus the Helsingborg Stars. Helsingborg Stars choosing to bowl. Let's go back up to a man who's always dressed for success in the commentary box. It is Mr. Rico Full.
Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, and certainly looking forward to this contest here. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are back in Sweden, Landskrona. You'll remember it as Malmo last year, and how can you forget, because it is the blue pitch, as we have a look at the two teams. Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan. Isn't it lovely to have Andrew back? He was here last year as well for week one, and he knows these teams pretty well. And thank you for some of the in-depth feedback on some of these players. Certainly looking forward to this. And on the Göteborg Royal side, of course, the batting of some of those players is going to be key, I think. And this, as you heard Andrew say, I think the captain is going to be pretty key there. Devinder Singh. So it's Harish Kumar and Shetty with the ball, but it's all about the spin. Perhaps it's going to be a raw hit. And Göteborg Royals once again. How will their captain do? Bareth Konka, he's listed to come in sort of mid-order, but I think a lot will depend on how he goes. I think he'll be hoping that the openers get going well, and if not, he's certainly one who can come in and steady the ship as we get ready. Umpires for the start of this match. is umpire Cigar and umpire Azish. They make their way out, and pretty soon we are going to see the Helsingborg Stars take the field, winning the toss and electing to field first. Bit of a surprise for me there. I think on a day like this, a beautiful sunny day, I think it's one that you probably want to take the bat. But I think this is all about, it's about early nerves. You know, these guys, both of these teams are making the debut, though there are players there, of course, that we do know. So there's a change in team names perhaps, but maybe not so much in the personnel. But they still will be feeling just a little bit nervous about things, and maybe taking the field first helps to calm and settle those nerves earlier. Remember, the world is watching, and talking about the world, a very good morning to you, our global cricket family, as you follow us from Romania here to Sweden. And once more, big congratulations to the Bucharest Gladiators that were the champions there in Romania, and I'm sure that party is still continuing. And well, if you get the time, why don't you join in and let us know what sort of celebrations you've been up to, because I know you were keen to celebrate there, taking the title away from Cluj in Romania. Who will it be here in Landskrona? We've got a 2-week series, 10 teams, Group A. So we start with Group A here, 5 teams in Group A. And of course, they're all looking to finish in the top 4. The team that finishes 5th after the round-robin stages will be eliminated. And there's that lovely blue pitch. Well, blue is certainly the colour, because, well, the skies are lovely and blue today. Not a cloud to be seen, and that marvellous blue pitch. And we get ready to start this first match. Thank you, and good morning to everybody on the YouTube chat. On there very early, wishing us a good morning and a pleasant day. It's going to be Sachin Shetty, who looks to be marking up his run-up to bowl the first delivery. Yete Borley, that's how it's pronounced. Gothenburg Royals is how we see it written. Yete Borley is the way it's pronounced. So we're gonna do our best. That'll be a challenge for me, as you all know. I'm not the best at words, but I've got Andrew with me. Andrew will put me right. And he shall be joining us shortly in the commentary box as well. Last time I worked with Andrew, of course, was in Cardham at the ECL. And what a fantastic time we had there with Vinny Sandhu as well, and Corey Ruckers. Morning to Corey Ruckers, and also well done to Cricket España, winning that tri-series in in Desert Springs. Here we go, first ball of this series. And it's played straight back down from Onka to the bowler. No run there. Yeah, Spain, Guernsey and Norway play that triangular series Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Bit of width, and he almost falls over there, losing his balance. Big swing and a miss. Gives this everything, doesn't it? And you can see there, losing his shape. Just making an adjustment in the field. I think having a look at the intent from the batter. Deciding just to change things around slightly. And this time, plays it more calmly, gets a run on the board. So the first runs are up. Let's place this one nicely into, or out into the offside, where the man at point comes in and does the fielding. So we're up and running. This gives a chance for CB. Balasubramanian. Go and strike. And he gets a juicy full toss, which he just sort of paddles away. And, well, that's a first indication perhaps there of the speed of the outfield. Just a little tickle, really. And that was pretty high. Didn't catch. I don't see any signal of a no ball there. But it's certainly 4 runs either way. And, well, it was borderline. Really nicely played, but no signal from the umpire, so I believe this to be a free hit. And that just played out to the off, but this time they moved that man at point in. Yeah, it wasn't a free hit, but I think he's lucky to get away with that. And just to remind you folks, the changes that we've made here, the ECN, so with the high ball, it's waist or above. Anything that's waist or above will be called. That one is going to be called a wide, just a little bit of late movement there. And, the umpire saying, I'm going to call this. It gets called. It's umpire Sagar. And man at square, umpire Ashish. That will have to be bowled again. Just trying to finish this first over out. 5 on the board so far. And good length delivery. Was right up there. The first over comes to an end. 5 from it, from a really tidy over there from Sachin Shetty. And Rico Full here in, well, we're doing it al natural at the moment in the sunshine. Why not? And well, when I mean al natural, don't get excited. We have got some clothes on. When I say we, I'm talking about myself and Andrew Ryan, who's joining me. Andrew Ryan, he is the smooth operator. Welcome, Andrew.
Well, that's quite an introduction, Rico Full. Wonderful to be with you here today for the first game of this Landskrona series here in southern Sweden. Don't worry, folks, we are fully clothed here in the commentary box, just out in the sunshine, and it's not a bad day to be sitting outside here in this part of the world. There is bright blue skies all around us. The sun's out. It's probably a balmy 18 or 19 degrees at the moment, Rico. Maybe a touch cooler with just a little bit of that chilly early morning air, but apart from that, wonderful conditions.
It is beautiful. I think we were told a few fibs, weren't we? We'll go back to that later. Let's go to the action here. And this is Panda, the man that you mentioned. That can be pretty useful. And he's going to get a couple here. Oh, well, no, he doesn't. They just take the one. That's not good running. Definitely 2 there.
Yeah, good first ball right up in the block hole. Batsman's just drilled it away to the leg side. They've got both of their outfielders at the moment on the offside. Chandra down here at long off, and as I say, that Sapru's just being brought in from the deep cover boundary, and they're putting a man probably very much behind point. Yeah,
excuse me, that's actually Krishnamurthy. I thought it was Panda, but I didn't. I didn't see, as this one is cream. It's going to be the first one, is it? Yes, it is. Balle, balle, balle. And it was a full toss, and he got the treatment. Gundy ball, and it's out of here. The first Maximo of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Landskrona.
Yeah, lovely strike, but helped by a full bunger. It's not a great ball. Second delivery. The bowler just wiping his hands on his trousers. Probably an indication of the captain that may have just slipped out of his hand, but it's a good start. Nice to see the first Maximo of the week.
Yeah, Krishnamurthy comes back in again. Upish, and oh, just squeezes it past the man at point. We'll get a single for it, yeah. But, he's got that makeshift 1 after the 10, which I didn't spot first time. So apologies for getting his name wrong the first time. It's not Panda, of course. Here's the Krishnamurthy. I don't think that number's going to stay.
Maybe not. We'll see how good the local sticky tape is. But I'm sure we'll see Panda at the bowling crease. Wiley off spinner. Bowled some productive overs last year, as we said earlier on the preview. A strong batsman. Very, very stylish. Just needs to get his strike rate up for them to be a threat this year.
He's up in the air as well. Just doesn't carry to the man at cover. Inside the circle, having a quick look at the field. The 2 men out at the moment are long off. And also had that man out sort of sweeping on the offside. He seems to be coming in now. So they certainly do have a ploy for these batters, because as he comes in, man drops back into the sort of backward point boundary position. Up in the air, could it be the first opportunity? No, he's placed it perfectly. The fielder coming in. That's Ganesan, can't get to it. Yeah, I mean, going back to this weather, I mean, I saw a few messages from our teammates saying, bring loads of warm clothes, because it's going to be pretty chilly, temperatures of around about 2, 3, 4 degrees in the morning. And I was worried, because obviously I didn't pack for those sort of temperatures. I didn't think it would be that cold. But I got lucky, and this one is not about luck. It's about big hitting straight down the ground. That is a lovely shot there. And Natarajan just says, well, this one is out of here, and it is. It's the second Maximo. It gives us the big thump. 6 more, so well, the boundaries at the moment coming in 6s. That's also the end of the over.
Yeah, it's a good start for the Yedabori Royals. 22 for none after 2. Warned earlier that Rishi Natarajan, he's a Mr. Do-It-All for this Royals side. Good with the ball as well, but he'll actually take the gloves in this first game, but they'll be looking for him to really be the backbone of their innings, but he's also got to score at a quick enough rate, and certainly helped along by a lovely strike straight down the ground. That's a handy start from the Royals side, making their debut in European Cricket Series contests here, so a bit more of an unknown quantity than the boys from Helsingborg. You see Panda come on to his first over of off spin.
They do out quite nicely, chase on for the fielder, and he's not going to get there. Well, Andrew, the early signs are that we're going to see quite a few runs scored here because this outfield looks electric.
It's a really quick outfield, Rico. The batsmen got full value for their shots when we were here last year. It's probably not quite as short as it was times in ECS 2021, but nonetheless, there's certainly no issues with long grass preventing boundaries from being struck along the surface.
This time it's played out straight to the fielder. I think a better throw. It could have been close.
Actually, the wicket-keeper's done pretty well there. It was a loose throw. He's had to go high. Batsman started deviating just as the last moment, just touches his bat down in time. Probably not running straight out of the technical book, but as it is, he lives to fight another day.
Yeah, he gets fortunate, doesn't he? I mean, I thought for the moment that the bails had come off before the bat got planted, but a throw there, better throw above the stumps, he would have gone.
Absolutely. They've had a few chances in that cover position. Saw Panda in the last over, just actually a little bit of a defensive fielding position where he was almost backing out of the circle. There was a catch popped up and he wasn't able to come in quickly enough to get it. Probably could have already taken a few of these half chances, the Helsingborg Stars, but as it is, still no wicket down, 27 on the board. It's a nice start from the Royals.
It's a little bit too wide, and looks like he gets away with this one.
More flight from Panda on that delivery. Slide it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's good umpiring as well. Just squeezes it in. Quicker one, and it comes off the bat quicker as well. And this one goes all the way as well. Landskrona Shakalagya.
Well, it's a second maximum for Natarajan. When he's getting loose balls, he's putting them away. Clean striker of the cricket ball.
Yeah, that's it. He was quickly onto that. Went for the quicker one after flighting the one outside the off. But not working for him at the moment here, Avinash Panda.
Good example here, Rico, that's a pretty true bounce on this pitch. We can talk a lot about the fact that it's got the blue cover, but actually the bounce is very consistent, gives the batsman the opportunity to sit back in their crease and really be able to trust that the ball's going to come through at a predictable height.
Yeah. Look, I know there was a lot of talk about this pitch last year. This one is a full toss. He launches into this one as well, and the fielder won't be able to get to it. It's another one. 6 carreras manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más.
Well, we know we're into ECS. Rico's already got his first hip thrust out of the day. He loves calling a maximum, and that's a wonderful shot to end what has been a pretty successful power play for the Yedabori Royals. They're up to 39 after 3 overs. And Rico, when they turned up at the ground today, they couldn't have asked for much more than that out of the power play.
No, that's a really good start from them. And what they have done is they've put away the bad balls. I think that's another full toss. Every time the ball's been up there, they put it away. And more often than not, it's gone all the way to the boundary. And at that moment in time, we saw there the win probability monitor coming out there. You can see that a few times. And with that start being made from Yedabori, they're predicting that they'll go on to win this match. But, of course, it's very early days, as we know, in ECN cricket. A couple of wickets, a couple of good overs, and it all changes. And this man coming on the bowl, is hoping that he can make those changes. And this is going to be Madan Ramani, somebody that you mentioned in your intro.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer. Didn't see him bowl too much last year, but an effective striker with the bat, and he'll probably be sitting in top of middle order for this Helsingborg team. Actually, it was the man who decided to go into the field first rather than taking the bat after they won the toss. Might be regretting that decision after the position 39 for none after 3.
Yeah, just played away quite nicely. Come on then, what do you think of this blue pitch? I like it. What do you think?
I love it, Rico. And for those of you who are asking, it doesn't really play any differently. We've had a few comments on it in the YouTube chat, as we see probably coming for a second ball. Outside off stump, and actually that's nicely cut away. Natarajan showing his class. He hasn't taken too many risks so far in this innings, but he's raced along to 25 with only 11 deliveries.
Yeah, beautiful shot this with Natarajan. I mean, it wasn't very wide. It wasn't a particularly bad ball, but it's how quickly he got into position. He got his shape right, and he just cuts this away. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, great shot. Once again showing the true bounce of this pitch, probably just dropping a little bit short, but certainly plays very much like a normal cricket pitch. It's just got the blue surface, which I suspect is probably almost an ex-hockey field surface that they've taken advantage of to lay over the top of what was a wearing original pitch. As that's slightly quicker from Prabhu, pushes through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, that's the story, wasn't it? I think they went to the local authorities and said, look, we could really do with a new pitch. This one is going. You can see there the remains of the old pitch as this comes in. A big swing and a miss. Asking the question, the wicketkeeper, but doesn't get anything on it. So the authorities say, well, what do you want? And they say, well, we need a mat. We need an artificial mat. The only thing was they failed to say which colour it needed to be. So when it turned up blue. But as you can see, it plays perfectly well. And I think with the white ball, I think it's stunning. It looks stunning. The only thing that could be, and I know that for tomorrow, folks, and those of you that are watching the game for a long time and know about all the rules and regs, you're probably thinking, well, what about the wide lines? Yeah, you're right. Those lines will be extended. Well, the innings of the batter will not be extended because Natarajan, he misses out on this one. It's a good bit of bowling from Rahman. I think he just beats him in the air, and he's a little bit slow getting to it. That's clever bowling, gets the wicket. So the first wicket in this European Cricket Series, Landskrona, and it's, the player from Helsingborg that comes on to bowl the fourth over. Rahman breaks through. Yeah, good bit of bowling from the skipper. Remember, he went for a boundary behind point on the second delivery of the over and then pulled out 3 dots, mixing his pace up, one really shooting through to the wicketkeeper and the other one just floated outside off stump as it was. Finishes off with a decent in-swinger, and he's taken now the stumps. It's a good bit of bowling. Yeah, very good bit of bowling. Well, here we are, and how beautiful this is. We're in the sunshine, and well, you can see that behind us, pretty good scenery as well. Really good in front of us, and Rico Full here with Andrew Ryan. Yeah, pretty good scenery on camera, I think, for the viewers at home as well, Rico. Great to be back with you on the European Cricket Series. You're looking very, very well, and I think you're pretty excited because you were here last year as well. Saw some good cricket in Sweden throughout the weeks that we saw the ECN circus roll into town. That's right. I remember coming here. I was here for the second week. We didn't manage to catch up with each other, so it's great that we are this time around. And I remember coming around the corner there and just seeing this blue pitch, and I'm thinking, get out of here. It's not blue, is it? But it played beautifully well. And I just finished. I was just talking about the lines on the pitch. I think they didn't extend them this morning because obviously they didn't want the players to be stepping on what still would have possibly been wet markings, and then the pitch wouldn't have looked too good, would it? With white speckles all everywhere from the players' So that will be done tomorrow, and I think they're going to paint those lines red as well, which is a good idea because it'll be easier to see the white ball on the line as well. That's nicely played. Genius stuff indeed. And great work from all of the crew, both at Cricket Sweden, local club here, Landskrona Cricket Club, and obviously the blue crew of the European Cricket Network team, getting things up and ready for us this morning. Chandujar is the new batsman. He does have 0 on his jersey, but fortunately he gets started. Yeah, that's it. You see a lot of batters with 100 and things like that on the 0. You sort of could be asking for trouble there, Andrew. It's a very beta move, but maybe one that just allows you to make sure that you're averaging more than your jersey number. You see Sapru come in with his slow spinners. So what he tends to do, pops them up outside off stump. Look fairly innocuous, but lulls the batsman into taking some mighty swings. He's got defensive fielders fairly straight here. It's actually Devinder Singh who's out at long on, but he's almost dead straight behind the bowler.
Well, he goes a long way outside the off stump here, the batter, to play this, and it's not going to go to the boundary. A bit of a risky shot rather than elect to play on the offside. It goes all the way across.
Well, risky shot, risky ball from Sapru as well, though. His pace and his loop, he cannot afford to drop short. All of his defensive fielders are in front of the wicket, so the areas behind point and square leg are open, so if the batsman can beat the infield, there are runs aplenty.
Doesn't quite get to the pitch of this, but plays it out, will take a single. So I think this is where Balusab Rahmani will be thinking, okay, now that his opening partner Natarajan has gone, it's time for him to start to accelerate. He's done pretty well so far. He's on 24 or 14 deliveries. It's all about partnerships, and these two will be looking to make a nice partnership together, at least to take them maybe to about the end of the 8th over and probably have that score by then. Around about between 80 and 90 is what they'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. I think certainly with Chandra Jar, who's come to the crease, he's the man who the Yedabori Royals are looking to really give some acceleration to their innings. Couldn't have been set up any more perfectly for him. Probably going to have a couple of balls even to get his eye in, as long as Balasubramanian stays there and keeps the score ticking over. But the Royals are very nicely set up here in this first game, and some decisions to make for the skipper from Helsingborg Stars, Madaram Prabhu, may have given some consideration to bring himself back on after a successful first over, but as it is, he's handed the ball to Pramod Kampella. Not a man who bowled too many overs in the tournament last year, but probably deciding to mix up his bowling lineup as much as possible.
Yeah, Kampella to the Sabi, who's set himself. They go straight away here, and a cleaner pick-up and throw. Could have been interesting. Yeah, what we've seen really is that Shetty's first over went for 6, and then there were 2 expensive overs, weren't they? 16 and 17. But the spin, taking the pace off, certainly seems to work. Prabhu going for 5, and Sapro there just for 7. So they'd be keen to maybe try and keep that the pace off. Beautifully timed. This is a lovely shot. It's almost like a push, but it's all about the timing. And he sort of guides and forces this ball through that gap, and once it gets past, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful cricket shot, Rico. Just opened the face, kept the top hand in front, guided it down to that area behind square, and they are persisting with all of their outfielders being in front of the wicket. A few changes being swung by the skipper, Madan, at the moment. Looks like Rohit Sapru's being pushed to that area backward of point, but it's a really, really gutsy call to keep all the fielders straight. I could understand if the off-spinner less for Kampella.
It's a good delivery. It's well directed. Good length as well there. And batter, all he's able to do is sort of carve that out into the offside. It keeps to 1. Yeah, this is a better field, I think, to this type of bowling.
Nice change from Kampella there too. He came wide of the wicket, speared the ball in. Intelligent piece of bowling.
This one is turned into a full toss. The fielders should cut it off, and they do. It's a nice work there from the captain. Rahman gets the throw in. Yeah, he's got to be careful. I mean, this field is set for him. I mean, Rahman has said, okay, if that's the line you're going to bowl, I'll give you this offside field. It means that the square leg is inside the circle to have the extra man out on the offside. So he's just got to keep that ball on the off. He can't afford to stray on the leg. Up in the air, but will drop short of that fielder. Oh, and he's done really well. This is a really good bit of fielding, because he's coming in and the ball, well, it hits something and deviates hugely. What a good stop that is. Keeps his eye on the ball, and you see him here diving to his left. Have a look at this. The ball deviates, and then he says, oh, no, you don't. That is tremendous.
Yeah, great athleticism. And tell you what, there was a run-out opportunity at the bowler's end too, Rico. Kampella just had to take that cleanly, and Baz would have been back on his way.
Well, that's not the way to try and stop him. And fortunately for him, the fielder backing up Ganisan does it the right way. And well, this is, we always say, use your hands, guys, because you get a foot on this, That's going to hurt. That would have clonked him right on the ankle.
Yeah, as it is. The Yerebori Royals up to 61 off their 6 overs, keeping a run rate of just a tick over 10. Been really reasonably consistently paced innings from them, and Saprou being brought back on. That win probability rating, Rico, it's a gutsy call this early in the game. We're now through to 6 overs, and I wouldn't say honours even. The Royals only 1 wicket down. They've got plenty of capacity to boost that run rate. Should be looking to score at least 45 to 50 off these remaining overs. But Saprou, he'll be looking to extract 1 or 2 of these batsmen before he leaves the bowling crease.
Yeah, in comes Rohit. And really keeps all the pace off of this. Another single this time. Jar, he gets into double figures here now. So this is the time, I think, that Balasubramanian, he really does have to go. He's got to back himself, and I think they know it as well, Helsingborg. But they've got the guys in the right place. Let's see how this goes. And, not putting it in the arc. It's clever. A bit more foot fielding, but accomplished successfully. Just a single.
Well, once again, come back to this defensive field blazing, Rico. We've got a man who is a very, very straight cover on the boundary. Long off, long on. Cow corner, mid-wicket. Batsman tries to swing it over to that vacant square leg area as it is. Just scampers through for a single. No signal from the umpire, so it must have been a touch of bat in there. But they're playing with fire. They're desperate for the batsman to hit dead straight.
Yeah, that one is elected to go once again outside the off stump to try and play it on the onside. And this one is playing on the onside and should be fielded. It is, yeah. I think what they're trying to do here, and perhaps that's why the square leg has been kept inside, is basically challenge the batters to say, okay, he's in, he's got nobody behind him. If you want it, go for it. And you saw the first attempt there, stepping across the stumps to try and get the ball in that direction. Unsuccessful. Really tried again. Is out, gets past the infielder. This may go to the boundary. It does, and that's a welcome boundary that just dried up those boundaries for a while. But that's 4 runs, fielding it. Cautious to get but couldn't stop it. Lagya Joka.
Yeah, nicely timed shot from Chandra, squeezing it out to point region. I like this though, Rico. In T10, you've got to pick your poison. Saprou's bowling to a plan. He's bowled pretty full this over, so even that required a nice bit of batsmanship, just opening the face of the willow to get it out to point.
Goes to go down the ground, doesn't get the middle of the bat, and he's fortunate maybe not to hit it as clean as he would have liked, because Chandru Ganesan is there waiting. End of the over, and well, you can always stay up to date with the latest news. You can follow us on the social media. There's some of the options available to you, and it's always good to hear you. And obviously, there's a lot of interesting stuff on that social media as well. I started talking this morning about the cricket that, well, the European Cricket Series that was completed in Romania. What a series that was, and what a win it was for the Bucharest Gladiators. And of course, you also had during the weekend that tri-series between Spain, Guernsey, and Norway, with Spain ended up winning, and good performances there from Spain. I think our friend Corey Ruckus will be pretty happy with the way things went there.
I don't think Corey's ever satisfied with anything less than perfection from the Cricket España national side, but certainly some good performances out there. Great to see some international T20 cricket on the European Cricket Network as well. Great job from Mr. Maximo down in sunny Alicante.
This one, it's a loopy one. Probably just keeps it inside the guide there for wides. Yeah, that's it's well bowled. It's an area which I think coaches always encourage bowlers to practice and practice and practice to get those balls in that area.
Yeah, Guagaki's continuing the off-stump line that the medium pacers have bowled through most of this innings.
Oh, misses the full toss, swinging blind, and well, Chanduja gets very lucky here.
I will say, Rico, for Saprou and even Guagaka, who's giving a little bit of air for the ball for the medium pace, it's probably helping them that the wind is just pushing back towards us here, straight down the ground. So ball maybe just holding up in the breeze just a touch. Not a particularly strong breeze, but certainly helpful.
This one's a bit flatter. Gurgakar, just changing his variations there as well. Single played out. I suppose it's also worth mentioning that our very good friend and Mr. ECN himself, Mr. Maximo, and he was there in Desert Springs for that T20 Tri-Series. And of course now he's probably making plans to make his travels back to Australia, where he's going to go and obviously catch up with his family and his friends. He's going to a well-deserved break, and we'll see him in 2 weeks' time when he returns to the series that starts in, well, we stay in Sweden. As we see this delivery in Stuttgart. It's another single. So this is a good sort of comeback really here, isn't this, from Helsingborg, because they've sort of restricted Göteborg getting those boundaries that were flying pretty freely in the sort of power play and the first part of the innings.
Bit of disciplined performance from both sides, to be fair, Rico. Helsingborg bowling a good line for the most part. It's a little in-swinger from Gurgakar that's dragged across to mid-wicket. The batsman might press two. Throw goes into the bowler. Fielder comes in to try to effect the run out. Must have fumbled on the way to take him to the stumps. We'll hopefully get a close-up replay of that. Should have been a run out. Looks like he's just lost control at the wrong time. Difficult to see with the umpire in the way.
And let's have a look. Do you see the ball? Yeah, he's losing the ball completely, and he ends up, I think he's destroyed the stumps with the back flick with his foot. Not out. This one's hit down the ground, will be fielded again. So this field setting seems to be good. Devinder Singh, no problems for him. And it's the end of another over, so they certainly having at one point maybe, we were looking at this score definitely being maybe with the acceleration required around 110, 115. We've got to go some to get there now as it's 75 for 1.
Yeah, 12 balls to go. They're looking almost slightly shaky to reach three figures at the moment, Rico, and particularly with only one wicket back in the pavilion. We expected a little bit more risk-taking, particularly in that over against Gurgakar bowling relatively simple medium pace. And you see that run rate graph, plenty of acceleration in the first 3 overs. They used the power play well, but since then actually it's been a good defensive performance from Helsingborg.
Yeah, it has, but you're absolutely right. I think only one wicket down, and this is where you got to say, look, you know, we shouldn't be valuing those wickets now. We got to go. There's only 12 deliveries left. If we want the 100 on the board and 100 plus, it's time to press the pedal.
Pressing the pedal. Machete's back on, the opening bowler.
Firmly hit, but only to the fielder. And this is where, of course, inside the power play, the first 3 overs, and to those that are new, just to remind you, the first 3 overs of the power play where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. You can see it clearly painted here on this ground. And runs, and especially the boundaries, were flying well. Some loose bowling as well, quite a few full tosses that were dispatched. But it's been a very good comeback from Helsingborg. And the Stars, maybe they just needed a bit of time to get in the rhythm, and they have. That's 2 runs, a bit of a Chinese cut, gets away with it. Where do you see them finishing here, Andrew?
Yeah, Rick, they're just failing to find the boundary, and I think Helsingborg, leaving aside those couple of full tosses, actually, particularly from the medium paces, their bowling's been pretty disciplined. Not too many short balls on the leg side, and that's certainly helpful given they've left that area open throughout the innings. It's just poked forward. It's going to be Chandu coming in from long on, keep it to a single. Pretty good over here from Shetty. Did well in the power play as well.
Yeah, his first over only went for 5. There was a bye there as well. So, yeah, they've seemed to have got the bowlers right. The tactics have worked. Once again, this is hit down into the ground. Not able to get under the ball, are they? Not able to get under and send it the aerial route. So that's hence why it's just all tiki-taka at the moment.
Bowling pretty good length too, Shetty. He's not a tall man, but he does hit the pitch pretty hard. You can see that last part of the action. You really get some force into the ground. So ball's kicking up off this relatively hard pitch and just proving hard for the batsman to really, really launch. So we see just another one sort of biff down the ground, but no great power to it.
Yeah, once again, they're sort of and ah. Jaiye ke na jaiye chaliye. Nope, they don't. So they only take the single. I think they're the ones that they've got to start a push. I think you got to stop valuing your wicket and just go for it. That's that good slower ball, and you can see the batter in two minds, didn't know what to do, thought about perhaps playing it on the onside, going across the line, and then eventually sort of ran out of time and thought, well, I better just drop the bat onto it. And he's already overcommitted himself by going a long way down the leg side. Clever bowling, sort of follows him there. That's a very good over.
Yeah, really good over from Shetty, as the Royals end up 81 for 1 with 6 balls left in this innings. Feels like Helsingborg have actually learnt a little bit from their experience at the ECS here in Landskrona last year. The medium paces in particular just introduced a few changes of pace that are keeping the batsmen off balance. They're bowling too many loose balls, very much keeping a line probably about half a foot to a foot outside of off stumps. It's been a good performance from them so far. Yeah,
it's been tidy, I have to say that, and I think the captain's been spot on, Bharat Konka as well, with his field placing. And I think the bowlers have supported him well, because as you see there again, this one will take some stopping, and we see the field being pierced. It's a pretty good shot there from Jar, and gets this one through, extra cover, and it can't be stopped. Once again, we've seen the speed of this outfield. Oh, that's what they need here. They need a magical over.
Yeah, lovely shot from Jar. He's a tall man. When he gets the arms released, you can see he can generate some power pretty easily. Wasn't a big gap there between cover and long off, but he managed to find it.
And tries to go the same direction again. This time the fielder will tidy it up. Yeah, what I was saying there, Andrew, is, you know, it's as a captain, and you know this, and I know from my playing days as well, you know, you talk to the bowler, you have a plan and say, right, this is what I want you to do. This is the field that I've set for you in the offside, so bowl to it. They've more or less done that, and if you have a look at this field, I mean, there you go, you see, that's really good, and that just underlines what I'm talking about as Prabhu comes through and he knocks over the wickets, and CB, he has to go. And this is all about that field. Very heavy on the offside. You've only got the 3 men on the leg side. I think that one, there may have just been 2. We'll have to re-look at that again. But he's basically saying to the bowlers, you bowl your line, let the batters make the mistake, let them take the chance. And this is why he's looking to go on the onside there. Good bowling, knocks him over. Good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, Madan doing a real captain's job with the ball. Great piece of bowling, and the batsman who'd been there for the entire innings thus far, Bala Subramanian, ends up leaving for 33 off 23. Pretty bright start for him. Just struggled to find the boundary in the later overs.
The new batter comes out, and he's got to go big straight away. Has a big swing, and well, this is all win-win at the moment for Helsingborg Stars. It's a dot ball. Dot ball is gold dust. And what a day, what a start to the day that we've had here at Landskrona. A beautiful day, clear blue skies, the sun is shining. Let's hit firmly that onto the long on area. We'll just take the single.
Well, as it stands, they're only going to have one of the 5 overs in the back end of the innings that has reached double figures. That was Campbell bowling the 6th that went for 10. But other than that, it's been a super performance from the Helsingborg Stars.
Firmly struck. Now this is where you've got to turn and go to. They do. In comes the throw. It's not going to be easy for. Well, has he managed to knock these onto the stumps with some dandy footwork? We'll have to see. Let's see this. Watch the bowler. Prabhu gets back. Here comes the throw, and how do those bells come off? Wow, it's very close. The umpire, he's standing, staring down. He's saying, no, I think you kicked the base of the stumps before the ball has probably come to you. So they will get the 2 runs. But it's been a fine performance. That takes them to 90. And at one point, certainly at the halfway point, you thought the 100 was definitely on. And if they got the acceleration they wanted, even more. But only 39 runs coming off the last part of the inning. So it was a fantastic comeback this from the Helsingborg Stars.
Yeah, they got to be ecstatic with that, the Helsingborg Stars. It was a particularly productive first 3 overs for the Royals in the power play. Natarajan, we talked about his quality in the game preview, and he certainly showed it, managing to find the boundary with ease. And the range of shots all around the wicket and the maximums, they were flying freely early on, and also some more traditional shots along the ground, managing to reach the boundary. So it looked very positive, but then the first wicket, Natarajan taken out by Prabhu, just finding the crack between bad and bad.
I knew you wouldn't resist that one, but yeah, and he likes his celebration there as well. Yeah, as he said, then after that, runs were hard to come by. You did have an established batter out there, but he just wasn't able to maybe get the sort of power that Rishi Natharangan was able to do in the while he was out there. So the boundaries dried up. Oh, there's another wicket. And this time, Prabhu says, all right, Andrew, I'm not doing it again for you. I'm going to save my blushes this time. Andrew just composing himself. I think he's going to be okay in a minute. But this one was right there at the end. He thought maybe he's going to get the run out, and the umpire shakes his head and says, you've kicked the base of the stump. But it's been a fine performance from Helsingborg Stars. They came back into this match well. Looked like we were definitely going to get over 100 on the board. As we have a look at the scorecard. So yeah, it was that Rishi Natharangan. He was the one who made a good start. I mean, played some nice shots as well, didn't he? And hit 3 sixes and 1 4, 25 of 15. And then you see, I mean, Balasubramanian, he batted pretty well, but it was the boundaries. It was more tiki-taka from him, just 2 4s and 1 6. And it was Jar who made 30 of 20. He hit 3 4s, wasn't able to go the big area route. So number of bowlers used, 7 in total. Only 2 wickets to Prabhu, so he'll be happy with his performance, the captain. But the other bowlers, look, nobody really went for too many, did they? I suppose Ganesh there went for 16 off his one, and then Panda 17. But they were very quick, and I think that's where a good captain comes into his own. Mandan Rahman, very quick to realise that, okay, I've got to take the pace off the ball. And in doing so, well, he's put that win probability now on the side of the Helsingborg Stars to maybe become the winners of this, the very first match of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Landskrona. So I would leave you to have a look at the mid-inning summary. So as we say, Yetibole Royals, 90 on the board. Look, they have got the runs on the board. It is the first match, and maybe they were sent into bat. They probably felt some of those nerves. Or are those nerves going to be felt also by the Helsingborg Stars? They need 91 for victory. Rico Falls here, along with Andrew Ryan, Rhino, my dear friend. And you can join us in about 10 minutes' time as we come back for the conclusion of the very first match here in Landskrona. So join us in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto!
Landskrona Cricket Club. European cricket fans, we're here for day one and the first game. What should be some tasty clashes here in the south of Sweden. The Helsingborg Stars, they've sent out Suhas Shetty and Avinash Panda. Open the batting for them. They are chasing a total of 91 runs to take this first game against the Göteborg Royals. Royals started the batting innings very, very nicely, pumping plenty of runs off the power play, but just got pulled back in the last 5 and some disciplined bowling from the Helsingborg Stars team. Managed to keep that to a pretty respectable total, and they'd feel pretty confident about chasing this. One of these two will probably need to be the backbone of the innings. Shetty was a revelation when he was put up the top of the order in the BCS Malmo tournament last year, and Panda probably out and out there. They're most talented and certainly stylish batsman. He'll probably try to anchor this chase for at least the first 5 or 6 overs and get them in a position for the likes of Prabhu and Devinder Singh to come in and finish the job down the order. And joining me on commentary here for game one, Rico Full. Rico, it's interestingly poised, this contest.
Yeah, very interestingly poised. I would say that from what I've seen so far at this ground, I would say that certainly 100 is a score that you need to be aiming for. Maybe that's the average score. A good score, 110, 120 would be a fairly decent score. But I think in that first match, is the very first match, getting to 90, that they've got the runs on the board. And we do know that scores in 80s and 90s can sometimes go all the way down to the wire. So just looking, and I'll be interested to see what the response is. That one may be called a wide. It is. So they start with an extra. And it is Panda who's taking the first ball. Shetty's his partner. And Sasindran is the bowler. And getting a bit of movement away, so that'll encourage him, but it just needs to get a little bit closer to the batter. Here comes once more. And he's not able to do so. And he just manages to keep this inside. That's a nice take from Ranjan. He certainly excited me with his batting. Did Rishi. And you see there's that movement away, and it's dipping on him as well. So yeah, it's a positive start. I think it's always good as a bowler when you start to see that ball seaming around. You think, okay, I could be in here somewhere, but this one is too wide. And when I talked about Natharanjan making a good stop the ball before, well, this one is a really good one. It's got to stop these, otherwise it's going all the way.
Certainly some substantial swing and some late swing there from Anantu. Getting some consistent curl. A couple of early wides early on, but it's not the end of the world. They'd be happy to see some good shape and keeping a consistent line outside off stump. Just a little bit too wide of off stump at the moment. He's sticking to his line, he's sticking to his plan. He's getting a bit of encouragement from some of the players. Rajan. Seem to be a good cohesive unit, the Göteborg Royal side. Certainly getting around each other in these early stages. Plenty of chat out in the middle of the wicket. Feel like they're in with a good chance of taking this first contest. Played out into the off. So no runs there. Once again, just the same way that Helsingborg Stars did. They've got a. You see that Göteborg have got a good ring of fielders on the offside. Bowler's been encouraged to bowl that line. This one's shorter, and he tries to take him, but he's not able to. This one goes all the way through. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra 5-ball. And this one is a little bit of Jagade. Kookaburra was certainly zeroed in on the stumps, Rico. That's a lovely piece of bowling. Not a great shot from a man as experienced as Avinash Panda, trying to flick the ball to mid-wicket after he managed to swing the first 4 deliveries away. Gets cleaned up, and that's a big wicket. The experienced Panda back in the pavilion, and aren't the Royals cock-a-hoop wicket in the first over. Yeah, I mean, this is big. And it's clever bowling also, because what he's done, he's kept that ball outside the off, swinging away, and then this one, all right, it was a little bit shorter, but he's changed the direction, he changed the line, and you see Panda thinking, okay, I'm going to go after this, misses it,
hits the top of the stumps. And as I say, jug their foot this style. The castle has been raided. And now they've got the first wicket, and they've got the big man, Abhinesh Panda, out for a duck. 4-ball duck. First duck of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Nice to see the horses there in the background. This is also the Landskrona sort of stables and horses training station, if you like. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. What a peach of a delivery, Rhino.
That is a seed. In fact, could be the seed of the day, no matter what comes after. Rico just shapes away after starting on off stump, and imagine being greeted to the crease. Poor Chandra Ganesan. What a welcome.
Oh, that's an absolute beauty. And can you repeat it? Looking dangerously. And this has been nicely played away, and this should go to the boundary. It does. 4 runs. And do you see the bowler there? He's going for that Yorker length delivery to swing away late. Doesn't get the swing this time, so it ends up being one on the pads. Had to be dealt with. And Ganesan deals with it nicely. He gets the first boundary off their innings there. Nice shot.
Yeah, already with Panda back in the pavilion. They needed some runs off that first over, and Ganesan turned the ball nicely. Just managed to find the boundary just behind square. Good piece of batting. Just probably the first time that Anantha had actually drifted onto leg stump at all. Ball didn't swing quite as much as he would have liked, but that's the end of a very productive first over. And it looks like Chandu Jha, who was fairly impressive with the bat early on, coming out of the first drop spot, going to take up the attack. Tall man suggests that he should be able to extract a fair bit of bounce out of this Landskrona wicket.
Well, he gets the bounce, but he doesn't get the line right. But again, encouraging signs. Good take again by Natharanjan behind the stumps. And again, if you're going to bowl this line and you're going to get that sort of lift, you'd be tempted to put a slip in there, wouldn't you?
They got the man very fine at third man for Chandru.
Well bowled. He just keeps this one inside that guideline there for the umpire. So good start from Jha.
In fact, where the man down was there on the boundary, Rico, I think we'd have to change the description to first man rather than third man. He was almost standing directly behind the wicket keeper.
One's hit up, aerial goes over the inner circle of fielders and goes to the boundary. 4 runs. Well, you got to play these kind of shots in the power play. You got to make the most of it. This one actually, he's hit it into the deck and it bounces over the fielders. How about that? You don't see that too often.
Well, miraculously, he's taken a massive swipe across the line and somehow just kept the bat face open enough to push it through the cover region, but also showing the hardness of this pitch, Rico. Didn't that fly off the deck?
Absolutely flew away. An amazing hit. And this one is pretty hardy hit down the ground. Fielder has to deal with it, and he does. The batters take on the second, and they will get there. Yeah, just a little bit sluggish doing the fielding there. That was Subesh. Does take too long really getting this in, and the batters decide, okay, we'll go, we'll take on the arm on the misfield. And they do, they get their 2 runs. This one probably may and does get called wide. You don't mind that, do you? If you've got a plan and occasionally you just go a little bit too wide, I think you'll take that rather than it be one on the leg side and get put away.
I think they're just having a quick look at this stumping attempt from the wicket keeper. He rolled the ball as the batsman sort of was half asleep after the delivery went through to the wicket keeper. Wicket keeper's done well.
Yeah, I think they'll wait. They're probably checking with the third.
Feeling his heel was probably just grounded behind the crease. Quite fortunately, certainly not a deliberate action. He was just lucky that he hadn't stepped out of the crease at that point. Had no idea that the wicketkeeper was trying to affect the run out.
Yeah, that's clever from Rashid Ranjan. He looks like a key player for his side. We certainly saw that with when he was doing the batting, aggressive stroke player. And now we're seeing some good work from him behind the stumps as well. He's hit away. It was a little bit too short, a bit on the leg side, and it will go all the way. Cuatro carreras más. And picks this up quickly. It wasn't the best of deliveries. And you see here that anything that's in that area, it does get put away. And 4 more runs.
Had to do a bit of footloose-esque dancing there to make sure that he didn't step on the wickets. He's sitting fairly deep in his crease already, Suhar Shetty, and then took 1 step back. Got himself in a great position to play that shot. Well rewarded with the boundary.
This time back out in the off. Chance for the fielder to take it, and he does! And, well, that's why he's there. And, well, we said he's probably more a first man than a third man, but he takes the catch. He goes up in the air. At one point, he didn't look too confident, but he held his nerve, and they get the wicket of Shetty. Shetty has to go, and Jar picks up another one. And isn't he delighted about it, the fielder, as he comes running in, saying, there you go. That's the way to do it. Send another one back.
Yeah, good catch that, Rico. Never easy taking those ones that come off the top edge down in that third man position, but it's a wicket they needed. Suhar Shetty starting to look dangerous. A couple of boundaries already in this over. And as it is, he's back in the pavilion. 2nd wicket down. Helsingborg Stars, they are now 18 for 2.
Yeah, and you see Devinder Singh comes out there. Looks like a strong, broad gentleman. And certainly he's one that if they need to get the acceleration going, looks like he can hit the ball pretty well. But maybe be just a bit of pressure on him here at the moment. 18 for 2. Still inside the power play, so he will be looking, I think, to play his shots.
Certainly a different time than he tended to come into the innings in ECS Malmo last year, Rico.
Place this one down, and then he's ready to get back inside his crease. End of the over, and it's another good one. It's another one that brings another wicket, and the score 18 for 2. So a good positive start. This is exactly what was required, and Itebole, they were probably 10 to 15 runs short where they would have liked to finish. But getting these wickets early is good. Have a look at some of the other teams that are going to be involved there. Evergreen and Yon Shopping. They're teams that we've seen here before.
Yeah, Yon Shopping was probably one that disappointed a bit last year, Rico. They got plenty of firepower in their batting lineup, and certainly some good bowlers as well. Just didn't really consistently hit the heights that were expected of them, as Hunter comes on for his 2nd.
They'll take the single, just played there out on the outside. Yeah, we've got Seaside as well. They're a team that I think we saw them in 2020. They were runners-up. That was known as the ECS there at the time of Göteborg.
Gone to a few venues in this southern part of Sweden, haven't we, Rico? It's a lovely part of the world. Great place for us to come and visit each year. He just digs that one out from leg stump for a single.
Yeah, it's a good bit of cricket there, well bowled, and the batter does well as well, Devinder Singh, to get off the mark. And good close fielding as well. Clean pickup. They're certainly going to be made to work hard for their runs. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Sandranas, we see him come in again. He was very effective. I liked his bowling. That's a nice looking shot. Should be looking to go 2 here, and they decide not to. I think that's disappointing. I think they need to turn these ones into 2s. But this setup here, I mean, like, seeing it here now, I mean, this beautiful sunshine, lovely setting. We've got those trees around. Little bit like Romania, really. As in, on one side of the ground is all this lovely greenery, different shades of green. Firmly struck, and this will go all the way for 4 runs. What a lovely shot this is. Beautifully played. And it's Devinder Singh showing his talents. That wasn't really too wide, but he gets into position, and he just, well, what's the word you use there? Sort of carves this through the field and gets plenty of power in the shot.
Certainly carves is a good description, Rico, but one thing he did very well, waited until the last moment to play it, straight underneath the eyeballs, and Got the hands through, punched it through cover, and it's a much needed boundary for the Helsingborg Stars.
And Sasithanan then comes back with a good one, beats him. This one sort of gets that movement away, just short of a length. Gets good bounce, good carry through as well. I think we're already seeing it's the sort of pitch where if you put something in it, it's going to reward you. Certainly as the bowler demonstrates there. Yeah, going back to this ground, I'm loving the horses there, and I just wonder if Andis, production manager from our partner, Spring Productions, is able to give us a shot of some of the horses at some point around this ground as well. Like I say, it's also the Landskrona horse training ground behind us. You can see them just in the picture there at the back there. That's MSP. Mark Simpson Parker doing some work and getting that banner up and sorted.
Certainly a man that's almost the size of a horse. He's a big young lad, MSP, currently dominating Austrian cricket at the moment with his side Vienna Cricket Club. Good start for them on the weekend as we look at the win probability. Some tossing and turning here. Certainly nothing predictable about this game today at the Helsingborg Stars. 25 for 2 after 3 overs. The one thing in their favour, though, is that they have used 2 overs from an Antu at the start, and then they've now gone through Chandu Jha for 1, and so they're really using some of their bowling firepower up the top. So I think the Helsingborg Stars certainly just need to get through that tough period in the opening 3 overs, and hopefully they'll have some easy bowler to face in this remaining 7.
Yeah, I mean, power play complete, and it's going to be right, Conker, come on. Oh, he's very, very unlucky here. And that again is outstanding keeping. Rishi Natarajan, this makes a brilliant stop. This one, he sees it really late. That's excellent glove work.
Good bowling from Conker. First ball of the tournament. Spears in a leg side Yorker. He's captaining the side today, so pretty keen to get a first win on the board.
And this is going to be interesting because, well, we know that the batter's going to sign and sing. They've seen the movement away, especially from Sasidharan, who's bowled these 2 overs, who's getting the ball to move away, swing away. Well, now here you've got Conker, who's getting the ball to come into them. And you see there, he deliberately went a bit wider to see how much it comes in. And it's going to be encouraged by this, Bharat Conker. This one, off the bounce, off the pitch once more. Not able to get it over the fielder on this occasion. You see this bump ball, bang, into the ground it goes. Not able to get it over the infield. And, well, again, a direct hit there definitely would have been gone.
Oh, a few helpful suggestions from the wicketkeeper as well, that a simple throw over the top of the bails would have had an easy run out. They might rue that missed chance, the Royals.
Got him. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Right up there, full and straight. And we're going to say it was too good for him. And that's that Yorker length delivery. We saw he almost got through the defences with his very first ball. But he holds that one back and he says, right, let's try it again. And this time it was bang on the money. Boom.
Yeah, super over from Conker so far, leading from the front. The skipper, 4 balls right in the block hole, exactly the sort of bowling that you need when you're ahead in the run rate. That's been a tremendous start for him. No runs at all. Missed run out opportunity. The previous ball didn't matter one iota. Who's sent back to the pavilion. He's gone for 6 off 8, and all of a sudden Helsingborg Stars have an uphill climb. Looks like Madame Prabhu, the skipper, bowled very well earlier today. He's come out to join Devinder Singh. They need to start finding the boundary with some regularity, Rico. This run rate is certainly not out of hand by any stretch, but they're not going to be able to do this in 1s and 2s.
No, they're certainly not. And got work to do. I think whenever, I mean, on this ground, you would say that 10, requiring 10 per over, or even maybe 12, that you think, well, you get 2 batters in there that to stroke the ball well, that it's on because the outfield is pretty quick. But you wouldn't want it to get any more than that. It's well played, but they've got plenty of protection out there. And once again, it's about bowling to your field. The field is pretty heavily set on that offside. He gets it right there. So 26 for 3 as we coming to the end of the 4th. Plenty of work to do here. Have Helsingborg Stars, if they're to get this first victory in the bag. Of course, it's back-to-back matches between these two, so they will get an opportunity to do it all over again. Goes for the Yorker again, but this one just escapes, slides out of his hand a bit. It's going down the leg side, and that's the sort of deliveries that you need to put away. And maybe at the moment, as we get to the end of that, the 4th over, maybe the difference has been here that when Göteborg were out there, any delivery like that, anything that's over pitch full toss was put away.
Yeah, absolutely, Rico. We talked in the first innings about the fact that actually the Helsingborg Stars bowling was pretty disciplined in those first 3 overs, save for a couple of full tosses, but those balls went straight to the boundary. That managed to keep the innings chugging along, and even though we thought their total may have been about 10 runs under par, they're actually defending it really, really well and showing they've actually got a strong bowling lineup so far, the Royals. Yeah,
certainly. I think it's going to be an interesting finish though. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to the Campo here at Landskrona. I hope you're enjoying the scenery. We're just showing off the blue sky and the wooded area behind us here. It's a beautiful ground, and well, we came from Romania, where I was saying there that Moara Vasile ground was beautiful, and that had the lake to one side. We haven't got the lake here, but we've got the horses instead, so some more cricket for you from another beautiful location in Landskrona. And well, we've even got, look, you've even got the bees here. And, there's a shortage of bees apparently around the world. Well, there's certainly got a few here. That one was buzzing around Rhino. Back to the action. This one is hit pretty well, but unfortunately for the batter, he finds the fielder. So it'll just be the single.
I'm certainly sure the local wildlife will be buzzing about this bowling performance from the Göteborg Royals so far. So he's come on to take up the attack in this 5th over. Helsingborg Stars just really not able to find the boundary. They've got to pick a couple of spots. Space from the cover area there, and also looking out to Fordham square leg. So can't really afford to drop too short.
Well, he's gone for this, and he nails it. And that's more like it. That's what they need. Don't be shy, arbitro. Put your hands up in the air. Seis carreras. Good shot.
Well, Devinder Singh does like to deal in boundaries most of the time. Not the most frequent sprinter between the wickets, but boy, when he gets a hold of a ball, it stays hit. It's a much-needed maximum. Goes outside off stump, drilled down the ground, skips off the turf. Actually, a really good bit of work from Subhash Palanisamy out there at long off. Rico, something we definitely noticed at this ground last year is the hard surface, particularly on these straight boundaries. And a lot of fielders early on were getting caught out with how quickly the ball skips off it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. And but what we saw there is a good example of how to deal with it. As well done by Patansamy. Kept his eye on it, watched the bounce. It wasn't easy to deal with, but did stop it well. So you can see here now the intent, certainly from Singh. He's going after it, and he's got Madhan Prabhu who comes in. And he knows that his job is the same. He's really got to get going here. A couple of good overs, just get that acceleration in, and they're back where they need to be. Ooh, this one doesn't miss by much. It's a big swing, and Manapusa, he's disappointed. He can't believe this hasn't hit.
Quite amazed he's getting that ball to in-swing, Rico. It's almost like he's trying to roll the fingers over the top of it and bowl a leg cutter, but it's curled back into Singh, only just missed his leg stump. That's the end of the over. 35 for 3 after 5 overs, and a lot of work to do in the final 30 balls, Rico.
Yeah, a lot of work to do here, and Devinder Singh, he looks like he's capable. He looks like in good form, but he just needs somebody to give him that partnership just to that rate now. I was saying that they wouldn't want it to go any more than 12 based on what we've seen so far on this pitch and this field. Well, it's about just over 11. So going back to what I was saying, I think they're just looking for that one over where maybe it brings them sort of 16 to 18 runs, and then they're sort of right back in it, and these two need to really get a partnership going. Sing's going pretty well, 12 of 9. Prabhu's the man who just come out there. And he plays this one into his foot, but well backed up there. I think he wants to get on the strike. I think he's ready to go big here. Rhino, he's ready to go big.
He's ready to go big, and I think that's why it's a good move from the skipper, Bareth Conker, to bring himself back on for a second over. He found the block hole regularly in his first over, only went for 1 run. And this is probably the over that these two have got to launch, because the run rate is starting to climb.
Yeah.
Conker can get another 5 balls there or thereabouts at Yorker length, then they're going to find it very hard to penetrate this outfield.
Yeah, Bareth Conker, been very impressed with his bowling. Singh, he wants to attack, he wants to go the aerial route. But this one, he's straps him on the pads, he'll take the leg by. I don't think he was expecting that. I think he was expecting another full delivery to be swinging into him. And that one takes him a little bit by surprise, and that's a good result for Yeti Ball late, because he's the one that they'd probably rather keep off strike for the moment.
Certainly, if anytime they can keep Singh to a single, get him off strike, it's a win for the Yettebore Royals.
This one's into the body, and we see another example of the pitch rewarding the bowler for putting the effort ball in, sort of right into the mid area of the batter, and he deals with this pretty well, I suppose. You see again, looking for the big shot, and gets a single. Tidy so far from the captain.
Getting some good in-swing again this over, Conker.
Oh, this one's pretty high, and it wouldn't surprise me if this gets called. It does. It's a no ball. Well, that's maybe what they need. It's a full toss that gets dispatched to the boundary, and then the umpires, they call it a no ball as well. So free hit coming up. The first free hit of this series. Well, this was hit pretty well. It dispatches it, that's Singh. And if there's one man that you don't want to be bowling to, the free hit delivery, it's Singh. So the first sign of maybe a little bit, a tad of pressure maybe for Bareth Conker here.
In these T10 games, Rico, sometimes it just takes one ball to swing the momentum, and they haven't got a huge total to defend here.
Yeah.
The Royals, certainly Helsingborg, close enough if they're good enough.
Goes up in the air, won't be out, don't get excited. I think the fielder does well here. Doesn't commit to try and take the catch. Doesn't want the ball to get past him, so they get more than the 1 run. Waits for it to bounce and then gets the frame. Wasn't the best of throws though, but he gets away with it, just 1 run.
Gutsy ball from Conker too. Would have thought he would have gone Yorker length again. Actually gave Singh a relatively free hit with a short of a length ball. No defensive fielder out there at square legs, so playing with fire. Not punished though.
Not punished, gets away with it. Prabhu goes the aerial route, and it just drops short of those 2 men at long on and long off. Fielded by Nara. We'll get a single. Good time to give our ECN crew a shout here. Got Barry Heaton, Mars, Baiji, and also MSP. We've seen their MSC at work, and Michael Guntaleka from Malta. And also Diana Oros, the photographer, who's crouching down in front of us, taking a few shots. Those you will see later, no doubt, on our social networks. Some fantastic photos, and a shout out also to Dennis, the Pineapple Man. Dennis was in Romania, and he's the brother of Diana. And I'm sure a lot of people appreciated the photos that he took there. There's some exceptional ones. They're a brother and sister act, but the pictures they take are absolutely phenomenal.
Well, we look at the win probability. It's certainly in favour of the Yettebore Royals at the moment. Helsingborg Stars still needing 44 runs off the final 4 overs. More than doable, but going back to the Romania story, I didn't realise pineapples were one of the main pieces of produce in that part of the world.
Well, I mean, we were talking about the old pineapples, and I know that the Dennis He's one of them saying you got to have pineapple. Forget the apple a day. Have a bit of pineapple. And that certainly keeps you going. And he was recommending it to me particularly because he's saying, Rico, you do a lot of talking. And sure, you get a sore throat now and again. And pineapple is supposedly natural pineapple. Supposedly very good for the old throat. So there you go in the old, what do you call it, the voice box, as they say.
It's got a multitude of uses for such a spiky fruit, but one of my favourites, so absolutely no qualms from my end as the ball's just squeezed past the wicketkeeper going down the leg side. This is Vamsi Krishna, who's coming on to just slow the pace down a touch.
Let me see.
Get the feeling that you're going to win this game. This is probably the bowler that Devinder Singh is going to have to really target.
Oh, and big swing and a miss, and you'd have to question the look. He's been very good. That's Ranjan behind the stumps, but just here now, you think at this pace he's got to be standing right up. That surely, if he's up there, that would have been a stumping opportunity, and he does come up now. And he almost gets in the act straight away. I think the batter's foot was probably in there. You see the foot stays down. There wouldn't have been an opportunity there, but this is good bowling. And I think that just, by him just standing up, just creates that pressure to the batter, doesn't it? Yeah, it should have been up from the first ball, to be honest, Rico. It's lucky Vinny Sandhu's not here. I'm sure he would have had some words about the technical elements of Natarajan with the gloves. But as it is, after a shaky start for Krishna, come up with a couple of deliveries, a couple of good deliveries. Looks like the keeper's just calling for the helmet to come on, given that the slower bowler's operating, wants to be up at the stumps without any issues. But talked about Krishna probably being the man they need to target. He's giving the ball some flight, so he's literally begging Singh to try to hit him out of the ground. It's only going to take two mighty blows from a man of his power, and all of a sudden the Stars might be back in this contest. Natarajan decides, okay, if I'm standing up, I'd rather have the lid. He's got the lid here now. That'll probably give him a bit more security and confidence. And this one goes up in the air. It is an opportunity, and he's just not able to get there. And he's got a bit of ground to cover. But doesn't get there, and you see the ball just sort of falling just at his feet. Yeah, look, it looks to me he didn't quite fancy that, Andrew. Tough catch that, running sideways, but nonetheless, teammates probably would have expected a dive at some point, but as it is. Well, now it goes up to the same man, and it's almost the same result. But this one, I don't think, is in his zone. But you see this one just drops before he's able to get to it. But once again, maybe, if he reads it well enough, get a little dive in there and has an attempt. The bowler, Krishna's bowled well so far, that teasing length. Tell you what, if I hadn't seen that live, Rico, I would have thought it was just the action replay of the ball before. That was amazing on consecutive deliveries. Firmly struck. This is a chance. Oh, and he's fluffed it. It's gone through the fingers. Well, the only fortunate thing here for the fielder, Nara, is that the ball doesn't hit his hands and go straight over the rope. It will be four, but that's an opportunity. And how expensive could this be? Because that's the man you want to get out, Devinder Singh. 36 needed off 19. The run rate certainly achievable, and it might even be more so as Devinder Singh has launched his second consecutive boundary. This one goes a good 5 metres over the rope. Maximo Rico to end the over, and all of a sudden the Stars are up to 61. 3 overs to go, 30 runs needed. Yeah, I mean, this is the over they needed. And Devinder Singh, he plants his foot down and he gives it the big shaka, look yeah. And over it goes. So game on. And that rate now does go back to 10. And these two teams, they do it all over again. And, well, it's going to be an exciting match between the two. And this one is in the balance. And I'm pretty sure, after learning from each other, it could be the same again. Well, certainly no shortage of wicket-keeping options in that Yetabore Royal side, is there, Rico? They've given the gloves to Natarajan for this first game, but plenty of boys who could take them in game 2 as the helmet just being rushed off before the bowler
commences this over. But boy, a couple of big strikes from Singh. How often does that happen, Rico? A dropped catch, and then you see a boundary. The next ball, the batsman just feeling like the weight's been lifted off their shoulders. Beautiful strike, and then big decision for the skipper, Conker. Does he give Krishna a second over, or does he have to go down to a sixth bowler?
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough one. I think a lot of it will depend how this one goes, and it is the man who drops the catch, comes on, and it could go for 4 straight away. It does. They opt to bring the third man in, and by him being in is no sort of margin for error, and Krishna sees this go past him, and there's nothing you can do about that. It's 4 runs. So all of a sudden, the boundaries are coming. There's 3 boundaries now on the spin. We've had a 4 or 6 and another 4, and they're looking for more. And maybe they're just sensing here an opportunity to take this match. This is well hit, and this will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona, ginna badashaka. And well, from nowhere, after we saw a fair bit of tiki-taka, is now boom, 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 boom.
Ain't no tiki-taka in this over so far. Chandan being launched for a 6 after the 4.
This one doesn't go anywhere. But yeah, I mean, this match now seems to be, well, it'll be interesting what that win probability meter is showing us now. I'm pretty sure that the balance has certainly shifted. And there's you'll probably see some interesting stats there on your screen. Both teams on the same score at this point. There you go. And remember, as the screen shows you as well, any information that you want to see, you can go onto the EuropeanCricket.com website. If you want to know a bit more about the schedule, the teams involved, there's always some little previews on there. And of course, the player stats as well. So feel free to go down those. This one is banged into the deck. It's not a good delivery, and it will be 4 more. Just losing his shape here, Murthy, and the runs are flowing. And I think there's going to be a bit of advice coming his way. The captain sensing that this is a critical stage. Bharat Conker runs up to him and has a little chat, and not a good delivery. Gets put away. The game is definitely on here now, and well, Landskrona Stars will feel that it's theirs to lose from this point. It's better delivery. This one just nips away, and that is the end of the over. So where are we at? 75 on the board. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. And just look at what they've won. The rate, as we said, it was hovering around 10 most of the time. Then it went up to 11. It was brought down with that good hitting from Devinder. And now it goes to, well, almost run a ball.
Well, the win probability graph looks like it's just all over the place, isn't it? It shows the unpredictability inherent in these T10 games. All of a sudden, after a couple of big overs, the Helsingborg Stars, who were going at a pedestrian rate, all of a sudden they're on top. 16 runs in 12 balls. You'd certainly have them as favourites at the moment, and particularly while those two are out there. If Devinder Singh or Madan Prabhu can stay there until the end, you'd have to suggest that they are favourites. And Rico, we talked earlier in the innings that admittedly they had a slow start, but they did have to face the stars of this Yedabore Royals bowling attack up the top end. And as it is, the second-tier bowlers have come in and been dispatched with regularity. There's been, I think, 5 boundaries off the last 8 balls. And that has put the Stars in pole position to take this game.
Yeah, Chandrajar, he bowled a good second over. And he comes back and, oh, he's dropped him. This is a chance. It gets put down, and a huge opportunity. I mean, Devinder Singh, he was dropped on the boundary earlier by Murthy, and now he's dropped with what was a straightforward catch there from Natarajan. He'll be very disappointed. He's done everything right here in this first match, but that one could be the match.
Smile on the face for the bowler. Must be through gritted teeth. Manages to get that one in the block hole. Diving stop. excellent piece of fielding. That's the sort of desperation they'll need. But good start for the bowler, Jar. A 0 and a 1 off the first 2 balls. Given how much the Helsingborg team had started to get a roll on with the bat, that's a much needed start to this over.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just a single for it so far. So this has to be tidy. All happens in the ninth, as they say. Struck firmly and 4 runs. Well, it was a good effort there from the fielder, diving one-handed to try and stop it. But this went like a bullet. This would have been an amazing, well, forget the catch. It would have been an amazing stop. But it goes to the boundary. It's 4 more runs. They're doing it in boundaries at the moment.
Yeah, he's a powerful striker, Madan Prabhu. We saw that big front foot squeezed out to the leg side and allows the bat to thrash through what wasn't a bad ball, probably just a touch short of Yorker length, but cracked through to the cover boundary.
And he goes up, but there is a fielder here. And no mistakes. This one has been held. So Palanzani takes the catch. And they get one of those dangerous men out. And it's Prabhu that goes, but he's made a very healthy 25. A good knock from him. And he certainly will believe that that partnership he's put together with Singh probably should be enough to see them home. But you know what happens? The wicket. And the new batter will have to also go on strike. Going to that rule change that we made way back in February. So Singh has to stay at the non-strikers end. The new batter that comes in is Sachin Shetty. Has to trying to get. Now, what do you do here, Shetty? Because look, they need 11 for victory. I think the key thing is this 2 balls to go. I think you're just saying here, have a go. You know, try and get whatever you can here. I don't think you particularly would want to get a single. He does have a big swing, and it ends up being a dot. That's a massive, massive boost to the bowling side, because now all of a sudden, what do you do if you're Helsingborg Stars? Do you, if it's a single there, do you take it and take Devinder off strike? I don't think so. I think this one, Shetty's got to go for the boundary. He has a try, but he doesn't get it. It's a dot ball, so we go into the last, and it's 11 that is going to be required.
Well, it's a remarkable turn of events, Rico. If you go back 3 balls after Madan Prabhu had cracked Chandra Jha through covers for 4, Helsingborg Stars needed 11 runs off 9 balls. They could have basically done it in singles. They probably did not need a man of the experience and quality of the skipper trying to heave a Maximo straight down the ground. As it is, a dot from that ball with the wicket, then 2 dots with Shetty. The new batsman comes out into a pressure situation. Only a few balls left in the 9th over. And then all of a sudden, you're essentially saying to Devinder Singh now that you've got to do it in boundaries because he needs 11 off 6. He's not likely to take singles at their offer because Shetty's not the strongest batsman. So effectively, he's got to try to do this with a couple of Maximos or mixed in with a few 4s. That's a lot of pressure on this man as he's facing Siva Venapusa coming in to bowl the final over. Fair bit of pressure on the bowler as well, but could be decided in the first couple of balls here, Rico.
Yeah, Venapusa went for 9 off his first over, and if he's able to keep it to the same again here, it will be victory to his side. Get to ball late. 11 required. The first one is hit away. They've got to try and go for 2. He's got to turn and go here, and oh well. He doesn't. I think it's here that a single is not what you need, Shetty. We've seen him swing and miss 2 deliveries. So, I mean, do you chance it? I think you got to. You got a chance getting back there. You probably, going by that, wouldn't have made it. He's having a little chat there with Shetty and just saying, look, buddy, I just need you to get back onto ball. 10 required for 5 deliveries.
Well, Devinder Singh, he's got to be charging down to get through to the striker's end here. Big pressure on Shetty. He's got to get bat on ball.
Shetty doesn't. He's cleaned up. He's missed all 3 deliveries. That's come his way. He goes for a 3-ball duck. And all of a sudden, get the ball late. well, amazingly, are back in this match, and maybe they are now favourites because, again, is a new batter that's got to go and strike. What a match this is, swinging around in roundabouts, and, well, that win probability meter, it was, well, almost so certain that this match was always going to go one way, and that was the way of the Helsingborg Stars. But now, have they thrown it away?
Well, the win probability, it's on a one-way street down the highway to Helsingborg. The way this is playing out, that's a tough innings from Shetty. Hasn't laid bat on ball for all three of his deliveries, and the big man, Devinder Singh, is stuck down the non-striker's end. At the very least, he needed to get the strike rotated, try to give Singh the last 4 balls of the innings. As it is at most, he's going to have 3 to play with. Big pressure on the Stars now, and haven't the Royals bowlers come through in the clutch?
Well, haven't they just? Well, 10 required, or 4, and this is going to be another dot. Yes, it is. The dot balls, we always say, don't we? Dot balls are gold dust, and you can see why.
Well, Rico, we've had 1 run, 2 wickets off the last 6 balls.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. This one is played away. How far will it go? And what did it do? Did they come back for 2? They do. I don't know about this, you know. I don't know. The game plan here has probably gone wrong. First of all, there was that single that Devinder took. When he was batting, there was Shetty. Do you turn it down if you think it's only going to be 1? And to try and do it of the next 5 balls, maybe. They've gone for 2. But it means that the new batter, Kunjit, stays on strike.
Got to at least get off strike this ball, give Devinder a chance to hit a 6 off the last.
Hits it down the ground. It should be fielded. It is. So, well, it's a good throw, and they think about taking a second. They don't. So, where are we at here now? So, 7, a 6.
We're at golden ball stage,
Takes it
Rico.
to the golden ball. And they finally got Devinder Singh on strike. Well, how about this? Could we be going to a golden ball? And Maximo takes us to a golden ball. What a start that would be to this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Landskrona.
Well, if you need a man to hit a 6 off the last ball, he's a pretty good man to have with the bat in hand.
Oh, and Devinder Singh bangs this down, and you can see all of a sudden the shoulders drop because he doesn't even bother running. He wouldn't have mattered. So, Venaposa holds his nerves. He bowls a good final over. They needed 11 from it. They weren't to do it. And it's all about those dot balls coming in when they didn't need it. He batted well, Singh, 32 of 22 deliveries. But it's victory in this first match for the Royals. It swung in roundabouts, and one moment they were on top. Certainly the first 5 overs, you thought everything is going their way with only 35 on the board. And then the acceleration came with some good batting there from Madan Prabhu and Devinder Singh. Prabhu now will look back on how he got out and thought, well, he thought he got out and had won them the game already. It wasn't to be. It's the Royals that do it, as we have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, great start with the ball. And Nantu, he bowled an excellent over to get us kicked off. Some beautiful outswingers. He bowled the first and third over. It was an absolute handful. Looks like he's going to be a star with the ball during this ECS Landskrona tournament. Nicely flicked off the pads there from Ganasan, who came out, tickled a 4 first ball. That sort of got the Helsingborg Stars moving. Helped along by Suhar Shetty, who was once again industrious at the top of the order. A couple of boundaries punctuated his innings of 10 off 5 balls before he was eventually out to the bowling of Chandraprabha Jha. As it was the middle overs, particularly in the first 5, that they really struggled to get moving. Barath Conker, skippering the side today, delivered for himself as captain with a couple of great Yorkers in his first over, and wasn't he pumped up. Then the big man, Devinder Singh, we talked about him in the preview, Rico. If there's a man who's going to launch boundary after boundary for that Helsingborg Stars side, Devinder is it. And then we went into the deja vu. 2 catches going in exactly the same spot. And speaking of catches, that one went straight through the hands of the outfielder.
Yeah, I mean, that one was, there was 2 chances, weren't there? That was the first, and you thought, well, okay, could that be the match? And then we saw another one later, which was a lot easier than that. But it wasn't to be. Devinder Singh tries to do it. He just couldn't there at the end get on strike. And you got to say that maybe that it was the Helsingborg Stars that just didn't bat and play smartly towards the end. The last 10 balls, they just needed to plan what they were trying to execute better. And Shetty, nothing went right for him, wasn't able to get any runs on the board. But full credit to the bowling there of Venapusa, because bowling the last over, they couldn't make any mistakes at all, and he didn't, and he bowled brilliantly. And it was 6 that was required that would have taken us to the golden ball off the last, but Devinder Singh wasn't able to do it. And the good thing is, that was exciting. Well, those two teams, they do it again for us.
Well, what a start to ECS Landskrona, Rico. And we look back at turning points in these games. We talked about the full toss that got dispatched for 6 by Devinder Singh, which really got some momentum. But as it was actually the dismissal of Madan Prabhu who'd gotten them to a point where they only needed 11 off 9 balls. Helsingborg Stars were in the box seat, tried to pump another Maximo down the ground, and as it was, he was well taken by Subhash, coming in and taking a neat catch off the bowling of Chandra Jha. But that was the turning point, was it?
Yeah, big time.
Run from that
big
point
time.
on.
And you know, Andrew, from the amount of cricket you've played, and the coach there will be absolutely seething, because one thing that they tell you is once you're there, you see the match home, you win the match, you don't throw your wicket away. He's probably thinking, well, we still got Singh there. But as you saw, Singh couldn't get on strike. And as we have a look at these bowling figures, I think everybody bowled pretty well, very economically. But Jha, you've got to say, he's the pick of the bowlers, picked up 2 wickets as well. And he was bowling at key stages. But also, like I say, Venapusa bowling that last over as well. He took 1 for 13. Good bowling from him as well. Kept his nerve.
Yeah, absolutely. Good work from Siva Venapusa. Plenty of pressure on him coming in for that last 6 balls. It was probably just 5th and 6th bowlers that let them down a bit. But as it was, that's a pretty good first up performance from the Edinburgh Royals. They managed to take this game, scoring 90 for the loss of only 2 wickets in there, 10 paced by Sivi Balasubramanian on 33, and Chandra Jha, who helped out with the bat as well, 30 off 20. And it was just a touch too much for the Helsingborg Stars. They ended up 84 for 5 off their 10 overs. Devinder Singh and Madan Prabhu providing most of the runs from them. Singh still at the end there, unfortunately, couldn't take us to a golden ball with a maximum off the last delivery, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a very exciting match. And as I said before, one thing that I like about this FanCode European Cricket Series is that these two teams will have the opportunity to do it again. And more often than not, it gives the team that ends up being on the losing side the opportunity to bounce back.
Well, on that note, Rico, on the YouTube chat, we've just had an inquiry from Rose. Which teams are clashing in the second match?
Well, there you go. It's the same 2 teams again. So the Royals take on the Stars. Will it be the same result? Will it not? Well, I tell you what, in just under 15 minutes' time, we will find out how this is going when we see Andrew Ryan out there with the 2 captains and the tournament referee, Rob Kemming, to see what happens at the coin toss. So join us then for the start of the second match in just under 15 minutes' time.
So, European cricket fans, welcome to Game 2 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club for ECS Landskrona. Plenty to chew on for the first game for both these teams. We'll see them come up again in the second game of the doubleheader. First thing this morning, go to the coin toss. It is Sir Rob Kemming.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads.
Yeah, we like to bowl. Okay.
Good.
There you have it. The Helsingborg Stars have won the coin toss here for Game 2, and they will once again bowl first in this contest. As we said, plenty of things for the teams to think about after that Game 1. They'll face each other here again in Game 2. And once again, joining me in the commentary box, it is Rico Full. Take it away, Rico.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan, and yes, welcome back. And we saw a very exciting start to this FanCode European Cricket Series here in, well, this beautiful region of Skåne. It's the province, and it's Landskrona that we're at. And it's, well, you see that, it's absolutely spectacular. The scenery is beautiful. The ground, there's that blue pitch. And you probably just saw to the right of your screen some of those horses that make use of these facilities. In fact, just behind us, there's some, I don't know what you call them, where the horses go and do the training and the jumping. I just know it does show jumping, is it? As we have a look at both these two teams, it's a bit of a change. See a change that in the keeping for the Royals. They've got Pramad Chandrasekarai. He's coming in to be behind the stumps. And they, of course, are looking to get back a win here because we saw an interesting match, didn't we? The match before, the Helsingborg Stars have won the toss and they elected to bowl first again. It was Yetibole making 90 for 2. We thought that they were a few runs short. We saw good knocks there from Chandraprabhu Jha, who was the player of the match because not only did he score 30 or 20, helping them to get that score, but he restricted the Helsingborg Stars getting there, and he bowled really well. Took 2 for 17. The Stars finishing 6 runs short, so they're looking to change things round in this one. And let's see how it goes. It certainly is a beautiful day. The sun is shining. As I look around me here, there's not a cloud in the sky, and it's actually very pleasant. I mean, we are out in the open, as you've seen when you've come to the comms cam. No roof over our head, but we're loving it. We're enjoying it because it gives us a really good sort of. It's almost like we've gone to a 3D view of what happens here, and being able to look around all around the ground, not being obscured by anything. And certainly what it does mean is when these balls are hit straight at us, coming up in the air, well, we're not going to get blinded by them either. So, looking forward to this contest, and I know that I am, and certainly Andrew Ryan, when he comes back from once again doing a wonderful introduction out there, we'll be talking through this match. Shetty is going to bowl the first over. So which way will this go? Doing it all over again, these two teams. The Stars taking on the Royals. The Royals having a bat first. Big swing and a miss. Somebody batted really well in the first match. He's probably keen. Rishi Natharanjan, I liked his keeping as well. Probably keen here to do one better and go on a little bit further with the bat. Made a very good contribution. The first one, 25 of the 15 balls. That's nicely played. Good running, good cricket all round. Good delivery. He just fends this away and takes a single. So Natharanjan gets himself off strike and also off the mark. And, no change in his opening partner either. Somebody who batted well as well. Balusubramanian made a healthy 33 of 23 deliveries. This one will be wide and signalled as such. No runs there. Yeah, that's always wide. It's another wide, so he's trying to get that ball sort of in that corridor just outside the off stump. Just straying a little bit. You don't mind that so much when you've got a plan in mind. They've got that sort of third man is inside the circle. They've got protection with a... Oh, that's well bowled. Change of pace. Clever bit of bowling there from Shetty. There you go. And that little bit of bounce. The ball just tends to hit the seam. Certainly does pop up there as well. This one is down the leg side and Shetty gets away with it really. Bala not really able to make a good firm contact. I think if he does, it would have been a challenge for the fielder because he would have gone very fine. And does beat diving keeper, but they do get through for a single. One more onto the board. Oh, this one's come out completely wrong. He's just trying to roll his fingers around this one, but comes out the wrist wrong from Shetty. So he's trying different things. Don't mind that. So early on he was just going pace up, trying to get the ball outside the off. He'd probably back himself to put this bit of pace on this. He does, but it's not a good line. And this one does get feathered, and it goes all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And he starts his, I'm quite surprised because you see, this is what I was saying with the one before. Just took the single from. And get anything on it, it's going to go to the boundary. He started very well. He was bowling to a plan, getting that ball outside the off stump. And then all of a sudden he's trying to go at the stumps and it's going down the leg. And it's just been helped on its way. Having a little chat and just say, come on, look at the field, look what the field is set. You can't be affording to bowl anything down there on the leg side. Going on the board now. Natarajan, he's not the man to be bowling loose deliveries to. Bit of a delay before he comes in to bowl the final ball of the first over. This one is played out on the offside, so start the first with double figures. 10 on the board. So I want to be trying to get to a higher score than last time. Remember, it was 90 the time before. I think having been out there now and gotten used to the bowlers, maybe looking to try and pass on the 100 mark. Rico Full here in, well, I was going to say the commentary box. I think I'm going to say Rico Full here in the open air. I'm being joined by my good friend and commentary partner, Andrew Ryan. Welcome back.
Thanks very much, Rico. Intriguing first over there. Royals 10 runs on the board. No wickets. Did very well. Managing to not lose too many wickets in that first game, which they were victorious in. So it was a comfortable win in the end. Certainly one that the Helsingborg Stars felt like with 2 overs to go, they were probably in the box seat, but as it was, just flurry of wickets towards the end. Couldn't find the boundary, couldn't get Devinder Singh back on strike. And they end up at 0-1 to start this tournament. Confidence boosting win for the Royals. Pretty reasonable over from Shetty. First up there, Rico.
Yeah, I think it were. I was saying before you came in, is that he started concentrating on outside the off stump and he was often straying a little bit too much with the wides. I think he had a plan in mind, and then towards the second part of the over, he started to try to attack the stumps. Just went a bit wayward. And this is short, and it goes up in the air. He doesn't get hold of it. The fielder does, fortunately for the Stars, and that's the first wicket. And it's an important one. because it's Natarajan. He goes. He's the danger man. He's the one that can really get them off to an accelerating start. Doesn't really get hold of this. Gets to the top of the bat. And good catch taken. Big wicket there.
Yeah, Ganesh Krishnamurthy dug one in short for his first delivery. Natarajan, instead of thrashing it through the offside, has tried to drag it around to mid-wicket. Hasn't got a good bit of bat on it, and relatively simple catch. And as the man who paced the early part of their innings, that's a disappointing early wicket, especially to probably not Krishnamurthy's best delivery of the day so far, but that does bring Chandra to the crease, who was pretty useful in game one, but the Royals maybe not getting off to the same flyer in the first 3 overs that they did in the last game, Rico.
No, that's a big wicket to get, because we know that he was the one that looked dangerous. And he said, I'm not letting this one go.
The full ball just swings away outside of stump. The umpire calls wide, but certainly Krishnamurthy will be heartened by the outswing that he's generating. Trying to get the ball right up full. Probably a good call from the umpire. Big wish swing from Chandra Jha. Takes that one in. A little bit short at the hip. Just defended. Straight back down the wicket. Amazing how a wicket changes things in the power play, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, the power plays, I always think that if you can pick up a couple of wickets in the power play and you're really on top of the team, and then you obviously power play over, spread the field, keep the pressure on, and then they're trying to hit over the top to trying to get the acceleration in, and it doesn't normally doesn't work. You need to get that big power play, and when somebody like Natarajan gets out early and he's not being able to do that, it puts more pressure on his team, and you can see here now that they're just joining the dots up.
Full ball from Krishnamurthy. It's just popped out to the offside. Arms held out. It's a good call from the umpire. The one looked clearly above the waist, and after a pretty good start, Krishnamurthy's let himself down. It's going to be a free hit. Chance for Bala Subramanian, who batted well in the first game, to get his innings started. He hasn't scored off his first couple of balls.
Yeah, look, this will help when you're under a little bit of pressure. Getting a free hit here is exactly what you need. And well, Sibi will be looking to make the most of this. See if he can recapture the form he was in the first match.
Oh, he's gone short. Should have been pumped backward of square leg. As it is, there's a great run-out chance. Direct hit, I think, would have had him, but as it is, action-packed delivery. They just scamper through for a single.
Oh, wow. I mean, he misses out on it. It was a good delivery, wasn't it? It was spicy. And then here, watch this. He would have been out here. He would have been run out. And you can, of course, as we know, be run out of a free hit. And that would have been disastrous. Lucky can you get. Poquito de suerte there for the batter.
Sibi just went wandering out of his crease without purpose. Krishnamurthy continues. That ball back a touch, a little bit of late outswing too. He's getting some consistent movement, as we've seen the opening bowlers do across these first 2 games.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Sticking to a plan. Isn't it interesting? I mean, Andrew, you've played cricket for a long time like I do, and quite often when we see cloud cover, we see a fair bit of cloud, we always think the ball's going to move about a lot. Yet here, no clouds, and the ball is seeming all over the place.
So they're getting some sideways movement, helped by the breeze that's pushing along to that offside, as that ball's just guided by Gar to the backward point. Oh, skip through for the single. That's the end of the over. Pretty good one for the Helsingborg Stars. The Royals are now 15 for 1 off 2.
Yeah, 15 for 1. And one more in the power play. There's 2 batters there, just having a bit of a chat to each other. And Chandra Prabhat Jha.
Doesn't that points table look interesting after that one game, Rico? The Itabori Royals sitting atop with 1 win from 1. The Helsingborg Stars 1 loss from 1. Unfortunately, holding up the bottom of the table.
The bottom, yeah.
On to strike as looks like Rod Compella, who bowled a pretty useful over in the middle of the innings in the first game. Just medium pace, getting a little touch away of movement from the batsman. manoeuvring his field. Tough job for the bowlers with only 2 fielders let out. He's gone for the defensive fielders straight, although probably wider than they were in the first game. Ball swung over the top. Panda's come in when he needed to move back. Well, that should have been another wicket back in the pavilion. It was well bowled from Compella. Drew the false stroke from Jar. And Panda, who was guilty of backtracking for a ball that he should have moved forward to in the first game, he's pushed in for that one where he just needed to take a couple of steps back.
Yeah, Compella would be very disappointed that that wasn't taken.
Nicely bowled up in the block hole from Compella. It's going to be a single, so Prefield's well there at cover. Just an easy one. Good start from Compella. Just needs to get through this 3rd over of the power play. If he can keep this to 7 or 8 runs. Feel like they're on top here, the Helsingborg Stars. Ball once again, a lot of off stump, but right in the block hole. Shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Well backed up by Sapru, and Compella's doing a good job. The ball here for his skipper. Changing the pace up, that one had a little bit more air on it, but right underneath the batsman's eyes. Full one, thrashed by Guy, only gets top edge and it flies to the fielder. Third man's inside the circle, so wouldn't have required too much more bat to take it past him. Flying for a boundary, Compella's lucky to get away. The full toss outside off stump. Better length ball. Subramanian trying to tickle it around the corner. He's just gotten stuck. Only 2 off 5 balls. They wouldn't mind a boundary to just release a bit of the pressure. Just on the leg side. He has swung across the leg. Disappointing piece of fielding. I think that was the skipper Prabhu, who's done a nifty bit of Ronaldo-esque footwork to keep it inside the boundary, but should not have been a run there in the first place. And a pretty good over from Mod Compella. We just see the action. Well, I was going to say the action replay. There wasn't enough action getting down to the ball. Fortunate that it wasn't brilliantly timed, so it's held up just inside the boundary. They come through for an easy couple, but that's a pretty good over from Pramod Compella. That takes the Yetabore Royals up to 22 for 1 of 3 win probability, seeing it's a bit 50-50 at the moment. And Rico, I think Helsingborg, after going for a few in the first 3 overs of game 1, they'd be pretty happy where that's ended up after the power play.
They'd be very happy, yeah. I mean, like for like in the first match, the Royals, they were at this point on 39. It was 22 after the second over, so it's been a much better performance in the earlier part of the innings from the Stars. And if they can continue this way, which is basically what they did in the second part of the innings, where I think it was only 38 runs that came off the last 5 overs, I think they'd be very happy. That's what they're trying to do. If they can, I mean, they'll know this, and it'll be hurting them a little, that they probably should have won that last match. They had it in the bag and then threw it away. So to keep the score around 90, they'll feel that this time around they'll be able to do one better. But this has been played well, but this is what they have to stop. That one just a little bit too short. He had the width, still had to put it away, but that's a nice shot from Jar.
Almost a carbon copy of the first ball from his last over. Ganesh coming on to bowl his second. That one, Natarajan tried to pull around to mid-wicket and got caught. As it was, that's a lovely shot from Jar, managing to pump it for a much-needed boundary. And back to our Salim on the YouTube chat saying that they need many, many more maximums. Well, they certainly do, the Royals. They need to get this total kick started in some way, and that's certainly going to help a boundary off the first ball of the 4th.
Yeah, that will help. And I think the other thing here is that we're probably going to see maybe some more batters come out as well in this innings. And we definitely will, because that one gets edged behind. That's a good catch. He takes it at the second bite, but Chandrasekhar Rai takes the catch, and it bounces up nicely second time round. So another wicket, and this is turning out to be a really good power play It was a good power play, but now they just keep continuing to pressure. The batters just not able to get onto the bowling, are they?
Yeah, lovely bit of bowling from Ganesh. Coming wide of the crease, angled it in, probably was heading towards off stump, just tailed away a touch, and Jean tries to heave it over long on, can only succeed in getting an outside edge, and neatly taken by Pramod with the gloves. He goes for 10 off 10, helped along by that one boundary off the first ball this over. But for the Yerebore Royals, they are on a one walk down struggle street in this innings so far, 26 for 2, and we're 2 balls into the 4th.
Yeah, and this goes back to my point. I think it's an opportunity to see some of the other batters. They only lost 2 wickets in that first match.
That was a beautiful ball just outside off stump. Ganesh, he's certainly responded to his captain's confidence in him, bowling the 2nd and the 4th over. Just a good channel and straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, I'm liking this from Krishnamurthy because he's not trying to bowl too fast, isn't he? He's just getting the ball in the right area and letting the ball do the work. And so far, it's paying off for him.
Full ball, batsman doesn't take full toll, goes down the leg side and called wide by the umpire, but lack of fielders is only a man just behind square inside the 30. Got to take those opportunities when they present themselves. The Helsingborg Stars bowling lineup has been very consistent so far in this innings.
Yeah, they've been they're determined, aren't they? They want to level this series. They want this victory. They don't want to be going home knowing that they're sitting bottom off the pack.
I just ask the bowler to wait while the batsman composes himself. Another lovely length ball from Ganesh, hasn't he? Got it on a string in this over so far. It's been an excellent collection of deliveries, and Murthy's been greeted by some very, very good line and length bowling.
Yeah, he's just teasing him, isn't he, outside that off stump. And you see that the non-striker just having a little word with Murthy. I don't know what he's probably just saying to him, look, just get your feet into play maybe. Let's see how this goes. Well, he almost chops his onto these stumps. And has to be chased by the fielder, chased as well.
Well, Rico. Great bit of fielding down there from the man coming around to fine leg. Fires a throw in, and unfortunately he's just taken an unlucky skip off the turf. Helsingborg Stars, unfortunately, on a couple of fronts, almost an inside edge onto the stumps, and if this was gloved cleanly, batsman was really struggling coming through for the 2nd, but as it is, survives to fight another day.
Yeah, wasn't in the picture, was he?
It's a great over, great finish to an excellent over from Ganesh Krishnamurthy. The Yerebore Royals now 29 for 2 off 4, and Rico, the Stars have responded after that first up loss.
Yeah, the Stars have responded. And speaking of Stars, well, maybe this is the start of the future. Come on, don't be shy. Give a big hello to everybody. And yeah, always nice to see the youngsters here at the ground as well. Are you enjoying your cricket? Yeah, they say, of course you're enjoying it. It's a lovely day. Yeah, look, what a great bit of bowling that is. Just keeping the ball in the right areas. It just goes to show, doesn't it? You don't have to try too hard. Don't have to put too much into it. It's just keeping the ball there, and that's all he did there. He just we said already, the ball's moving around. You mentioned that the wind could be playing a part. Well, if you keep the pace off it, get the ball short of a length, you're going to get good rewards.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly the kids who are here today, they're getting a good lesson on off-stump bowling from the Helsingborg Stars. And just a reminder to anyone in the general Landskrona area, plenty of seating down here at the ground today to come and join what is a crowd that's certainly swelling over the last hour as skipper Madan Prabhu comes into bowl. Just drilled straight back in. Almost thought there was a chance for a return catch, but as it is, they just run through for a single. But healthy crowd starting to develop here, Rico, and providing some good atmosphere in what is a ground that's starting to get a touch windier in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, that wind has just picked up, but still, as long as that sun's out there, it's very comfortable. This one just played out on the onside. They'll take another single. But yeah, come on down. Come and watch the cricket. There's plenty of places for you to come and sit down and enjoy the cricket. And, of course, maybe bring a little picnic. How about that? A little picnic. A little picnic hamper. Wouldn't that be good?
Maybe we need to do the same thing tomorrow. Rico ourselves as Prabhu just finds the block hole as
Yeah.
Balasubramanian charges down the pitch, but I couldn't think of anything better to do today. Getting the picnic rug out here on the Landskrona Oval. Getting to see the big horses around the corner. Watch some compelling T10 cricket. Is a big appeal from Prabhu, and the umpire's finger goes up. That was an excellent delivery. Balasubramanian, who struggled to get himself off strike in this innings, pinned on the back pad. Great bit of bowling from the skipper, who was very impressive in game one. And the Helsingborg Stars coming back with a vengeance. Göteborg Royals 31 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he goes right the way back, doesn't he? And across. And, of course, the only thing the umpires, I think, have to consider here is this going to go on, hit the stumps? We do know that there's a fair bit of bounce on this pitch. And, well, it is on the way up. But, look, he's so deep in his crease. I think that's going to take the top of middle stump. That's a very good decision. And, well, we talk about where we are, Landskrona. And this is the province. And it is the province of Skåne. And that's the flag.
Beautiful flag, isn't it, Rico?
So, yeah, it is. I love the colours dashing. There's so much, seems to be so much colour around this ground as well. The colour from the teams and their kits. That one is right there again, isn't he? Bowling a very good line, wicket to wicket. Look, he's going to be pumped for this match because I think he knows in his mind that the opportunity to win the first match was there, and his dismissal certainly was one that gave the opportunity. Couldn't it be another one here?
Oh, the finger goes up.
The finger goes up. Oh, well, there you go. I said he's going to be pumped for it. It's the captain, Prabhu. He wants revenge, sweet revenge. He wants to make amends for maybe the error that he made when he got out and he thought the game was in the bag. But this is well bowled, and, well, ooh,
that's a top bit of bowling from Prabhu, though. I mean, we talked about the guys earlier on in the innings managed to get some good outswing with the wind that's pushing across to the offside for the right-hander. Prabhu's managed to get that one to jag back, and I think it's probably just hitting in line with the off stump. Umpire was pretty confident about the decision, but either way, an excellent piece of bowling. And now the Royals 31 for 4 after 5 overs, and the Helsingborg Stars right on top in this contest.
Yeah, I mean, that's you know, you see these bowlers, sometimes you say, if you can make good use of the crease when you're bowling, sometimes get close to the stumps, sometimes come wide. It really makes it difficult for the batter. Doesn't know what's going to come. There he goes wide. And the only thing for me was where the ball was pitching. It does pitch outside the line, but he gets it to nip back. And I think you're right, Andrew. I think he's going to go on to give that off stump a little kiss on the way through. I think that's a good shout from the umpire.
Just a kiss, just a little nibble, little tickle the outside of the stump. I think it's a good call. Lovely piece of bowling from Adam Prabhu regardless. Really hustles through his overs, doesn't he, Rico? He bowls with enough pace, but it's only coming off a couple of steps, so never lets the batter get settled, particularly when he starts getting a few dot balls rolling through. It's a challenging customer to wrestle momentum back. And speaking of challenging customers, Rohit Sapru's coming on to bowl his slow looping right arm spin. It's a little bit short, but it's just lofted out towards point, and they're going to take a single.
Yeah, then he decided to trap this like a footballer would. And, gets away with it. He's got nobody backing him up there, so you've got to make sure he makes that stop. They've opted for those two men on the offside on the boundary, pretty straight, so long off, and the extra cover. The third man's now moved around a bit.
It's nicely cut by Sasindran, who was excellent with the ball in game one. The Royals are going to need him to step up with the bat here in game two. Sapru doing what Sapru does. Just landing balls just outside off stump. Not a huge amount of pace for the batsman to work with. One drops a little bit short. Fielder coming around. Unfortunately can't track it down, and that's a much needed boundary for the Royals. Sasindran, they need him to get going, and shown a bit of quality early on.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, isn't it? I mean, he picks it really quickly, gets into good position, and he's not trying to hit it too hard. He's relying on his timing. And the fielder there, not able to stop it. To 4 runs, 4 very valuable runs. And they need a partnership. They need something to start clicking here. Otherwise, this is going to be a very low-key score. And maybe Sasindran is going to be the one to do it. And we know that Murthy, he can bat pretty well here as well. So these two, both and 4 at the moment. They need to, I think, stick around for maybe at least sort of 18 deliveries here and then have a real, with wickets in hand, go at the last few balls remaining. Let's see how that goes.
So Sandran trying to put a bit of pressure on Sapru, using his feet to get outside of off stump. Really wanting to target that leg side. They've got 3 defensive fielders out in the boundary on that leg side. One who probably about 10 metres in front of square leg on the boundary, another in more cow corner place. And long on here, Devinder Singh. Big man, big beard. Looking to track down any balls hit straight. Sprue continues. Nicely flighted delivery, just gets the outside edge of Murthy's bat. Managed to take an easy single.
Yeah, knocking the flight. I think in these conditions, wind can take a play as well, flight the ball up, and you know that the batter's position they're in need to go after it. You see there, it's up in the air, and oh, well, he dives at it. I think he may have tested this through. Doesn't go to the boundary. The batters do take 2. There was an opportunity there for sure for the taking.
Yeah, it's the end of the over, 40 for 4 after 6. Actually, the fielder there, Rahul Trith, he made really, really good ground, actually. The Panda had crept in on the cover position. Rahul coming in from the boundary, sprinted in, and if anything, actually probably got a little bit past the flight path of the balls. We have a look at the European Cricket Network win probability. It's all in favour of the Helsingborg Stars at the moment. 76% chance of them winning, but all that means, Rico, is that 24 in every 100 games from this position, the team batting first, the Yerebore Royals are victorious. So this is certainly not a done and dusted contest whatsoever. And that man who just showed some athleticism coming in from the outfield, Rahul, he's actually been throwing the ball for what will be the 7th over of the innings.
Yeah, Rahul, he'd be hoping to just keep the pressure on. I mean, at the moment, they're going just over 6 and over. And that's not going to get them the sort of score that they want, sort of looking at under 70. So that acceleration has to come in at some point. We know that both these batters, they can do it. They're prepared to hit. They're prepared to take a chance.
Drops short. It's not hit particularly hard, but gee, it's well timed by Chandra Murthy. Manages to find the boundary, the gap between cow corner and square leg, just nicely played.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a shot that both these batters are prepared to play. We saw Sasidaran as well. He's prepared to make room for himself going out the off to play it there. So just wonder if they may just change the field here, just get one of those 2 players on the offside inside the ring that are pretty close together to maybe go into that sort of mid-wicket point. Looks like a little change here now. So let's see if this works for him.
Might overcorrect, drag it down the offside. It's nicely bowled. He's a tall man, gets a little bit of jump off the pitch. Much better length on that occasion. Just having a look at the YouTube chat, Rico. Wonderful to see all the fans in there. Plenty of bants happening today, and Nads KJ, great comment from Nads, talking about the wonderful job of everyone playing today and really giving some support to the guys who have come to perform here at the Landskrona ECS. So great to have you with us, Nads, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage from this wonderful part of Europe in southern Sweden. It's an absolute joy for Rico, myself, and the rest of the European Cricket Network team to be here. Just an absolute fabulous day, isn't it, Rico?
It's a beautiful day. Yeah, thank you, Nads, for your comments, and thank you to everybody else that are on the chat. And remember to subscribe, and as we always say, tell your friends, tell your family. We are a community of cricket. We're a ever-growing European Cricket Network family, and it's absolutely lovely to have you there with us. And also a big shout out to everybody watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Namaste to you, and I hope you're enjoying the proceedings so far here from Landskrona, and it's been a beautiful start weather-wise, and we've had some quality cricket as well. A close first match, and this one could be heading in the same direction.
Also flighted again from Rahul. Just gets that outside off stump. Well bowled, using the facilities very, very well. Nikhil on the YouTube chat talking about what an explicit action that Rahul has. It's certainly some good analysis from Nikhil. Gets a good bit of spin over the top, jumps off the deck a little bit, keeps it to a 1. It's a good comeback from him actually after being hit for a boundary first ball.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? But you're right, he has got quite a nice action. It's well controlled. He doesn't fall over. Keeps himself nice and straight. Gets that arm across as well. But it's almost like he's always nerdling and doing something with the ball. Here we go. Yeah, that's good. This time a bit more loop. And probably will be called a wide. It is. And some work by the keeper as well.
Don't mind the bowling attack there though, Rico. Really pushing it up in the air. A little bit of drift, probably just from typical off-spin bowler, but also with the prevailing wind pushing it around to the offside. It's a nice piece of bowling despite the wide.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we see this one again, oh, that's well bowled, and it's another opportunity. And once again, he just probably gets his foot back in time. Let's probably see this again. But what he's doing is he's trying to lure the batter out of the crease. He's just keeping that width there. And if you're not getting your foot to the pitch of the ball, that you're going to get off balance, and that's what he's relying on here. And here, maybe, if it were me here, I'd get the quicker one in here now. To see if he's got the quicker one, fire it in. And it's slightly flatter. Not quite as quick, but still just gives a little bit too much width. Maybe just wants to get that ball just a bit closer to the batter. Maybe that one a wicket, and he's trying to, the batter's eyes light up, tries to go big.
Yeah, nice over from Rahul there. Came back after a boundary first ball. And speaking of nice, the European Cricket Championship coming up from 12th of September through to the 14th of October. We'll be back to the Cardamom Cricket Oval in Malaga. And gee, there's some big matchups in there, Rico, including Group A. Ireland taking on Spain, and we know the Spanish team, Pack I Care, were victorious back at the European Cricket League no more than about a month ago. That should be a tasty contest.
I think that'll be a really tasty contest. And look, I want your feedback on the group where, well, I know where you play your cricket in Switzerland. That there is, well, that is a really tasty group.
Well, I don't want to overstate it, but Group D, everyone else aside from Switzerland is essentially playing for second place.
Well, look, me and Vinny were having a talk about this now in the Switzerland side. Let's see this delivery first from Rohit. It's up in the air, could be a wicket, and it should have been a wicket. Oh, there's a dolly. He's dropped the dolly there. He won't be happy about that. And, well, what a big lad of that is Panda. He gets the opportunity to break this partnership, and he makes a complete mess of it. Spare a thought for the bowler. And then, right on cue, the next one is out of here. Balle, balle, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Well, Rohit Sapro is not a happy man.
Well, Sasindran showing he's got plenty of power to go with his outswing bowling. Spruce just dropping a little bit short. He's gone across to the offside again. Launches a second Maximo in 2 balls. Well, hasn't this total started to accelerate after being in the doldrums for so long? Sapru, who's generally very hard to get away, just under attack here from Antu, and that is 6-6 off the last 2 balls.
Yeah, I mean, it dropped the catch and then the punishment starts. And this is what they needed. They needed the acceleration. Well, they're doing it maybe the reverse to the first match. The first match, they did all the hard work the first 5 overs. Maybe they're looking to do it all here late.
Sapru coming around the wicket. Sasindran goes again. It's not going to be a Maximo, but it's certainly going to be another boundary. That's 16 runs off the last 3 balls. And all of a sudden, the Royals have been resuscitated.
Well, this is not the best of bowling. He's floated this right up there, but you know that with Sasindran, what he's going to do, he steps outside the off, he gives himself space to play on the onside. You've got to stop him doing that. I think you've got to go back to that short of a length outside the off and try and get him to cut the ball right so he can't play any shots on the onside. 3 boundaries on the spin. Where's this one going?
Well, he gives him another chance. Just dragged it back a touch as it is. Sasindran drags it to the leg side. It's only a 1. Just bringing the heart rate down after plenty of blood pressure moments over those last few balls. Some great striking from Antra Sasindran. Sabru needs to get out of the over. Floats one outside the off stump. Drill down. Singh jumps, but he can't take it. That is another maximum. That is a huge, potentially game-turning over Rohit Sapru, who's generally such a reliable bowler, has been taken to the cleaners by the Royals. And that over, and boy, do we have game on now, Rico.
Well, Sapru, he goes for 24 in the over. It's a huge one. It's a magical one. It's exactly what the Royals needed. And, well, I want to talk to you more about this one. So Switzerland, that, of course, is where you play your cricket. And me and Maxie were thinking after you took that fifer, maybe you're trying to get into the team, are you?
Well, it's a good question, Rico. I mean, when you get 5 for 5 in a T10 game, then surely the national selectors have
take notice, eh?
I can only assume that they've lost my phone number in the intervening period, or apparently 41-year-olds aren't necessarily part of the long-term selection plan. But either way, there's a great group of players within the Swiss national team. At the moment, I think we've actually got 5 of them from my team, Cosnay Cricket Club, who are all in very, very good form to start the season. And that Swiss team will surprise people. I think they'll be really, really in the mix for that group in particular, as we see Shetty come on to bowl the 9th. It's wide of off stump, just struck straight to the fielder at point. I think it's Rohit Sapru there, and they'll just push through for a single. But I noticed on the chat, actually, Cricket Mania talking about it, already very excited for that time of the European Cricket Championship coming up in a few months. And tell you what, Rico, it is hard not to get excited.
No, I mean, there's the quality of cricket. And you know what I think gets us more excited now? As that's a good bit of work. And the umpires, they're not asking. Sometimes we have this line review system. You'll see the call that they're asking for it. That is pretty close, you know. Oh, I reckon he could be gone here. I really do. Look, have a look at the bat. I don't think the bat gets past the line. This is,
I think he's gone, Rico.
I think he's gone.
I think he's out by the size of a digestive biscuit turned side on there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, see anything like that. And look, I'm going to be the first to put my hand up. You see things first up, and even when we watch it on Uncle Monitor, you think, I think he's made it. But I still think when you look at it again second time, you think like there, you think, no, he's out. And that's where the umpires, I think, if you're not 100% sure, anything close, you've got that review system, line review system, make use of it.
All bowled from Shetty, all scored wide. Would have been pretty keen to get the dot ball there. Nice little change up, just moving away. Just having a look on the YouTube chat, Rico. Cricket Mania's chime back in that always wonderful to be in Khartoum, and apparently the Group D teams, Italy, Germany and Romania, are Cricket Mania's favourite, which I think is just sort of trolling me a little bit with the non-mention of Switzerland. That one's just played straight down the ground of Vinder Singh. Keep it to a single.
Nicely played. But yeah, of course, I was going to say the reason why you're excited is if you go on this sort of road trip down Europe, we see some fantastic players, as you're going to see here in Sweden. And then knowing that those players, then the best of the best, come together for that tournament, wow, it's just it's amazing. And Khartoum, as we know, beautiful place, lovely setup. And this one's in the air, it's a chance, and well, that's very well stopped, Devinder Singh. I think he realised he's not going to take the catch, and focuses on stopping it. Good work also from the fielder backing up behind him as well. That's a good bit of teamwork. And we see that the banner here saying that we grow together and stronger together. Well, that's what the Stars have to be here if they to win this one. And at the moment, the good work they did in the first part of the match, it's sort of been a little bit undone here. There's a partnership here developing. I think both batters have given chances. They should have gone. So Cizran definitely should have. He gave an absolute dolly of a chance that got put down. And now they're being made to pay.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on Shetty. He's trying to get through this over. If he can just keep this to a single. Ball's outside off stump. Swung down the ground. Devinder Singh back in the game again. And they'll keep it to a 1. That leaves the Royals 80 for 4. 1 over still to go. So it looks like they'll at least put a defendable total on the board. We know they won game 1 with only 90 scored off their 10 overs. It's been a very different innings. That one where they really got ahead of the run rate early on, but then struggled towards the back end. This one lost plenty of wickets up the top, but Murthy and Sasindran have batted very, very well in the last few overs.
Yeah, these two have batted well. Look, they came together when the score was on 31 for 4. You can see how they've continued. I think they've batted they've really taken it to the bowlers, haven't they? I mean, Sasidaran particularly, he's moving around in his crease, and he's showing them all the stumps, but he's managed to get back on the ball. And this one, I think a big over here. I mean, if they can again get to that 90 plus, well, they'll be thinking, right, we've done it before, we can defend it again. Big over here.
Yeah, Madan Prabhu, skipper, bring himself on the bowl. Handy man to have bowling the 10th. See if Sasindran tries to work his way around the batting crease. Give Prabhu a few different looks. Ball pushes down the leg side. We'll take him to the keeper, but wide first ball. Just while we wait for Prabhu to reset himself, big hello to Vinny Sandhu, who's in the chat, lurking around some airport in Europe.
You know, you said the word there. This one should be taken. Devinder Singh, no mistakes. He's a big player. He's going to play a big part, I think, in this series for his team. You can see why. And there's a bit more quality there, so he takes a good catch. And they do break this partnership, and they needed a good over here to stop this score going around that 90 mark. That wicket will certainly help.
Yeah, Dead said he's got hands the size of baseball gloves, Devinder Singh. If anything comes near him, it's going straight in the pouch. Saw that on that last bit of fielding in the previous over when he picked one up off the half volley remarkably. But much needed wicket that they haven't managed to take a scalp for quite a few overs, and that was a great partnership from Murthy and Sasindran. But as it is, Murthy back in the sheds. He scored 21 off 17, 4 and a 6 in his innings, and balls left to create some damage here. See if he manages to get Sasindran back on strike, so does his job.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Vinny Sandhu normally says, right, this is the time to call upon any lurkers out there. If you're a lurker and don't normally get involved in the chat, get involved. Well, maybe Sandhu's doing the lurking. But, well, hello to Vinny Sandhu. I'm sure he's getting ready. You're getting ready to get on a flight. I'm sure you are. You got one more day there in. Well, he's landed, so I think he's going to spend a day or two in Prague first.
Rico, I think we've got to be, the amount of fans that he has chasing him around Europe, I think we've got to be a little bit more surreptitious in disclosing his whereabouts from time to time. Prabhu manages to get a couple of dot balls in succession straight through to the keeper. Another great over so far from the skipper, and the Royals, who would have been eyeing off maybe about 95 at the start of this over. Prabhu just hustling them through.
Yeah, and need boundaries. And this one could be another catch for Singh. It is, no mistakes. Thank you very much, says Singh. And it's bye-bye to a man who's batting really well, Sasandra. He certainly did get the acceleration in for them. He's got them to the score in the 80s. Well, it could be a Grady 80s sort of match. Anything can happen. So a good knock, but both Sasandra and Murthy, who put that 51 partnership together, they're both back. So is anybody out there capable of giving this last ball the long handle? Well, that's the man who's going to be doing it. Villas is on his back. Villas Hedge. Let's see if he can send this to the boundary and finish in the high end of the 80s.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rico, in a desperate attempt to make this all about me, Madan Prabhu is actually challenging my figures of 5 for 5. He's now got 4 for 4. Let's see if he can get a fifth off this final ball. Drilled straight down the ground. Sorry, no 5 for Madan.
Oh, well.
That's coming back for a second. They might get the run out, and they do complete it down at the wicketkeeper's end. Sharp bit of work in the field. Devinder Singh, hasn't he racked up some fantasy points in the field in this innings? I'm sure he'll do plenty with the bat later on, and it looks like Vilas just struggling to turn for that second. He's out by a good 3 metres, and that is the end of a pretty good performance in the field from the Helsingborg Stars.
Yeah, look, it's been a really good performance because they started really well and they kept them tight, didn't they, in that power play, just around 40 runs. And then it was turned for them to hit back strong for the Royals. We saw some nice shots being played there. We saw that partnership of 50 runs. But then, again, it was a big finish from the Stars. So it's all sort of a bit of a roller coaster, this. It's one team, then the other. And I get the feeling that the reply could be very much the same as we leave you with these highlights.
Yeah, it should be a really entertaining chase, this. The the Royals losing those wickets at the top. They just could not get their innings accelerated. Ganesh, he bowled a good couple of overs, second and fourth, a little bit of a way swing, managed to get Chandul Jar. It was very, very good for the Royals in game one. But that brought Chano Murthy to the crease, and he's been a good batsman for the Royals over the last couple of years. Nobody could get on top of Madan Prabhu, though. He ended up with figures of 4 for 5 in a superb bowling performance. The skipper mixing up his pace, getting the ball to move both ways, and he engaged the umpire for a couple of LBW shouts. Really, really good bowling. But speaking of good bowling, a man who's going to have to do plenty with the ball in the next innings, and Anthu, he came out, hit fours early on, and he got the innings accelerated, Rico.
Yeah, he certainly did. Look, if you have a look at the way that it went, I mean, Shetty went for 10 off the first over. Then the only other over that went for double figures was that magical one, the 8th from Rohit Sapru. He first went for 9. Then he went for 24. And at that point, you thought, well, maybe they're going to get to around about the 90, the 100 mark. But it was a good finish there. Shetty bowled well. But that last over from Prabhu was sensational.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff from the from the skipper, not the keeper all round. Prabhu, excellent with the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, fine bit of cricket all round here. It's going to be another interesting match. Look, this was good from Singh, wasn't it? We saw him make that stop there, and then, well, we saw the 2 catches from him. You know, that's his area. I always say you've got to have your best fielders in the best place, and Singh, definitely, Davinder Singh, that's his spot. He takes the first catch, which was a difficult one, and he had to dive forward to take it. That one was a little bit more easier, but you do have to take him. And then, well, the last 2 batters, they were scrambling here to try and get the 2. And they made the 1, but a good throw from who? From Singh, of course. Well, you know, I'm going to say it. I've got to say it. Davinder Singh, or maybe he has had his aloo paranthas, and they're starting to kick in now. He's done a good job there in the field, and I think he's going to be one of the keys with the bat. I think if he performs well, if he starts timing the ball and hitting it clean, it's going to take some stopping. So the Royals here, it's been a mixed innings. You see, nothing really happened in the top part of the order, but that good partnership between Murthy and Sasindran, that was the one that got them back in the game. But I think the Stars taking the wickets when it mattered, taking the wickets when it could change the game. But really good bowling there towards the end there. After 1 over, the 8th went for 24. Sachin Sethi, he's 9th, only 1 for 8. And, well, we say it all happens in the 9th. It didn't there. Certainly didn't happen for the Royals. And that final over from Prabhu was really good as well. And you've just seen those bowling figures there. But 4 for 5 from Madan Prabhu. Well, the captain, he certainly is up for this one. He believes that maybe he's responsible for them not winning the first. So he's going to make sure he can do everything he can that they win this one here. And as we see, the way it looks at the moment, well, we're saying that it is. Well, the computer is saying the win probability. We're going to go for Hisenberg Stars to come back strong and equal this series. Well, join me, Rico Full, and my dear friend Andrew Ryan, as we come back to see if that's going to be the case. So 84 required for victory. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 2, and it's the second one between the Royals and the Stars. Hello and welcome back. We are, of course, in Landskrona, and well, I'll give you a moment to absorb that blue pitch. Yes, that's right, it is blue. And not only is the pitch blue, but today is a marvellous day. Even the sky is blue. It's a perfect start to this FanCode European Cricket Series in Landskrona. It's in the province of Skåne. It's a lovely setup here. It's a part of Sweden which is located near the southwestern tip, and lots of interesting things here. But one thing that I'm told is that this province of Skåne, is where the most happiest people live. So it's the happy place, and certainly a lot of people are venturing to the ground here to watch the cricket. We grow together. Well, that's what that banner says, and we do grow together. This community of cricket, and our family is growing all the time. And thank you to that global family. A lot of you are tuning in on the YouTube channel and talking to us, and we love that all the time. And well, we ask you to tell your friends and everyone else about it. The more the merrier. All we say is this: keep it clean, and if you're new to the game, it's a good opportunity for you to get on and ask questions about some of the things happening. And if myself and Andrew Ryan can't be there to talk you through it, if we miss it, well, there's plenty of other people there. And a good shout out to all the moderators as well, as we see the teams getting ready to start this innings. Everything to play for. It's a very good job done in the field by the Helsingborg's Stars. They restricted the strong Royals. Royals winning the first one between these two. And it was a close game. It was only came down to 6 runs. So this one, I think it's going to be close as well. I think everything, the power play for me is important. I think the Stars have to have a good power play. And if they can do that, they can certainly give themselves a good opportunity to make it 1 apiece here and then go back. Well, I think a happy side. Both these teams will be. I think it's be fair to share those results. We saw how close the first one was. As the batters make the way out, it's going to be Avinash Panda to take the first ball, and Suhas Shetty is going to be the non-striker. The umpires are out there. A good hello to them, Sagar and Ashish. And also joining me, Rika Full, in this beautiful open commentary position is my dear friend, and as I like to call him, he's the gentleman of commentators, and it's Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, Andrew.
Welcome back. Well, great to be welcome back with you, Rico. Certainly an interesting game coming up. Certainly the first time referred to as a gentleman for a little while as well, but the first time for everything. Just having a look in the YouTube chat, there's plenty of discussion about how it's likely to happen in this match. Seamus coming out with a big prediction. He thinks the Stars will lose some early wickets, look like losing, but then hit 24 off 1 over to get themselves back in the contest. That's a big, bold prediction from Seamus. Also, big hello to Kai, who's watching us from Sydney, Australia. European Cricket Series going in prime time to the Southern Hemisphere. Speaking of prime time, big Chandu coming in for the first over. Lovely first ball, just hitting back of the lane, searing up the batsman's chest.
Yeah, that's well. Look, I'm liking this field, Andrew. Their players are in close. I always like this. I think put the pressure on early. You can see that there's 2 men either side of the wicket. Man on the offside and on the onside, really close. And they're basically saying, no easy runs here.
Avinash Panda, he's a bit frustrated at the moment. Panda hasn't had the happiest of starts to this tournament. Got out clean bowled. As Anantu took him out in the first game. Lovely piece of bowling after he's beaten outside off stump a few times. Chandu, the new ball on this occasion, but Panda just needs to get a boundary to get himself back in a little bit of form, get some confidence up. Nicely driven, but straight to the fielder.
This is exactly, you know, it goes back to how do somebody like the Göteborg Royals get back into this match. Well, the way to do it is a couple of tidy overs, get a good power play in themselves, Maybe try and restrict the score to about just gaining around 5. This is up in the air, will bounce. Oh, and you got to watch for the spin on these. And this time, it's an indication of just how hard this ground is. And this one was always spinning. Look, it's sliced away. And the fielder is not able to deal with it. You see there on the picture, I think that's Richards on the camera there. Hello, Richards. Give us a thumbs up. Hope you're enjoying yourself in the sun there. He's always in the action, Richards.
Well, probably not the most stylish way for Panda to get his account open here at ECS Landskrona, but he'll take the boundary. Chandu bowls one that just stays outside off stump. Great length. Panda try to whip over mid-wicket.
This one just shades the off stump, doesn't it? It's not far at all. Not a good shot. You see, he's taking himself away. He's giving himself loads of room going down that leg side, but leaving himself open. He's better off trying to do the opposite way. Go the opposite way. Go into the ball and play this straight. Well, he gets done again. Good shape from the bowler. Good movement, and follows up that lucky boundary really with some dot balls. That's the end of the first over, and it's only that boundary that's registered on the scoreboard. It's 4 without loss at the end of the first.
Yeah, great start from Chandu Jha. Excellent over from him. He's a big bustling paceman. There's a lot to like about his bowling. Still a pretty good start for the Royals as they try to defend what is probably a subpar total. Landskrona needing 80 off the last 9 overs. Just having a look back, we've got some excellent banter going on the YouTube chat, Rico. Linda Macbeth saying hi from Brisbane, my part of the world. So lovely to have your company, Melinda. Good to hear some Australian representation. And Helix mentioning that, yes, we've got another panda. It seems that pandas are all over the place as we see Anantu Zandrasan come in, just swung away for a ball that is going to almost beat the fielder coming around from square leg, pulls it in, good throw, but it's going to be a 2. So we just seem to have for an animal that is endangered, we seem to have an overabundance of pandas within European Cricket Network. Of course, we've got Lily Panda, who's a massive fan and very regularly on the YouTube chat, but also a man that we know very well, Panda, what up? From Portugal.
What up, Panda? What up? Yeah, and another panda here. And of course, all the pandas we have, they all find a way to entertain us as well.
It's a good ball. Sandran bowls with enough pace, but it's more his location and late movement which causes drama. It's got a lovely repeatable action, and frankly the batsman's lucky not to get an outside edge.
Seems to skid it through, doesn't it, Sasidaran? He's not like some of the other bowlers where they're getting a good carry through, good bounce. He seems to skid through, so just got to be a little careful. This one's played out again, but yeah, I mean the way that the Royals get back into this is, we saw good first over, only 4 from it, and that was a very lucky 4. A good couple of overs here, and all of a sudden that rate, as you're seeing already, will creep up to around that 10 mark, and they'll feel, right, okay, game back on.
Good length ball, nicely driven though, beats the fielder at cover. Subhash coming around there from his position at mid-off. Nice length again though from Sasindra. He really doesn't give a huge amount of space for the batsmen to free their arms.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how they go about utilising the bowlers this time round. We felt that maybe they're overcommitted with all the key bowlers bowling out in the first. Would they hold anybody back?
Shy at the stumps, probably wouldn't have been too far away. Rashedi pretty quick between the wickets, but having to take on the fielders here because the boundaries are not flowing. It's another good start from the opening bowlers, but we did see in that last game, Rico, as Nantu come through to try to close out this over. Good full ball, dug out by Panda. Probably pretty sensible batting at this stage. It's the end of the over. As we look at the top 5 bowlers from ECS Landskrona last year, and that man at the front, Yusuf Sahak, he took, I think it was on the first morning, 4 wickets in 4 balls to get his team, Ariana Cricket Club, up in an improbable win against Melmo Cricket Club. Just a match they should not have been in with a shout of winning. It's a remarkable performance.
Yeah, we're just having a look there. This is also interesting. This is good works by our stats gun. Total number of wickets were taken. I mean, that's a huge number. The runs, 7,470. But always good to see how, and always I like looking at how the wickets go. the catches. 49% of them were catches, and there's quite a few caught on bowls as well. And then you've got the bowled statistics as well. Yeah, always interesting to look at that. But looking at maybe once this is completed, this series, maybe we're closer to around about 15,000 runs. Oh, that's something, isn't it? 15,000 runs in this series. And there's the top batters. What can you tell us about these guys?
Oh, the man at the top again. Nusratullah Sultan, probably my favourite cricketer in the entirety of Sweden. He's not only got the best name, but he is a brutal striker once he gets going. It's not quite a brutal strike, but Shetty's got enough to take it just short of the boundary line. Nifty bit of footwork. That's Vinod Malaboyana, who's managed to keep that inside the field of play. They'll scamper through for a 2, but Nusratullah Sultan, he's the inspirational leader of the Ariana Cricket Club. He's a big, big hitter. Well, he comes in offside, managed just to drag it around. Shetty taking advantage of the fact that it's still the power play. Not a particularly attractive shot. I'm not sure there's going to be too many textbooks which will be replicating that one, but he's gotten enough on it. Takes it over the top of mid-on's head, and that's another boundary which they really, really need.
Yeah, they need the acceleration somehow. And Shetty, as you said, this is all about the power play and having a quick change in the field straight away. I'm sort of following the ball a little. I mean, it was. I think he just gets lucky with the shot. Another time it could just go straight up in the air. See if this is. It's pitched up there again, and this time, oh, there! That is shocking fielding. That isn't good. Well, I certainly wouldn't have him as one of my defenders because, well, he's not going to make any goal line stops, is he? That's not really good at all. And Panasami, he's not wanting to watch that one again.
Yeah, pretty ordinary bit of fielding. Subhash had a chance to play on that ball. Shetty's just taking the long handle, realising that his team really needs to get a move on. Needed 4 again. Full ball. It's well bowled.
Oh, well, this would have been out. He could have gone either way. He could have gone to the keeper's end. He decides to go to the bowler's end. And look at this. Look, both batters are like having a meeting in the middle. And, he has more time than he has as well. And I think if he was vigilant enough for quick throws to the keeper, it would have been out.
Straight down the ground again. I don't think Subhash is going to make a mistake with this one. Comes in and keeps it to 1, breathes a sigh of relief. And the Helsingborg Stars, well, helpful over there. 11 off for Murty, and they end up 20 for none off the first 3. So you wouldn't say they're in a healthy position, but once again, not the biggest total they're chasing. They're going to reach 84 to win this second game. European Cricket Series win probability, it's certainly in favour of Helsingborg at the moment, although you would not necessarily think that was instinctively the case, Rico.
No, I think the only thing you'd have to take into account, you still got Devinder Singh to come in. Maybe that's why both these batters are starting to take a bit of a chance, but of course it's not going to get easier because now the Royals are able to spread the field. The power play are done. 20 off it. I think the Royals will be pretty happy with the work they've done so far because that rate is going, for them, the way they want it. It's going upwards, not downwards.
Subhash Shetty's starting to find his range, but that's come off the top edge of the bat fielder, coming around from mid-wicket. Just a couple of metres short. That ball was hanging up in the breeze. Shetty admonishing himself for a loose shot.
Yeah, Shetty at the moment, things are going his way. He's played some unorthodox shots, but he's got away with it so far.
Just short of a length. Panda dribbles it to mid-wicket. Fancy bit of footwork. Really unnecessary from Vilas Hedge. Captain might be encouraging him to use at least one of those 2 pairs of hands that he's got. Still, it's only a single. Good full ball. Artu still managing to get that bit of a way swing.
Yeah, look, I think to Shetty, any delivery Rhino that's in this area, he's not going to get back onto ballers. You can see where he's looking to hit every shot, and just there, just slightly short of a length. He doesn't move his feet. He goes actually back into his crease. He's going to struggle.
That one across the line, diving stop. Well, Hedges listened to our advice from a couple of balls ago. He throws himself in front of the ball that was travelling at some speed. Shetty got a good piece of it and managed to keep it to one.
He does well here. That's the difference, isn't it? Yeah, use your hands. He did here. Right, no, I think he did. He sort of got off the floor, dusted himself down and gave you a bit of a look there.
Good to know that our booming voices carry across to the mid-wicket region here at Landskrona. Nice ball just outside off stump, not too far from taking the edge of the Panda batsman. Like the way that he's just practiced the leave after that ball. Not something you see in T10 cricket too much.
I told you the Panda's a character. I mean, this is a lovely delivery, and yeah, just keep an eye on him. I don't know if you catch him there. He's following the ball there, but Panda then just says, okay. I don't think his captain will be too happy if he starts leaving these. This one's well bowled, and it's just going to be a dot. And well, it's going well here at the moment, so the score stays on 23. Hello to everybody, and welcome to the sunshine. Welcome to the beautiful, fresh, open air. We are in Landskrona here in Sweden, and what a start we've had so far here.
Yeah, a couple of good games. I think these two teams are evenly matched, Rico, actually. In this 5-team group, we'll see Jönköping come up against Seaside in the next match, which I think should be a cracking contest as well. But it looks like it should be a fairly evenly placed group.
You know me, I do like to be beside the seaside. Certainly looking forward to that. Look, it's going to be an interesting competition, this one. I think we know some of the teams, quite a few like these two making the debut as well. So yeah, I think we're gonna come across some players we haven't seen before, and maybe some more shining stars, maybe some more that will make it into the Hall of Fame for the European Cricket Network. This one has been hit like a bullet, and that's 4 runs, forget about it. It's time to get going, and that one will do. So Suha Shetty, he swung and missed at a few, but this one comes out of the middle of the bat, and that disappears. Too short from the bowler.
Yeah, well, his opening partner, Avinash Panda, could take a leaf or two out of the Suha Shetty book. He's not going to die wondering. Swings very much leg side, but he does swing hard, and he's the man who's keeping them in this game at the moment. He's up to 21 off 14. Panda just chugging along, 6 runs off 11 balls, and he's got to get moving or get out, but Shetty keeping this innings afloat.
Yeah, Manapusa, what's his response going to be? It could be the first wicket. Wicketkeeper getting under it, and he, well, totally misses this. And it's one that you've got to take. He calls it, he wants it, but Natarajan, well, it's trying to take this crocodile style, I think, and it ends up being a bit of a mess. So the chance goes. Now,
Rico, you've been very generous with him there. For a player of Natarajan's quality, I can't believe he has shelled that. You see Vanapusa comes in good. What a good leg.
Listen, the only thing I would say is it could be a really good move because Panda's doing nothing. He's not hurting them. And maybe Natarajan is saying, you know what, I'm going to keep him there. Why not? Well, I'm just being kind to him, to Natarajan. You see, I can be kind sometimes and not always ruthless.
You're applying a layer of strategy.
Here we go. Well, this is the test. Well, let it go down this side. There you go. It's all part of the plan. Keep Panda there because he's scoring hardly any runs. He's not hurting us.
Well, strategically they've messed up. That was Shetty, the man who's keeping this innings.
Was that Shetty?
It was Shetty.
That is a mess then. This one you got to take. Look, this is like hitting it over the bar, stopping the goal, but not taking the catch.
That one's just inside edge down to fine leg. This over's had basically everything. Venapusa's actually bowled a pretty good over. We saw him come in and close the game in the 10th in game 1. He's come in and bowled a nice little spell here so far, but not backed up by his fielders who have shelled 2 catches. And the interesting thing with Natarajan, he's a good bowler as well. So question, particularly after he's struggled in both games with the gloves, maybe they need to think about bringing him into the bowling attack as Shetty drills that down to long off. Well fielded, they'll only end up with the 1. That's the end of the over. Helsingborg Stars 31, no wickets down, but 5 overs already used up.
Yeah, I'll tell you one man who just is probably itching to get out there. We know who that is. Devinder Singh. He's probably shouting out to them and say, look, one of you get out. He's probably telling Panda, do something. Well, there's a change of a bat here. I don't know if that's going to make a big difference. And thinking, well, maybe if we change the bat, And that I think that's Shetty that's had a change. Shetty's bat is going okay. He's doesn't need to change his. So yeah, I think there's could probably a little bit of instruction there at the same time to say, hey, tell Panda he's got to go. I mean, Devinder Singh says, I need to be out there now.
Yeah, Devinder Singh, we can see him from our commentary, I was going to say commentary box, commentary table at the moment. He's looking pretty relaxed, almost like he's sitting out in the smoking room just pondering what he's going to light up next. He's in very casual form, but you need to give him at least 3 or 4 overs if at all possible, and particularly when they're still 54 short of chasing this down, and there's still some good bowling to come.
Yeah, Chandan is the man that comes into the attack.
Decent length ball. That one's just stayed a bit low. Shetty probably, as he has a want to do, heaving it over the leg side. Probably need to try to thrash that through point, but it was through to the keeper, and yet another dot ball.
That breeze has picked up a bit. It's a bit of a chill factor around with it as well. But with that sun out, we're okay. This one was played out and can't afford to make any mistakes. He's very wary now when this ball is coming to Palansamy. He knows that he's matched one up. He's keen not to do it again. I sometimes say you've got to have your best fielders in the key places. And I don't know if Subhash, under pressure, is probably the best to have out there. This one has to be stopped. And wow, this is all about putting your body on the line. And I say you got to get dirty. Well, he gets dirty, and he takes one for his team there as well. He's giving it a bit of rub. Yes, I like it. Oh, I like it.
Yeah, gutsy stuff. Gets the rib cage in where the hands should have been, but that's what you need to be victorious in this European Cricket Series. Players throwing themselves all around, backing the bowler up. Great to see. That ball's just wide of off stump, heaved across for another single, and Subhash once again just being very, very calculated in how he prowls these balls from the long on boundary. Ain't no mistakes since that first bit of less than optimal fielding from him earlier today. Chandra comes in, full ball. That's the first time Panda's hit one off the middle of the bat, and he's managed to take it for a much needed 4. Got the bottom hand through a ball that was pitched onto leg stump. Finally makes contact with the middle of the bat, and won't that give him a boost of confidence?
Certainly will. I'm guessing that we can't tell from here. That was a fair way away from the fielder, but it was almost like he said, "Well, I think I'm not going to have a go at this." He's probably noticed how the fielder at the other end got hurt by one. I thought, well, these balls probably hurt. That's well bowled. That's a good comeback, and Murthy finishes well, and though they do get that boundary from it, it's still just the 9 that come off the over, so they've got to at some point here get a really good over. And just have a look at the rate here. It's gone over 11, so just under 12.
Yeah, I think 45 required off these last 4 overs. Just have a look at the tournament batting preview. Certainly a 6-heavy tournament last year. Plenty of runs scored here, and a lot of hitters who love hitting that mid-wicket boundary. And it feels like actually the boundary's just in a touch compared to what we had last year, Rico. It's a 50-metre boundary, so particularly for the power hitters here, it is no difficulty to clear it. And a man who'll be doing his best to try to stop the batsman from inflicting any punishment. Subhash Palanasamy, who's been down there at long on, certainly attracted some attention, not just with his initial misfield, but also choosing 333 as his jersey number. Surely got to be outlawed, the concept of 3 numbers, unless you're the universe boss.
Palanasamy, he's looking to show us what he can do. Starts with one that just stays inside that wide line, so it's a dot ball. And brave move with the spin here at this point. But I think if we can keep the line outside the off the Shetty, it's maybe pretty successful. That is where you don't want it to Shetty, because that is in his swing zone. Well, this is a unusual way to... I try to take this one-handed, I think.
And I think
rather than two-handed, it's hedge again.
Popped it over for a 6, Rico.
Let's have a look. I mean, it's certainly catchable. And then, well, does he pop it? Does the ball hit the ground at all? Oh, look, he's been replaced. He said, okay, we're not having any of that. So Hedge, he gets moved. And Sasidran goes out there. So just keep an eye on where Hedge is going, because I guarantee you the ball is going in his direction again. These things do happen. It was given as a 4. And there you go. He doesn't move. He says, I move it. Somebody else go for it. Well, it wasn't his catch, but I told you the ball's going to go in his direction.
I'll tell you what, the Royals have been less than regal with their fielding in this game, and if they win this contest, it will be in spite of their catching rather than because of it. They shelled a number of very gettable opportunities, and Subash can't be happy. Standing on top of his run, they've got to close this game out with a couple of tight overs. Panda whips his way down the pitch, manages to swing it out. The safe hands of Chandan managed to finally take a catch, and well, the Royals will breathe a sigh of relief. That has been a long time coming. Fortunately for them, though, Panda has not managed to hurt them on the scoreboard. He ends up going out for 13 and sucked up plenty of balls in doing so, and the Helsingborg Stars 44 for 1 now, and this chase is starting to get a little bit out of hand, Rico.
Is getting out of hand, but well, maybe the man who's coming in next is the one that can get it back on track. But well, look, let's give it to Planasamy. He comes on to bowl. He does get the wicket, and it's the captain who decides he's going to come in ahead of Singh. I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised, but he did. I mean, he gave the ball a fair crack himself, didn't he? I mean, it could be either one, but I personally would have gone for Singh. But,
it's a tough call. Singh can be quite hit and miss sometimes, batted well in the first game. He's probably the more consistent striker. I don't mind this selection, Rico. I think Prabhu's probably more likely to come out and quickly hit 3 or 4 boundaries.
So you think he's more Prabhu Ali?
That's magnificent. Well, he was almost probably back in the pavilion very, very quickly, but as it is, they're going to push through for the
he could be gone. Well, he's going to be gone. And you said probably. Well, it wasn't probably. It was definitely. He's taking on the 2, and I don't think that's what he needs to be doing. He's not out there to do the running. He's out there to do the hitting.
Well, if you wanted Devinder Singh to come in, then you probably got your wish out of 1 ball. Skipper just not quick enough to return comfortably for the second, and as it is, that's a pretty easy run out. Not exactly the cleanest of glove work from the wicket keeper, I might say.
Yeah, but well, there you go. So the El Capitan, he comes out. And he hits the ball pretty well, but he wants 2, doesn't get 2. Want to go down to his name, but he'll also be run out. And good tidy throw. Wasn't the tidiest work, like you said, from the keeper, but they do get him. So Singh does come out here. See here. The throw was one that did it, and the umpire says, yeah, you got to go. The skipper comes and goes.
Natarajan continuing to see it as optional whether to cleanly glove balls during the course of these first 2 games. You'd probably expect a little bit more of himself, but speaking of expecting more, there is a lot sitting on the broad shoulders of Devinder Singh. He has got some work to do to get the Helsingborg Stars back into this contest. Too much bowling, pretty good over so far. Not really trying to turn the ball or give it flight for that matter. Just keeping it nicely outside off stump, and that is the end of a pretty good over for him. The Helsingborg Stars still needing I think about 40-odd runs to win this game, and they've only got 3 overs left. Just have a catch up on the YouTube chat, Rico. I think there's probably a fairly actually we'll look at the fantasy dashboard first before having a look at what's happening on the chat. Jönköping up against Seaside. We talked about a couple of the power players from Jönköping. Sabi Ibrahim Kill. He is a really interesting player to watch. Quite unorthodox with his batting, but boy, he has got some power. And they're missing 1 or 2 of their prime movers from last year, so they'll need men like him to really step up. Riaz Khan, top quality player at the top of the order.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's always. I mean, you never know what you're going to see in the first match. I mean, anything can happen. It all depends how much play the teams have had, how rusty they are. But yeah, certainly going to be interesting to see Arnold Shopping in there again. I remember them from last year. And Seaside, well, let's see what they bring to the occasion.
The ball looks like Siva's come on to bowl what is going to be the 8th over. But just turning back to the YouTube chat, Rico, hello to Helix, who notes that he's from Adelaide. So once again, continuing some magnificent Australian representation. So good to have you with us, Helix, one of our frequent contributors to the YouTube chat. And we'll address a sort of big issue that's coming out of the chat recently after this ball. Siva drags it one down the leg side. The umpire's finger goes up. That's a great grab from Natarajan. He's had his struggles with the gloves today, but somehow manages to sneak one into the gloves off what was a pretty poor delivery. Ball angled down the leg side. Shetty's tried to drag it around the backward of square, and Natarajan takes a great catch.
Doesn't he do well, because you can see he's getting set to maybe be diving to his left to chase this ball, and it finds that it's been hit so fine, he's got to change direction and go the other way. Well, Rishi, that's Aranjan. That is a really good catch. We saw him drop an absolute dolly. He drops the dolly, but takes a very spicy one there. That was a hard catch. This is really difficult. The way he changes direction. Good glove work. That is a quality bit of keeping.
Yeah, really good stuff from Natarajan, making up somewhat from a few issues that he's had earlier today, and Siva continues to be an impressive bowler for the Royals. Manages to get another dot ball. Chandru Ganasan has come to the centre of the wicket to join Devinder Singh. Devinder Singh just can't even get on strike at the moment.
Yes, he can't. Well, he's had that problem before, haven't we? We've seen him just can't get onto strike, and maybe if he could have got a bit more of the strike in the last match, things could have been different.
Oh, he's cleaned him up. Siva bowling stump to stump, and he's managed to rock the castle at the batsman's end. Big swing from Chandru, but gets absolutely no willow on it, and the stump panel goes flying.
Yeah, good bowling, and it's where you want to be bowling at this point of the match. So Vanapusa gets another one, and there you go. Boom. Jak the Fate. And it's all happening at the moment here. The Royals are on fire, and they're looking to try and make it 2-2 in these back-to-back matches. Look at that rate as well. It's just climbing higher and higher. And is there any way back for the Helsingborg Stars in this match? Well, with that big man standing at the non-striker's end, probably not. He needs to get on strike.
Well, certainly a way back. It's the Devinder highway, but they need to get him on strike. Capella manages to drive past the fielder coming around at cover. Nicely timed. They should actually come back for a second here. It's good to get a 2 on the board, but Singh once again down the non-striker's end. He's actually a pretty accomplished batsman, Capella. Batted in the top of the order for most of last tournament. He's got a fairly serviceable technique. Just probably not the power to bat at the top of these T10 innings. Short ball, tries to pull it to square leg. A little bit out with his timing. That's a dot ball to finish the over. Helsingborg Stars, they are 47 for 4 with 2 overs to go. And Rico, this innings has just failed to get going.
Yeah, just nothing's really materialised. I mean, the first over, just 4 runs. 3 came in the second. It was a slight improvement on that over from Murphy's, the third. But yeah, it just hasn't happened. And when you have a look at the runs per over from there, I don't think, just thinking off the top of my head, I don't think they've had one that's gone for 10, have they? May have been only that one from Earthy, I think went for 11 perhaps in the third over, but they've just struggled. There's been a lot of swinging, but no connecting.
Unsurprisingly, that win probability gap is a yawning one at the moment in favour of the Royals, who will look to close this out. They brought Chandu on to bowl the 9th over. Helsingborg still needing 37. They've scored 47 off 8. Win probability is probably pretty accurate. Ball speared down the leg side. Arjun does a pretty good job.
Yeah, it's just that one error, wasn't it? We were pretty surprised that a keeper of his ability doesn't take what would have been quite an easy catch. Drops it. Was that a Panda? But since then, and other than then, I mean, there's been there have been moments in the field where the Royals haven't looked at their best, but the bowlers have bowled tidily, and there you go. Just another example of that. I think too many batters from Helsingborg Stars been trying to give themselves room by going down the leg side, but have missed out. Too many dot balls. I think they're too predictable in where they're trying to hit the shots. I don't think there's been too many good hits on that offside at all.
Short ball, dragged down the leg side. They're going to sprint through for a single. Not sure strategically that's the play to get Devinder Singh off strike. Capella has every right to take the one, but they need Devinder on there to launch a couple of maximums and to do it pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a wide, so 2 runs from it, 2 wides. Capella now. And that's what I'm talking about. That's a good example. Once again, just backing away. And you see, look at the footwork. Trying to give themselves room. That foot gets planted sort of way outside the leg, and that means you're taking yourself away from the ball. So you're not really getting any shape into hitting the ball. And even if you do, you're not going to get any power.
Drill down to the men. It's just going to be a single. Good to see there in terms of what we were talking about before, Rico, about getting Singh on strike. Capella's not a bad batsman, but he's just chewed up 2 balls for 1 run there. And when you're into the 9th over and you've still got a mountain of runs to get, they need to get Singh on strike virtually every ball to have a chance of chasing this down. Well, that one was just outside his hitting zone. Nice piece of bowling from Jar. Just making sure he doesn't drift onto Singh's stumps. Big bat swing, trying to take it over long on.
Yeah, he throws everything at it, doesn't he? He's trying to send that one to the moon. And just another dot, just more gold dust.
Another good ball, Jay. He's got a bit of speed. Tall man. Sends it through at a few clicks. It's been an impressive spell from him today.
Been superb. We'll just go through those runs per over. 4 off the first, 5. Then the second over, that was the one where they went to double figures, 11. Then 3, 9, 7, 6, 2. This one is looking to be a good one as well. At the moment, just a 4 from it.
Well, Singh's finally got a hold of one and he biffs it down the ground. A much needed maximum, and Jar's playing with fire, keeping the ball on a good length. Finally drifts into Singh's hitting zone and he takes full toll. Beautiful strike, and Helsingborg now up to 57 with 1 over to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's a better shot, isn't it? He just doesn't lose his head this time, keeps his shape. Bit of a tee from a golfer sort of thing. Hits it well. We know that he can do that. We know he's got the ability to. And maybe one thing that his team, the Stars, will do is just have a look at the batting order, and I think it could be a good shout to have him, as in Singh, and his captain as well, perhaps opening the innings and try to do just a little bit more damage in the power plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rico, as this one winds down, just having a look at the YouTube chat. Big question from Liam Day on the chat, actually, to yours truly. Whether there's any chance of an appearance on the field at the European Cricket Championship. And I think the only thing I can say is that's in the hands of the Swiss selectors. And I wouldn't like to be someone who takes advantage of the gigantic media platform we have here on the European Cricket Network. But if anyone feels inclined to email the Cricket Switzerland admin email box to press my case, then certainly wouldn't be saying no.
Yeah, look, I got to say this, and first of all, from that the bit of the bowling I saw that you did, you look really sharp. You've certainly toned up a bit as well. You look in business. I reckon you secretly want it, don't you? You want it. You want to be out there. I mean, look, I would love to have you in the commentary box with me again, myself, you, Vinny, and Corey. Is this one? Well, watch the bounce. He's dealt with that very well. That's good work. Nicely done.
I'll tell you what, Rico, I made a deal with Vinny back at the European Cricket League that if I get out onto the field at either the ECC or the ECL next year, which Cosnay is very much trying to qualify for, that I will go out there with a roving player mic and do some live work on the field, as we see a big swing and a miss, almost a stumping chance there. But wouldn't that add a new dimension to European Cricket Network coverage?
It would. Okay, well, we're going to go remind Vinny about that. He might still be tuning in. He's probably not now. I think he's probably flying over somewhere, trying to get to Prague. But more on that. But at the moment, this match, it's all going in one direction with this. A good throw here. He's in trouble. Yeah, adios. Keep on going because you're going back to the dugout. Is another wicket. It just hasn't happened here for Helsingborg Stars. They have shown us some good cricket. They've shown us that they have got the ability and the batter there.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's almost not run to the opposite end.
Look at this.
He's running to the pavilion after he's finished rubbing his ribcage. Look at this. He deviates off to the left-hand side of the pitch. He's essentially saying, I'm not wasting running that last 2 meters. I'm going straight back to the sheds. I'm going to get the magic ice spray onto my guts, and I'm going to try to recover for the next set of games.
Yeah, look, we saw the fielder. And I reckon the Swedish guys, you know, we tend to say to most of our guys, right, even if it hurts, they show no pain. They're not afraid to show the pain. If it hurts, they want to give it a rub. And he was too busy rubbing his ribcage there, and his partner was saying, oh, yeah, I didn't think he got to get to the other end. So he said, oh, yeah, I'm subtle, like you don't care, get to the other end. And, of course, he doesn't make it, so he's another one out. Yeah, look, they've fallen away here. They're better than this, and they're going to have to come back strong, aren't they, the Stars? They've got to regroup, maybe change things around a bit. I think they were okay in the field. They bowled pretty well. This one's up in the air, an opportunity. What do you reckon?
Nope.
And no, it doesn't go. He always does the splits, trying to take it. But it's not going to. That's the other thing. I think. Okay, that Helsingborg Stars, they need to bat better. I think they need to maybe look at the way their order is at the moment. And the Royals, I think they've got to sharpen it up in the field because in a tighter contest, these drop catches and missed fields could be expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to cost them today. Jandu coming along from mid-on. Into Singh just deciding to scoot through to avoid being run out on that final ball, but that is all she wrote for Game 2. The Helsingborg Stars have been stifled in their chase against the Göteborg Royals, who managed to win second consecutive games. It's a great start for their European Cricket Series Landskrona, but Helsingborg Stars, even early on in the tournament, they're going to face an uphill battle now.
They certainly are, Göteborg Royals. Congratulations to them. Both these teams making their debut in the European Cricket Series, but it is the Royals that, well, they have the 2 victories under their belt. And the Stars, well, they didn't quite perform as Stars here today. There were some good performances, but keep an eye on that man there because well, he certainly had an interesting day. That's Vamsi Krishna. It was one that he had to wear, and he wasn't afraid to show it. But it happened on both sides as well, the batting side. Some of the fielding, look, that's what I'm talking about. You've got to sharpen up in a close game. That could cost you. So there is work there for the Royals to done. This one, well, this was a real clanger. It really was. It was the Panda. And then that was followed by that one. And that was that was another one that should be taken. Here we go. Watch this. It says, hey, yaar, hey. Satalagi, here's the rub. Yeah, I'm not afraid to give it a rub. And we see that later on as well when it's the batters trying to do it. Look, there were the odd glimpses, the odd boundaries that were taken, but not enough of them. And I think there were just too many dot balls earlier on. And Panda was one of the guilty culprits there, making just 13, but facing 17 balls to do it. And I think after that, even though the captain came in to try to accelerate things, he went off his first ball, came for quite a suicidal second, and that did bring Singh in. But Singh just couldn't get enough of the strike.
No, Devinder Singh stood left all high and dry there. He only managed to face 8 balls despite coming in with a few overs to go. And the rest of the lineup, absent of Suhar Shetty, who scored 31 off 25, just really did not give them the platform to come in and try to finish this game. But full credit to the Royals. It was a very, very disciplined bowling display. They managed to bowl outside off stump in the early overs. They've got a good collection of right-arm medium-fast bowlers. Everyone with a nice bit of pace, a nice bit of swing. Not a huge amount of change-ups within the side, certainly. But they've got enough quality that suggests that they will be there at the pointy end of this tournament.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, obviously we've got still a lot of teams to see. I'm certainly looking forward to this Natch match. It's going to be an interesting one where we're going to see Gun Chopping against the Seaside side. And they will do back-to-back. So we get another good idea of some of the qualities, and as we talk about them, there's a couple of names that you've mentioned there, but this will be interesting as well, and I think we start to get a feel of how the Group A, remember 2 groups here, the first 5 teams that we're going to see, and between now and Friday will all be featuring Group A. Group B starts on Saturday, and we'll start to see how things are going to start to take shape.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we look at the, we talked a bit about the on-shopping team, look at that Seaside group. They've got plenty of experience in that team. Adi Aurora, he's been a great player within Switzerland for a number of years, but the gun, Shafat Ali Saeed, he's played European Cricket Series in both Italy and Spain before.
Yeah.
Top quality player, and I suspect that his performance is probably going to dictate the fortunes of this Seaside team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see him bat, certainly. It's going to be interesting. And that's coming up, I think, in about 20 minutes' time, which we just checked the time here. Yeah, about 20 minutes' time. So an opportunity for you to maybe get yourself a brew made and a little snack. We certainly will be tucking into something. And we'll be coming right back with that match as we have a look at that scorecard. And as you see there, just never really got going. Panda up at the top of the order. Couldn't get going, was eating up too many deliveries. Shetty did eventually get moving, but once again 31 of 25, and then that just left an awful lot to do with not too many balls to come for that order there. And certainly someone like Prabhu Singh, well, once again I'll say I think they need to come higher up the order, or at least one of them does, because that can give you a good start in the power play.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Rico. They're just a little bit sluggish at the top at the moment, and Panda probably needs to drop down, maybe face the ball when it's not moving so much to get himself back into a bit of form. But the Royals bowling attack can be very proud of their work, and Arthur Sasindran was very impressive. No wickets, but only went for 4 off his, an average economy rate off his 2 overs. And Chandra Jha at the top as well. Once again, no wickets, but very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. But Siva there, picked up those 2 wickets, agree, bowled really well. So, well, there's a team. We're going to go back very happy. The Royals, well, they took the shares here. Maybe they'd play like royalty as well, and they'll be looking forward to come back here again. And the key thing is both teams, though, no matter the result, they enjoy themselves out there, and that's what it's all about. And why not? Look, a lovely ground. It's a beautiful location. The sun is shining. It's a perfect day for cricket.
Yeah, wonderful day. And unfortunately, we've got 2 more games coming up. Rico, we are only halfway through day 1 here of the European Cricket Series in Landskrona in the wonderful southern region of Sweden. Please come and join us for match 3. It's just a tick under 20 minutes time. Plenty of great T10 cricket action here on the European Cricket Network.
So time for game 3 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club at ECS Landskrona. We've got 2 new sides joining us on the joyride here today. It is Jönköping against Seaside. We'll hand over to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
Your call. Yep. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We'll like to bat first. Okay, you'll bat.
So Seaside have won the toss and they're going to bat here in game 3 today against Jönköping. Seaside, a team we're really looking forward to seeing today. They are going to really rely with the bat on the experienced Adi Aurora, who's been a very productive player in Swedish cricket over a number of years. But the out-and-out superstar for them, with probably bat and ball, Shafat Ali. We've seen him play in a European Cricket Series before across Italy and Spain, and he could produce some fireworks here in this contest at Landskrona today. As for Jönköping, they were probably a team that disappointed us in 2021. They have plenty of firepower with the bat. They've got pace with the ball. Riaz Khan, probably their most technically accomplished player with the bat, and we'll certainly see him at the top of the order. They've got many players with power down the bottom. Sami Ishkaveli has got an unorthodox batting style, but he manages to find the boundary with regularity, and Taylor Omer showed us that he's got plenty of power last year. With the ball, Patel shows some class with his right arm medium paces last year, and I suspect he'll be a really important man in the middle overs as they try to keep totals manageable here today. This should be a really good contest and give us a great look at how this Group A is about to pan out. I'll hand back to Rico Full in the commentary box to take us away for Game 3.
Well, thank you very much to the smooth operator. It's Andrew Ryan. Rhino, as I like to call him, giving us a good intro about these two teams. And I think, as Andrew says, be an exciting match. Let's see just how these teams do perform. And well, we know a little bit about Seaside. Remember, though, they didn't play in 2021. They were runners-up in 2020. So they'll be looking to sort of create that kind of form. And, well, Jönköping, they made it into the quarterfinals, but they were the winners in 2020 when they played in the ECS in Gothenburg. So they've got some experience there themselves. So I'm expecting this to be a good contest between these two teams. Just to remind you, the news from the toss was that it was Seaside that won it and elected to bat. I think that's a good shout. I think you're going to have 2 opportunities, and the sun is shining. You know that there's no surprises really out there in the pitch. Get yourself in, you should be able to score freely. We have seen that ball just short of a length does get a good carry through, gets a good bit of bounce. So I think you're gonna have batters on this pitch that are able to play shots on the offside as well. I think a good cutter off the ball, or somebody who's able to play the ball late and guide it towards the third man area, will certainly score runs here. I think if you're looking to just go out on the onside and just hit big over the leg side, so the cow corner area, you're going to struggle, because I don't think the bowler's always going to give you that option and put the ball in the arc. There we go. Here comes the first delivery. That is a good one. Goes right across the batter. Fazal Azim beats Umar Chowdhury outside the off. Niaz Mohammed is the non-striker. And this is up in the air. It's an opportunity, and oh, it gets put down. And the first real chance to remove Chowdhury for a duck. Down it goes. The fielder can't believe it. He gets there, just not able to hold on to it. That's something to think about. You see the fielder, I don't think the fielder in front of him really did cause any trouble. So Ibram Kil is the one that puts it down. And this is well played. Beautifully played. That's a lovely shot from Niazi Mohammed. And what Niazi does there, he sort of sort of underlines what I was saying, that on this pitch, if you can play nice shots on the offside, so you can cut a ball and guide it to third, like I was saying there, but he just sort of uppercuts this, beautifully played. Yeah, you've got a good opportunity to score runs, and that's 4 of them. The captain just having a chat there with Azim. Maybe they're thinking about that third man option, so you can see, yeah, he's gone much wider. This one just being played out, and there's that close fielder that I like. Short cover, saying nothing's getting past me. Chowdhury, he was the one that got the life. It wasn't a difficult catch, but a lot of time for Sami Ibrahim Kil to think about it. Played back down to the ground, so Azim's learned pretty quickly. He doesn't want to give Niazi too much room outside the off field at the moment, so that man in the key position, I think Niazi, deep third, pretty wide and long on. And this time he does get the width and he's not able to execute the shot. 5 off the first. There was that big opportunity. Chowdhury really made the most of it. Azim, he's not the happy bowler. Still a beautiful, outstanding afternoon here at the Landskrona cricket ground in the province of Skåne. And nice to see that a number of spectators have come along to watch the cricket. Nice to see the youngsters as well. Certainly enjoying themselves here. Bit of a breeze blowing. Can be a bit chilly once that picks up, but other than that, while the skies are blue and the sun is shining, it's a lovely day for cricket. I'm certainly enjoying myself here in Sweden. Rico Full, and I know the man next to me out here in the open doing the commentary. Andrew Ryan is having some fun as well. Andrew, welcome back.
Yeah, plenty of fun today, Rico. As you say, the crowd numbers just swelling nicely just post lunchtime here in Landskrona. Quite a few residential and office buildings around us here in this lovely little part of the world. There's Patel coming on to bowl his right arm medium paces.
Crunched out to the man who was responsible for that drop catch, but no mistakes here as the ball bobbles around. He gets down low, makes the stop, single.
Yeah, Jönköping, the team from last year that I think promised so much and ultimately just didn't deliver in the big games. Got some very good individual players, including the man with the ball now. The ball just outside off stump, but Rico, I think they really should have probably been challenging for a position in the semi-finals last year, and just when the pressure was applied, they probably just lacked 1 or 2 batters who really had the quality to deal with top-tier bowling.
Yes, as a looking to prove a point, maybe. Patel. And this one's crunched high, up in the air, goes all the way, and only that banner play cricket together stops it. That's a good shot, and absolutely creams this. Out of the middle of the bat, he's given this on Welly, and he gets a 6.
Yeah, he smoked that. I was about to say that Patel looks like he's increased his pace a little bit this season, but that one was just hit back at him twice as hard. Lovely strike down the ground.
Yeah, lovely shot. And this one is out in the off. He's already shown that he prefers to play the ball out there, and that's 4 more. So 6 and 4, and he's hungry for more.
Yeah, Niaz Mohammed, he has a good technique playing through that point area. It's the second time we've seen him loft one today. Gets a good wrist position, getting the ball, getting underneath the ball. Times it nicely, and Patel, consecutive boundaries off him.
Baba Patel, can he come back? It's a slightly slower delivery, hit hard, good work there from Ibrahim. Makes a stop, and this is where you've got to be at your best, and we mentioned before, you've got to have your best fielders in the right place, and though he did spill 1 catch, he's not letting that bother him. That's really well there.
Yeah, we talked about earlier today, Rico, how hard that outfield is, and ball really does skip off it on that first bounce. Abraham Kelly's a talented all-round cricketer, does well there at long on.
Swing and a miss there from Chowdhury. I think Chowdhury here, as that over comes to an end, so it's 17 without loss. We'll probably have a look at the table at the moment, give you an idea of the teams in this Group A. And, well, you see one team sitting pretty at the top. And that's the Royals after doing the double over the Helsingborg Stars. So the Stars, they've certainly got to start thinking about things. But, well, which team is going to finish in that second spot and by how many points? And that's what we're going to learn here today. But, yeah, going back to Chowdhury, I think Chowdhury is probably better off just thinking, well, the way this is going at the moment, he's got to be the guy that just provides the strike to Mohammed.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Rico. Yes, Mohammed started in very good form as so it comes on for his second. Lovely ball, shaping back and just jumping over the top of the stumps.
That's an absolute beauty, isn't it? And a bit of pace. He knows that he doesn't want to be giving any width at all to Mohammed. And that's the sort of delivery that can get him into trouble. It's nicely bowled.
Pretty good matchup actually for Jönköping with the left-hander, left armour, bringing it back into Niaz.
Does it again, it's well bowled, and this is all about quickly realising that Azim, that he doesn't want to be giving that Niaz too much width. So now he's like banging it in just short of a length. Look at that, getting good bounce, good carry through, and showing you again, as I say, that this pitch, bend your back and it gives you some reward. This is struck well, that's 4 runs. Just a little bit fuller this time and very quick to get onto it. And 4 more runs from Mohammed. He's starting to look dangerous. Plays this really well, and the key there is how still he keeps his head, and the bat flows through the gap. 4 runs.
It is the danger for the left arm paceman, isn't it, Rico, when he doesn't get the ball to shape back into the right-hander, especially one with a really good quality offside game like Niaz. Just stroked through the cover region, absolutely no protection there. Got a question actually, why they've got the fielder on the boundary behind point, given the line that Faisal is bowling. Doesn't really seem to be a productive use of one of the 2 outfielders.
Delivery, non-striker has to come back. Yeah, I mean, there was a shot earlier, and this is, I think, sometimes the captain can be guilty of following the ball. It was a shot earlier that went in that direction, but it was a wide ball, which was sort of uppercut in that area, and then he's been moved there. But yeah, and so now basically you've got the third man that's inside the circle, sort of pretty orthodox position, and then you've got that man, yeah, backward point, which means that with him out there, any shots played through the covers, it's going to go to the boundaries. No protection on the offside at all. It's doubled down to a backward point, does it? And you see there, 3 fielders then sort of conjuring together to practically stop one ball. So it could maybe utilise those fielders a bit better outside the off stump.
Yeah, sage analysis as always, Rico. I think if you're the skipper, you want to give him the protection that allows him to pitch the ball up in these early overs and potentially get it to come back to the right-handed top-order players, giving him that fielder out in the boundary at cover, or even long off for that matter, as they have actually heeded our request now, and Taylor's come out here to long off.
Will be alright, just loses his line slightly, goes down the leg side. He's very disappointed with himself, the bowler there, Azim. Looks like he's quite an experienced campaigner. He's played good level, and we've already seen some good deliveries from him.
Very economical action, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah. So he's trying to get this straight. He's got both the men straight. Goes across the line, and the keeper, the captain, not able to hold on to it, and then darts it in, has a go. Didn't really need to do that. Qasim Mohammed. That will be the end of the over. So they're going quite nicely. It's not a high scoring power play by no means, but 23 on the board. They've seen out one good bowler, Azim, and they look set to keep this partnership flourishing.
Yeah, I think this game's actually nicely poised. at the moment, Rico. As you say, not a flashing power play. Seaside run rate of 8 and over, and that's reflected in the win probability percentage at the moment. The Seaside boys at 55, Yon Shopping at 45, almost on as even at the moment. Certainly, as far as our sophisticated analysis tool goes, I think that's fairly reflective of how things are. Certainly the fact that they haven't lost any wickets and they've still got Muhammad out there makes Seaside probably the happier team. Although if Yon Shopping can pluck a couple of wickets out of these next 2 overs, get the middle order in sooner rather than later.
Hafiz Khan, looks like he's lining up. 2 zeros on his bat. We had a man with 1 0 on his bat. Now we've got 0-0. He starts well in the right areas outside the off stump. A little bit short. Wasn't really the shot to be playing to this delivery. But Umair Chaudhry hasn't really got going yet. I don't think he's still... Well, he doesn't want to accept that maybe his role is just to play the anchor role here and keep giving as much strike to... Well, that's probably why, but oh, it was a really good opportunity. Or I should say it was a really good effort. This was hit really well. That came out of nowhere, that shot. Just suggesting that he needs to just be thinking about giving his Niaz Mohammed, his partner, the strike what he does, but he was hoping to get a boundary himself.
Yeah, it was certainly a rocket off the bat. Tough catch from Patel on the boundary around his shins.
Well, he's missed out on this one. I mean, that is Niaz Mohammed's shot. He checks his shot one more time and he's looking to get it in that gap between the man at point and cover.
Just on our YouTube chat, Andrew Batchelder commenting on the quality of the long locks of Khan, who's rolling in now. It looks like he could almost be a shampoo commercial customer with the wonderful hairline.
Yeah, and he must know that we're talking about him because he provides a very good delivery there. And, Yorker length is well dug out by Niaz Mohammed. Still don't think this field is right to him. I mean, they're leaving the offside. No protection out on the offside. They've got the 3 men on the onside that got long off pretty straight. But you know he's going to try and work that ball every opportunity he gets out on the off, and he's going to try and get it through those cover fielders inside the ring. I just feel that maybe mid-wicket on the leg side should come into the circle and maybe push one of those 3 in the circle back to give you some protection. Big old swing at this one. And mid-wicket does come in and feels this where I do believe he should be, just there. And it's not a bad over actually. Just the 2 runs from it. So well, he's got the locks. And he bowled pretty well as well there. Nice and tidy. Good opportunity to say hello to everybody again. We go forward here with Andrew Ryan and certainly enjoying the proceedings here at the start of day 1. And this is Landskrona and European Cricket Series. It's a lovely day. We're seeing some fine cricket.
Yeah, and a pretty good start from Yon Shopping here. A few new players who we didn't get to see in the 2021 series. Actually, Hafiz Khan bowled that last over, and you made the point, Rico, that he's got a lot of protection out there on the leg side. Actually bowled a great line, just on or about off stump. Nice bit of pace through the keeper. Give him some protection on that offside. Encourage him to keep bowling that line. As you say, sometimes the captains just come in here with a predetermined idea of what to do, but actually strategically give the bowler support for what you want him to do.
Yeah, definitely. As we see the change, and that's Ahmed Sohail. Sohail just sort of held that one back slightly, so whether it was just deliberate or whether he is just bowls with just a little bit pace off the delivery.
Plenty of chat out in the middle, Rico. You get the sense the Yon Shopping boys feel like they're on top. They just want to extract Muhammad out, and if they can do that, well, what a timely intervention from the bowler. Couldn't have done it any better. Cleans up Chaudhry, although that's a man they probably wouldn't have minded to see stick around for a bit longer. He goes for 3 off 8, And finally, the first wicket down. Seaside 27 for 1.
Yeah, it's gone off his pads and goes onto the stumps. They do get a wicket, and well, a bit of the commentator's kiss there from you, Andrew, but they get the wicket. But yeah, you're right. Is it one that they may regret? Because you've mentioned a couple of players in this lineup that can be pretty destructive. And if they come out there now and get going, they'll probably look back and say, well, maybe we could have done better just to leave Chaudhry out there who was struggling.
Here's the man who the crowds come to see. Shafat Ali coming out at number 3 for Seaside. Danger man. This squad all down from the vaster Gotland region of Sweden. So they've had a little bit of a trip. Get here today. This man, certainly for anyone who's come out to the ground, could be well worth the price of admission.
And you can see straight away, being left-handed, things have to change. Fielders start moving around. The bowler's got to get his line right straight away. And, pretty interesting that Hamid Sohail, he's got an interesting name on the back of his shirt. So Watu. It's not a bad start at all, is it? Good delivery to a new batter. It's right on the stumps, it's full, it's straight. Basically saying, well, okay, if you're a little bit rusty, I'm going to have you.
Yeah, nice bit of tail in to the left-hander from Sohail. Bowled a good over so far. Using the facilities well. Bit of that cross breeze.
Oh, he goes for it, and he's got Watu on his back. Oh, Watu, off you go. And that's a big one, and that's what is so dangerous. So quick onto this. I mean, it wasn't really that short, but look how quickly he gets onto it. Gets the meat of the bat, goes all the way over. Seis carreras, boom, shakalaka.
Yeah, well, boom is probably an overstatement, Rico. Just timed that one to perfection. Leaned into a lofted the ball very, very nicely. Manages to carry the boundary by a couple of metres. Great start for Ali.
This time just strokes this out onto the offsides. Takes a single. And, Ali Saeed, well, we know that he's quality. We know what he's capable of. He's already shown that with just one shot, the second ball that he faced.
Irritation for the yawn-shipping bowlers, also having the right-left combination in there. Now it's tough enough when you're playing regulation cricket, let alone these intense T10 games where line is absolutely crucial. Just dab down for a single by Mohammed to end the over, and Seaside 35 for 1 halfway through the innings.
Yes, seems to be the pattern. Do you think today, being that it is the first day, to just leave you to ponder the scorecard? I mean, it's the first time these teams are playing, and they just seem to be, especially the batters, just focusing on not losing the wickets, and the scores, especially the power plays in the first 5 overs, haven't really been accelerating. So maybe a few nerves there. I think that will change, and we've seen already from the statistics that average innings score has been about 100. You'd expect it. Certainly, if the weather stays like this, and this, I mean, we've already seen how quick and bouncy this outfield is, you'd expect that to go up, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it really should. Although there's been some good quality bowling on display so far, and Vizcar coming on for his second over, short of the length, and it's cracked away, but fortunately straight to the fielder who's backward of point.
Yeah, this one, he's hit it pretty well. Gets plenty of power in the shot, but the field is set. That man there now has to move. Yes, it's now the left hand that comes to the strike. So yeah, yes, Mohammed, 24 of 20 deliveries. He'll feel that it's time for him to try and just to pick up the rate a little bit, but he knows that he's got Ali Saeed there with him. Just loses out on this one. It was on the leg side. You'd expect the left hand to put away. Well, this was a throw and a half. This is all about the batter, Niazi, taking evasive action. Just watch this. Here comes the throw, and he thinks, uh-oh, I better get out of the way of this one. And then he loses his footing as well. It's all happening out there. Oh, what does this hit? He's raced away. There's got to be bad on this, otherwise, see the signal from the umpire. Well, there's the signal. So yeah, off the bat. Oh, Oh, I don't know. Is there bat on this?
Oh, not sure about that one, Rico. It did sort of seem to be aimed in at leg stump. I'm not convinced he got an inside edge. Tough call for the umpire, irrespective of that ball right up in the block hole. So very may have got a bit of willow on it, but big call either way.
Yeah.
Could have been an LBW, but as it is, ends up down to the boundary.
And then takes a single. Yeah, that was a stroke of luck. Hay poquito de suerte por el bateador.
Coming back to your point earlier, Rico, about the batsmen just making their way in, I think that's probably also got something to do with, certainly last year we noticed that once you got the top 4 or 5 batters in these lineups, there was quite a big drop in the standard of batsmanship. And so I sense that you've got a lot of the top orders just saying we want to be here for at least the first 7 or 8.
And this one will just race away. You can't be bowling it there. He got lucky with one of them, which any side wasn't able to get onto. But this one, you bowled at his legs, and any good left-hander will put those away all day, any day, 4 more runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. Quality play, particularly through the leg side, as most good left-handed batters tend to be. Fees might come in a little bit wider here, try to push one across him. Well, he drops it short. Oh, was there a little tickle through to the keeper?
I think there was. And I think the bowler can't, well, he's turned around thinking the catch has been taken by his captain, Kazim. And you see there, he puts it down. The bowler doesn't know it. And he's thinking, what do you mean he's not out? And when he turns around, he says, you didn't put it down, did you, Skip? And he did. End of the over. That's a big let off. That one is one that would definitely hurt you.
Well, he's an intimidating customer. Hafiz Khan didn't enjoy being hit for a boundary. The ball before, his skipper's probably lucky that he turned around and didn't see him shell what was a fairly simple catch straight in front of his eyes. That could be a big moment in this game, Rico, given the quality of Ali with the bat. If he stays out there for the next 4 overs, boy, they're going to rue that drop.
Yeah, that's the ones you've got to take. I mean, you get the big guys out. I mean, especially when you're saying that one of the reasons are the batters can be just a little bit cautious to begin with, is they know that there may not be too much more to come in terms of hard-hitting batters. So, well, that one going down is really going to hurt you, especially if he sticks around now and goes on from that 11, even if he gets to 40 to 50. This one's up in the air, and it's going to drop in between the 3 fielders that are running in, one of them being the bowler. So a bit of luck there from Niaz Mohammed. So Ali Saeed, he knows he's lucky to be out there. So will he just decide, well, okay, I've had a bit of luck. Now it's time for me to go big.
Curiously placed this innings at the moment, Rico. We're 6.1 overs in. They're only on 47, but they've got their 2 best batsmen at the crease. Still 3 overs, 5 balls to go. Still a long time left in this innings.
This one's been hit pretty hard. Fielders should and will stop it. They take 1, think about 2. That's one thing maybe that they could do better. You see there that Niaz Mohammed is looking to try and turn and try to at least look for that 2 or show they're prepared to take it. Saeed doesn't even turn around to acknowledge. Khan, the bowler, Riaz Khan. And this one's been hit pretty well and won't be stopped. It goes, in fact, all the way. Manos arriba. Is with 6 carreras.
And if you're a bowler of Riaz Khan's height, you cannot bowl half trackers against batsmen of this quality. That's a really ordinary ball from a good quality cricketer. He's got to get back and try to finish off these last 3. Knuckle down, get a couple of dot balls if he can.
He's got to get his line right here now. Yes, Mohammed, he's played shots to all parts of the ground. He comes to meet this one, and half appeal. It goes all the way through. He ends up yorking himself here. I think if he stays in his crease, he's got one he can sort of clip away on the leg side, and no fielder up there. That would have been 4 more.
Yeah, I suspect Riaz saw him edging towards that leg side. I think it's a pretty good bit of bowling from Khan.
Oh, well, this one has looped right up there. It's a very clever, slower ball. See it come out of his hand. I'm thinking it's going to be a no ball, but he's disguised it really well. Here we go. It loops, it dips, and dot ball. And he's lucky he doesn't get anything on this because he would have just chopped it onto his stumps. Oh, and this one, well, that's a bad one. It's a gundy ball and it's going to be 5. Goes all the way to the boundary, 5 wide. So follows up a clever ball with the gundy one there, Andrew.
Yeah, it's been an up and down over for Khan Rico so far. A couple of really, really good balls just pumped into the block hole. And aside from that, we've had a wide that's gone 5 down the leg side. We have a half tracker that's been pumped for a 6. And as we have a look at what's coming up in the program for the European Cricket Series, plenty of action from Sweden. In fact, they call it the Swedish swing.
The Swedish swing, I'm liking that. Well, he tries to repeat the same ball again. I think this time the captain, Kazim Mohammed, says, not again, not this time. Yeah, just getting it wrong here. He's trying different variations, but this one, whatever it is he's trying, probably that Yorker length delivery is not working for him.
And necessitated a change in the field too, Rico. They've pushed that man back behind square and brought in the one from cover on the boundary.
Then he goes for the slower option. Good pick up and throw. Once again, you see the bounce. The ball just bouncing over the stumps, well backed up. Yeah, we've got the Swedish here. And then Prague. And in the Czech Republic, we've got Budapest there coming as well. And Vienna. And then 5 weeks of the European Cricket Series, the Italian summer, liking that, and that'll be the Super, followed up by the Super Series as well. So plenty of action coming your way, and just to remind you that Vinny Sandy will be here for the start of Stockholm. So I know there's a few of you that are probably missing the lovely tones of Mr. Maximo. He will be back. And well, Prague, Budapest and Vienna, they're going to be sensational. So much cricket. Isn't it interesting that in many parts of Europe, the cricket season is only probably about to kick off, or only has just kicked off. And yet here we are, we've already had hundreds of matches already.
Absolutely, Rico. Head of the ball game, European cricket. As always, down to the final 3 overs here in this seaside innings as Patel comes on to bowl the 8. Good start from him. And actually, as we're talking about things getting underway in European cricket, a big shout out to our boy Andy House, who is a frequent traveller with the European Cricket Network's circus. He's masquerading under the name Spain for Sport. I was about to say Sport for Sport. It's a bit ridiculous as we see Patel swing in for his second ball just outside off stump. He's actually running a women's cricket event out in Kadama this week, and one that our Costano Cricket Club ladies are participating in as well. So huge shout out to Andy, and I hope that event goes absolutely brilliantly, and great to see someone so passionate about getting behind women's cricket on the continent.
Yeah, absolutely. This one has been hit pretty hard, and it goes all the way over. Balle, Landskrona, Badda Shaka. It was a full toss. He went for the slow ball, gets it wrong, and that smash out of here. Niaz Mohammed, and you can't be bowling those. So yeah, once again to Andy House. Housey, you're doing a great job. Look, I was involved with that a few years ago. Obviously, because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to do it for a couple of years. This one is now played out to the offside to take a single, and yeah, we had a softball competition as well as the hardball, and it was absolutely fantastic. It really was. And the women involved of all ages and of all different skills and levels, the way that it was played, I'll say it now, I mean, it was the most sporting and well-spirited tournament you could ever wish for. I mean, they played it so well. The way that the girls helped each other out, how the more accomplished players helped the younger players out. It was just absolutely brilliant. It certainly was a festival of cricket, and there is a festival of boundaries here, as this one is another gundy ball. And Ali Saeed saying, well, I'm going to go after this one as well. So the boundaries are starting to come, and it's all courtesy of these full bungers that Baba Patel is starting to bowl. He's bowling runs, and the batters are saying thank you very much.
Well, Patel copping some tap here. This 8th over. Seaside really needed a big one to get the total moving. They've actually got it up to 74 with still 1 ball to go in this 8th over. And actually, Rico, in the overall scheme of things, of the scores we've seen so far today, they'll actually have themselves in a reasonable position, and still with their 2 prime batsmen at the crease.
Yeah, and both of them now are looking to launch at everything that comes their way. So these are worrying times here. Ian Shopping. That's a clever delivery. That's well bowled. Just that variation in the pace. So that's the end of Patel's spell. He goes for 25 and scored 74 for 1.
Yeah, Seaside, after a sluggish innings at times, they have started to get themselves back into a better position. You can see that worm just starting to creep itself up, in particular after Chowdhury was dismissed, and the arrival at the crease of Ali, who you wouldn't say is firing on all cylinders at the moment, but he's got 18 off 8, and boy, if he faces the majority of these last 2 overs, they could easily take this total into the 110 mark.
Yeah, I mean, what we have seen today, and we saw it in the first 2 matches as well, that the bad balls, full tosses, are a huge gift, because if you do pitch the ball and you get it that short of length, it's very difficult to play an aggressive shot to it, because there's a fair bit of bounce on this pitch. If you're going to bowl a full toss, that's the one that got to get punished. And we've seen already here both these batters, Niaz and also Ali Saeed, have been prepared to do it, and they've done it well. So you've got to bowl well. And with both batters going after you, this is a key over here from Khalid Usman.
Tough time to come on and bowl your first over, the 9th, after there's been a rampage in the previous. Chance to slow down the attack.
It's not a good ball. It will be a wide, and the batters will run through to make it into a couple. So that ball will have to be bowled again. It was a gundy ball down the leg side. Misses out on it, but fortunately it also ricochets off the keeper, Qasim Mohammed, and they take 2 from it. So 2 from nothing. And they get the danger man on strike. And that's the other thing here. That's why that was just a wide, and they stayed as they were. Okay, maybe you get away with it, but now I think Ali Saeed is looking to show everybody just why he's considered to be such a dangerous player here in Sweden. Makes some space for himself and puts it away, and over it goes. Shaba Shaba, and it's another big shot. Gia, boom! Shakalugya.
Probably got to question the tactics here, Rico. You've got a guy coming and bowling, right arm off spin, not a huge amount of zip off the wicket. You've got fielders down a backward square leg, cow corner and long on the boundary. What you really want to be doing is trying to force these guys to cut and hopefully keep it to a single each ball. But as it is, there are only 2 fielders square of the wicket on the offside, giving the bowler very, very little opportunity to come up with a few defensive balls outside off.
It is carved away. That's well bowled, actually. And yeah, he doesn't have. Oh, don't do that. Oh, you don't want to be doing that. And but that was. Yeah, they're asking the question and wonder if they'll go upstairs here. They might do. So we may need to have a look at this. It wasn't necessary to do this in the first place, but he may have got a wicket for his side.
Certainly has run very, very wide there. I think he's managed to just get home. Not even sure the bowler's actually collected that cleanly, but hasn't actually worked out too badly for the Jönköping side. Actually, they've got Ali off strike, and he could have caused absolute mayhem for the right arm off spinner if he had faced a few more balls.
Yeah, good observation from you. The ball not in the hands when the stumps are broken, so regardless of whether the batter made it in or not, it's not out.
Pretty ordinary running for such an experienced player too, Rico. Deviating probably at least a metre off to the other side, when if he had have just run straight, he would have been clearly home.
Yeah, just have a look at this. In comes the throw, and the ball ricochets out of the hands. There's no contact with the ball there when the stumps are broken, so not out is the decision. And then, well, another one that's been missed out on. And oh, well, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. This run out here. I mean, you've got to listen to the non-striker here. Ali Saeed has said, yeah, come on, it's an easy one there, which there is. And it's almost like Niaz Mohammed has said, oh, I missed out on another one. I'm going to have another go. Look here, he's just not listening. He said, no, go back. And, well, this one is something that these 2 batters are going to have a little talk about later. That partnership comes to an end, but courtesy of some poor cricket.
It's unfathomable, Rico. You've got the best batsman in your team calling through for a single to get on strike, against the right arm off spinner in the second last over of the innings, and you're standing there admonishing yourself for missing out on a wide ball down the leg side, and stick your hand up about 3 seconds after he's taken off down the crease. Just unbelievable cricket. And if they go on to lose this game, Seaside, going to look back at this moment and just think that is probably where things went downhill in this batting innings.
This is hit pretty well. It will take some stopping and does really well. They take one, and it's that's all it will be. What a good bit of fielding that is, and that's Patel. Comes across, gets the big hand on it and says, you're not getting the boundary here. So if that went to the boundary, you could say, okay, maybe. But since it doesn't, well, I think that Ali is certainly going to be seething when he comes back.
I suspect he'll be seething irrespective of what had happened on that last ball. No one's flied it up. Comes off top part of the bat, flies up. It's only going to be a 1, but so consecutive singles. Gotten themselves back under control in this over, and once again the disappearance of Ali. They probably would have been looking somewhere around the 105, 110 rate if he could have stayed on strike for a majority of this last part of the innings. As it is, Jönköping should be reasonably confident in keeping them around 3 figures.
And it goes to do the switch shot here. It's called a wide, and I think that's a correct call. I think the bowler's seen the movement there early and just has pushed this through a bit quicker. But gets it too wide. Firmly struck. Bobbles away. Oh dear, it does bobble away, but you do need to get your body behind it. And well, it started with Ibram Kill making a hash of an opportunity, a drop catch. And it looks like the innings is going to end with some more bad fielding. You know the ball is going to bobble, and we said already, we know that the bounce on this is pretty bouncy. You've got to get your body behind it.
Yeah, it's an unnecessary boundary to give away. That ball was just chugging down there for what should have been a comfortable single, but Ibrahim Gill, who's normally pretty safe in the field, makes a bad error.
He's lofted up and he's unlucky. So it goes brave, doesn't he, the bowler? Usman gets this plenty of flight on it and is on the stumps as well. And, the batter just managed to get a little edge on it. He's fortunate because not only does he remain still in, but he gets the single to give him the strike. So with the over completed, the score from there probably be 9. Well, I think we're probably midway through the 90s here. We'll just wait for the scorers to catch up with us. I think there's probably a 4 on the single to add to that, so it could be 95.
Yeah, tough over for Khalid Usman. Had to face rampaging Ali to start, then they got the run out. Unfortunately not helped by his outfielders at times. And as it is, Seaside, despite the loss of Ali, should be able to get themselves to 3 figures quite easily. This last over is going to be a big one actually, Rico. If they can keep it quite tight, Jönköping, they'd feel like it's still probably a 50-50 game. On the other hand, if Niaz murders a few over the boundary, he's going to start taking some big swings. Ball's fallen just short. They'll actually keep it to a single. Question, he probably should have been pushing back for a second.
Got to push here. I mean, there's always going to be a good arm, and you saw there with the keepers taking it, Kazim. I think if they go for it, they were going to get there. We'll have those scores up for you. Just scorers, just clarifying what they are. This one, it's going to be a dot ball, and it's not good batting there, because you see this one coming your way. You just need to step inside this and take the wide.
Love if they could keep this batsman Hakeem on strike for a few more balls. Niaz Mohammed down the non-striker's end.
It's the same again, but this time it does strike him and they do take the leg by. So he gets the main man on strike.
Been a good over so far though. They can get away without any boundaries. It's only been the 2 runs off it to date.
not going to be interested in even trying to take the single here. So ever since that that crazy run out, Niaz Mohammed hasn't himself been able to accelerate, which once again just underlines the fact just what a crazy bit of cricket that was when he just didn't go and runs out. Ali, this one he's got plenty of it, is in the air, and well, he's hit it on the volley. It's a volley layoff, in comes the throw, and well, how close is this one? He's gone. Well, this is the craziest run out you will ever see. It should have been a catch. It ends up catching the fielder on the volley. He passes it to the next fielder, and there's your run out. Well,
This is
how about
ludicrous.
that? That is an assist in cricket, that is.
Absolutely ludicrous. I think it was Riaz Khan out there on the deep square leg boundary. Little bit sluggish to move in, manages to get the ball just at shin height, couldn't affect the catch. Kicked it probably some 30 metres away from himself and actually didn't catch who the fielder was there coming in from short, fine leg, but has absolutely rocketed a throw right next to the stumps, and the keeper's had a minimum amount of work to do to affect the run out. What an unbelievable sequence of events.
That is just unbelievable. We don't actually see, I mean, you'll probably see it better in the highlights. I don't know if we get a chance to maybe show that. Well, we will see it in the highlights for sure. But the fielder who's trying to catch it doesn't make the catch. It hits him on the foot, like on the volley. He passes it on to the next fielder who flies it in, and there's a run out. And crazy stuff. Well, this is pretty well hit. Could be a good way to end the innings. Chases on the other Iba couldn't get to it. It's 4 runs, 4 valuable runs. There's the score. It goes up, and I mean, the scoreboard's not quite up. We haven't quite caught up with it, but I think we've gone to the 100 here for sure. I'm pretty confident. I think Niazi probably just got out on his 50. I thought he might have been 49, but all that will be clarified at the moment. But one thing we can say is keep an eye on these highlights, because there was some interesting things happening there. There was some great bit of fielding, there was some poor bit of fielding, and there was some amazing bit of fielding as well. But it looks like that the Seaside posted the highest score of the day here so far. And well, Young Shopping have got some work to do if they to do this. But there was how it started. There was that drop catch earlier, and this was a really nice shot, and this was early on when Niazi Mohammed was looking the part. And I said he did play shots to all part of the ground, but he did slow up at certain stages during his innings. But there was that one run out that really could be the difference of this being a score around the sort of low hundreds as opposed to around about 120.
Yeah, completely, Rico, especially when Chowdhury got out and brought Ali to the crease, and he is a noted power player. It took him only 2 balls to get moving for it. He hoiked a massive maximum over square leg. Nice piece of bowling there from Hafiz Khan, who actually bowled a couple of really good overs middle of the innings, possibly unlucky not to get an LB decision there. So Ali just continuing to make hay, although he should have been back in the sheds. The keeper's shelling what really should have been taken. Hafiz up appealing, didn't get to see the drop, and I'm sure he and the captain may be exchanging pleasantries as they come off the field. As it was, Mohammed, he kept on hitting the boundary with regularity. Nice big shot over long on. Poor Sabri Imra Kimhill, didn't really matter where the sun was, he wasn't catching that thing. And Ali looked like he was absolutely poised for a bumper finish this innings before he was left high and dry by Mohammed, who was too busy wondering why he didn't put that to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, that there is a shocking bit of cricket. You got to listen to the non-striker. When the ball's gone behind it, it's basic cricket. And, well, Mohammed, said he decided not to. And then really, he couldn't get going. And this was his downfall. The catch goes down. He gets volleyed to the next fielder. He picks it up and fires it in. And it's adios. You got to go. So, we'll get the full scorecard for you. Just being updated at the moment. We'll hopefully get to see it when these highlights come to an end. But I think Niazi Mohammed may have just got to his 50. Probably that single got him the one that he needed to get there. But certainly was an entertaining innings. Plenty of things happening. Plenty of action. Action in the sun here. And this, as I say, certainly you got to say Landskrona is the place where you say blue is the colour. Well, it certainly is today, because the sky is blue and so is that pitch. And aren't you loving it? I certainly do love it. It makes a refreshing change for sure, the blue colour, and I think that the Kookaburra ball is picked up on it really well as well. And what we can tell you is that it was an interesting innings from Seaside. Thinks their first 5 overs, 35, so they're really, as what we said, myself and Andrew were saying, that teams may be a little bit cautious, but they certainly did get the acceleration going the second part. I mean, there were some expensive overs. I mean, just the early over 10 runs in the first 5 was over 2, and then after the 5th over, it was like 11, 15, 13, 17. That's when they really went to town. So certainly showed that if you start cautiously and you keep wickets in hand, you can get the acceleration in. But that scorecard will be up for you when we return for the start of the second innings. And I suspect that we're probably around about 100 and 105, between 105 and 110. But don't quote me on that. We will have that for you when you come back. But all we can say there is that Seaside, they've gone out there, they've posted the highest runs of the day so far. And Jan Shopping, they're going to have to be at their very best if they're to get them. It's going to be an exciting finish. Join me, Rika Full, and also Rhino as we come back. Remember, we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the start of the second innings.
Well, European cricket fans, welcome back to the Landskrona cricket ground here in southern Sweden. We're in the Skåne region all for the next 2 weeks. Plenty of amazing T10 cricket action coming up, and we've confirmed that the score from Seaside in that first innings was in fact 99 runs on the board, and they lost 3 wickets during that innings. Certainly some strong batting from Niaz Mohammedan, complemented by, in particular, Shafat Ali in the second part of the innings. So Seaside will feel that they've got pretty strong total on the board to defend, and will be pretty confident of keeping this Jönköping team in check. But there are plenty of explosive hitters throughout their lineup, and so they will be in with a big show as they try to win their first game in this Group A clash here on day one. And Rico, Seaside, there are times in that innings where you thought they might get up to 110. There were times in which they were struggling to get to 85. It was a really up and down performance.
It was, yeah. I mean, they finished on 99. I'm surprised. I thought they'd gone past 100, but I think the scorers had to go back into that 9th over where there was just some errors. So it ends up being 99, but Niaz Mohammed, though, was involved in that crazy run out of Ali Said. He does get to his half century. He was run out on 52 of 37, so he's our first man to make a half century in this series. So congratulations to him, Badanya. Niaz Mohammed, apni 50 banani 52. So well, that's one positive, but of course that run out, I still believe that getting somebody like a quality batter like Shafat Ali Said out, run out in that manner, he was on a roll, and I think that could have cost him easily 15 to 20 runs. So it could have been 110, about 110, 120. It ends up being 99. So 100 required exactly if the victory is to happen here. So, well, Jönköping, they've got it all to do. And it looks like they're going to go with Riaz Khan, who's opening up. And it's going to be a man that had a mixed day in the field. And Ibrahim Kahil is going to be the non-striker.
Looks like Mutaba Hakim going to open the bowling for Seaside. Tell you what, he hasn't wasted any time in trying to intimidate the batsman. He's bowling to 5 foot tall Riaz Khan, and he's bowled a bouncer that would have taken the head off of the 7-footer. Yes. Not even sure that one bounced in the back half of the pitch or not.
Well, this is, well... the batsman is probably thinking,
side on view is amazing.
You know, when you're in a different sport, as you see this one, he plays this one down. You know, in something like snooker or pool, you can ask for the extension when you can't reach anything. I think he wanted a step ladder there. He said, bring me the steps. Bring me the steps. I'll have it. I'll have it. Just let me reach it. Well, that was
he could have had the extension cue and still not got his bat to that one. Well, what a start. Well, Riaz has got that high on the bat.
Look at this. Does that go all the way, or does it just bounce before? Well, I think only the fielder can tell us. Let's have a look at it on the replay if we catch it here. This goes a long way up, and this is, I think this is almost the back of the bat. Here's the chase. Where does this drop? And well, yeah, 4 runs just inside.
It's dropped nowhere near the fielder, who unfortunately had to turn and run blind, and somehow it spun almost back into it. Boy, hasn't this innings started with some...
Oh, wow. Go on, carry on.
What is going on here, Rico?
What is it?
He's bowled a ball about a metre down leg side. It's almost been fielded by Fine Leg, who's somehow stopped it.
Oh, dear. It's one of those, isn't it? What is happening? This is not the start that you want. Well, we've had the wide, didn't we?
I feel like we should have the Benny Hill theme tune.
We need to cue it up, don't we?
This is incredible stuff.
Okay, where could this one be going? Well, your guess is as good as ours. And it actually ends up being quite a decent delivery. So, is that everything? What an interesting start.
Well, no wonder the scorers haven't kept up with this innings. This has been an amazing first over from Hakim. Sure, when he turned up to the ground today and was being told that he was going to take the new ball, this is probably not what he envisioned.
Oh, dear.
Well, full time.
That's everything now. We've had the short ball wide, we've had the crazy leg side wide, and now we've had a full bunker no ball. What's left?
I have some sympathy. Riaz Khan is not the tallest man. He's not the hardest player to bowl a waist-high full toss to. But once again, he could have yanked the tallest player out of the Jönköping squad, and that still would have been clearly a no ball. So he's facing the pressure of a free hit. Finally, Sami Ibrahim Kill has gotten on strike. He's a strong striker of the ball, hits to some unorthodox parts of the ground. Certainly an X factor in their batting lineup. But what's going to happen next?
Well, let's have a look. Well, I told you. I think this is where, well, Sami is saying, I told you I needed a step ladder. And he would have got no ball. We probably would have reached it. Here we go. Where's this one going? Well, it's up in the air. It gets over the infield. It's still travelling. It just, this one hits the deck and plugs. In comes the throw. And, well backed up.
All we needed was for that to go to 4 off an overthrow, Rico, and we would have had almost the entire, what was it, a full house in Yahtzee when you were... Just incredible.
It's a crazy start. It certainly is. And firmly struck, should be fielded, and it has been.
I like the way you said that should be fielded, as in almost preempting that something
could
absurd
happen.
was about to happen.
When you watch enough of these games, I think you don't say things like, oh, this will be the last ball of the over, because it never is. And you don't say, well, that will just be one, because quite often. So, yeah, you call it cautiously. And when you've done hundreds of these games, you certainly learn that. And this will go all the way. Balle. Ginna Sona, Ginna Badashaka. Well, in this over, there just had to be a Maximo as well, didn't they?
Well, Adiadoro, the skipper, giving a comforting pat on the back to Paul Mataba Hakeem. That was a pretty good shot from Riaz Khan, actually, probably the first one that had actually been in his hitting space in the entire over. And well, Jönköping, that's an intriguing start. I see Frank Johnston's joined us in the YouTube chat talking about the fact that he's got some comedy gold to kick off his viewing today. Well, certainly that first over had just about everything. And in fact, I suspect, Rico, if that you were creating a test for new scorers, that would probably be a pretty good over for them to have to work their way through.
Yeah, that would be a very good over. Well, Jönköping, they need to go shopping because they need a pair of step ladders, because at the moment they're getting a bit of the high stuff. The short ball that went over the head high, and then the full toss. Well, it's got to be bought Seaside. They've got to come back here, because at the moment that over, they were all out at sea, weren't they? Again, they're bringing back 14. Well, that's not. I
think there's still a few balls to catch up there, Rico.
There's a few more to add up, so just wait for the score to catch up. But I think there was quite a few in that one. I don't think it quite went magical, but there was plenty of runs. And this one will be starting with a big one. It goes all the way. Oh well, that ball is going to come back with a bit of a mark on it. This thuds into the building. Well, whatever that building is there, I don't know what it is, but this one absolutely gets crunched into it. What a big hit is this.
Well, I gave him a rap in the match preview, Rico. Sami Ibrahim Kill. He's not your most orthodox batsman, but boy, has he got some power, and he has launched that thing. That is absolutely cannoned into the building right next to the ground. It was still almost going up when it hit it too.
Wow. They used the same ball? Surely not. Well, there you go. I told you that ball's out of shape. It's not going to go straight anymore as it smashed into the side of that. Oh, that's called a wide.
So I think we've got the score now, Rico, which is now 28 for none after one ball into the second over.
So the first over did go magical, then it went into the 20s. 21. And this will be another wide. So, well, they not helping themselves here. Seaside, they should have got to more than 99. There were some crazy bits of cricket from them when they were batting, and now it started crazy with the ball as well. And, well, on shopping, they're probably thinking, yeah, keep it going. We're happy with this. And what's this one? And the umpire thinks long and hard and says, I don't want to, but I have to. It's a hat-trick of wides. And this one was pretty close. Thinks and thinks hard. Look at the action happening there from the wicketkeeper as well. It's like he's smoking. The wicketkeeper's on fire anyway.
Not sure the wicketkeeper was helping with that wide call. He's managed to take 2 steps further to the offside. Not exactly convincing the umpires. That one has been swung long, high, and extraordinarily handsome. Sammy Ibrahimkil is giving a demonstration of his power. That is a sweet, sweet strike.
It's a lovely shot. Sammy कह रहा आलो शक्का मैं थोड़ी देर अपना pose भी करूँगी मेरे 2-3 photo भी खींच तो yeah he said well that's a shot now take me picture smile please Madonna I hope you got those.
Well, Maiden Waters, who was giving you some thank you for talking about the ladies cricket earlier in the chat, she's just looking and going, this is a scorer's nightmare, and isn't it? Oh, Ibrahimkil has launched another maximum. What a beautiful shot. Not a bad ball, just outside of the block hole, but he has drilled it over long off. That is smoked.
That is a sensational shot. It wasn't a bad ball at all. It was swinging in as well, and he just, wow, it was effortless. It was majestic. It was huge. And this one, well, this one gets through and gets an applaud from the wicketkeeper, Sachin Ryle.
I'm not satisfied with a dot, Rico. We've had so much action on almost every single other ball of this innings so far. I just had Jacob Henry on the chat just saying, what is going on? And you can question these things, but the universe is just giving us a magical, magical game 3 here.
This is another, and it's 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. Well, what a start this is. Surely they're not going to get the 50 up in the second over. Well, Ibrahim, he has gone big. He's gone ballistic. And the umpire is going to get tired in a moment because those arms are going up at regular intervals.
Oh, Adi Aurora, who's an experienced player, he's been around Swedish cricket for quite a number of years. He's just facing a typhoon in the face of Ibrahimkil.
And it's up, 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 arriba, 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 eso es 6 carreras más, increíble, qué guay, qué grande este hombre. Ibrahimkil goes mad, he goes bonkers. Well, how about that? It's 50 up at the end of the second over, 54 without loss. This is just crazy stuff.
Absolute insanity, Rico. And boy, oh boy, the crowd that have joined us down here at the Landskrona Cricket Club, haven't they been treated to an astounding first couple of overs from the yawn shopping team? It's gone from absolute comedy to absolute comet blasts off the bat. This is just extraordinary stuff. 54 for none after 2 overs.
Wow, this is just great. And who'd want to bowl this next over? I mean, the first one went for 21. The second is gone supersonic. Aurora goes for 33. Wow, how about this? And we know who it's going to be. It's going to be Shafkat Ali to bowl. And gets a good one in there. A dot ball. What's one of those? What's a dot ball?
Wow. Scorer's just getting a chance to breathe. Just for a few moments. Just for a few moments. Yeah, so they wouldn't mind a couple more in succession here to just get themselves readjusted.
Short one, and I think not sure where this hits the batter. I think may have got a bit of glove on this. We'll see this, aim right at him. Let's see, it's short, and yeah, I mean, catches him up high up on the shoulder. Once again, it's another reason why we at the ECN, we advise all batters to wear a lid, and I think this could be the sort of pitch where, well, I think you need to wear one because it does get some carry through and some bounce. This is being hit pretty hard, and it's more, 6 more. It goes all the way, manos arriba, arbitro. Well, they're looking to do this in style. Yawn shopping, well, they have gone shopping. They've gone shopping for 6s, And, well, it's buy one, get a few free, because that's another one that flies over.
Well, Riaz can't. I think with him going out there with no lid, with him being a not the tallest batsman, I think he suspects very quickly they're just going to go short to him. He sweated on that and smoked it over mid-wicket. Creates some room out on the offside and unfortunately gets it on the toe end of the bat, just pops up for a catch. And Rico, first wicket down, but 60 runs on the board. What a start.
Yeah, 60 on the board, and well, Khan does go. And he makes his way, he departs on 16. And yeah, what a start. Just don't, it's just been a bit of carnage happening out there. And the scorers, for one, are probably pleased they're going to be able to breathe just a little. I think they're holding back the next batter and say, don't go out there yet. Well, he's gone out there already. And it's all happening. This is an amazing start.
Well, Rico, you know the stats better than I do. Ibrahim Gill's 33 off 8 at the moment.
Yeah.
Is he a shout for ECN record for a half century?
I think there is every possibility of it. I believe that 11 balls is the record. 12 has been done several times, been tied. I believe it's 11.
So a possibility for him to tie it.
Ali does get the breakthrough. He sees Rehan come in. There's that short one again, but it's been well timed. This is a lovely shot. This is pure timing. And, well, Ali Saeed, he likes to get the short ball in. He goes for it one more time, and he adjusts very quickly, does batter. And that's a nice shot. Look, keeps his eye on the ball, keeps his head perfectly still, rolls the wrist all along the ground. 4 more. There you go. That's one for Dian Norris. Take a snapshot off. And Saeed's over, though. He picks up the wicket, goes for 10. And score 64. What a power play that is for 1.
Oh. Yon Shaping putting the power into power play. That's an astounding performance. And brought Ibrahim Gill back on strike. Look at the win probability. Not surprisingly, Yon Shaping there at 94% probability at the moment. And Seaside, boy, do they need a couple of wickets quickly, and in particular need to get this man back in the pavilion. He's out there much longer. This could be done and dusted in 2 overs.
Someone a sheet. It's the man that's going to try and do something special. It's a big swing. Oh, it's a misfield, so he should and will go back. No, he decides not to. Just, I'm not going to go on the misfield. On this one, oh, this is one that the wicketkeeper almost wears. Look at the bounce on this. And he thinks, well, I suppose the wicketkeeper taking evasive action. So is the batter. It's all happening out there. What a crazy innings this has been so far.
I thought Sweden was supposed to be a calm, sensible, conservative place, Rico. It's just not what we're seeing at the moment. It's just typhoons of runs and errors. Good ball. Solovanchi, maybe he should have been bowling in the first couple of overs. That's not a bad start from him.
No, that's a good delivery. And it's got a good action there as well, isn't he? Nice follow through. Gets plenty of pace in the delivery. Oh, that's a good ball. That was too good, wasn't it? Too good for Rehan. Doesn't know too much about this. And you get the feeling that if Rehan doesn't start moving his feet, he's going to be cleaned up here. Oh, that's so close.
Pretty good bowling for a man with basically a non-existent front arm. This is just all the right arms that are coming around and whipping through, and he bowls with a decent bit of pace. But, oh God, Rico, if you've got a bowling coach with him and got that front arm engaged, he could probably add another good 7 or 10 Ks to his speed.
This one is played at very late as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Very good observation. So he just offers the bat to it. Well, let us know how you're enjoying the start of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Landskrona. Thank you for everybody that's been involved in the chat. Plenty of chat and plenty to chat about. As this one goes through again, so the rapid rate that we started at just slowed down a bit. Well, how about this? When you look at the scores per over, you've seen all of the carnage at the top, and then Somanashi comes in here and looks like he's going to finish this over pretty well. Just one from it so far. Rehan is struggling. And, well, he gets a side on onto this, gets a bit of bat onto it, takes a single. He's very disappointed with himself. It's probably because he's heard something from Ibrahim Kil saying, "What are you doing taking a single there? I want to be on strike. I'm on fire here at the moment." Well, look, what a start. Did you expect this here at the start of this match? I mean, that's the beauty of European cricket. You just never know what to expect. And that's why I always say it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment. And there's always a bit of drama.
There's always a bit of drama, often a bit of comedy as well. And we certainly saw drama, comedy, big hits, everything in that first power play. But Rico, actually, Seaside are not out of this. That was actually a great over there from Somvanshi. He comes back and bowls another one that goes for 1 or 2. They pick up a couple of wickets, in particular Sabi Ibrahim killed. Then all of a sudden, this is game on.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, this one fired in. That's the wicket that they need, and that's what they're targeting. And this time, well, Rehan, he gets off the mark. Well, not off the mark, but gets off strike straight away. There's the throw. He was always in there. But you can see he made up his mind. He was going straight away. So here we go. Here we going back to the ludicrous here and back to the fireworks and the big hitting.
In all seriousness, this is a pretty big over, this one, Rico. I say he's a good bowler. If he can nip out 1 or 2, particularly this man.
That one's going to go all the way. I think it's going to be 4 byes. And, well, no bat involved this time. But when he seems to be at that end, all that we seem to be seeing is boundaries. Even when he doesn't hit them, this one doesn't go as high as expected. But, again, the keeper's going to be disappointed. I know that it doesn't bounce very high, but he's got nothing behind it at all. And then you see the fielder there in the deep trying to stop it using his legs. That doesn't help as well. So not the best bit of cricket there.
When you're 67 for 1, defending a target of 100, you've got to throw yourself around, and the keeper's got to get his body in front of those. It's well bowled from Ali.
Yeah, good delivery. Good chart.
As I said, this is a pretty big over, Rico. He can get Ibrahim Kil back in the pavilion. They can get a couple of new batsmen to the crease. Rahan doesn't look particularly fluent in his innings to date. Certainly not out of this Seaside.
This is gone and gone all the way. He's got such quick hands. And he just, well, it's a bit of explosive action once more from Sami Ibrahim Kil. And this one goes all the way over as well. Boom! Shakalugya. What a shot.
Oh, gorgeous shot from side on there, Rico. He's gotten the hands through it beautifully. Top hand keeping control of the bat, and then the bottom hand just getting the elevation and the scoop needed to take it to the opposite direction from 6. Great batting.
And he swings at this one as well, and this keeps on going, and it's a smash. Hi, Kinni Kurpendi ground the pitch, and it's Sami Ibrahim Kil. Well, he wants to do it in style, and there's fireworks all around this ground. It's raining 6s.
Well, lucky the fielder gave the signal to the umpire there. Not sure he could have seen that it went a good 15 metres over the boundary line. It's a nice strike from Ibrahim Kil. He's got some power in that left-handed blade of his.
Edge gone. And, well, there's a good bit of bowling there from Ali Saeed. He knows that Ibrahim Kil is going to go after everything. He bangs this in short, just a little bit wide, so keeps it out of the swing zone from Ibrahim. It's the end of what has been a sensational innings, and the catch cleanly taken there by Sachin this time. So they do get a big wicket, but has it come too late, because there's not too many runs needed here now. And it looks like that Young Shopping are in for, well, what should be quite a comprehensive victory. But this is European cricket. It's T10. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and we talked about my boy Yusuf Sahak earlier this morning, who careered Ariana Cricket Club to a remarkable come-from-behind victory against Malmo last year with 4 wickets in 4 balls in the latter stages of the game. They could do with a Yusuf Sahak-like performance here this afternoon. Seaside, one of their bowlers really needs to stand up and take a bag of wickets in a single over if possible. Looks like they might be bringing back Somavanchi for his second over, and if so, that's probably pretty sensible captaincy, given that there's still 5 overs to go and they're only defending a target of 100. So certainly Jönköping, you'd have to say that they are favourites at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely favourites. I mean, getting that wicket will help. I mean, they may be able to just. It's a question of how deep they can take this now, because a lot of, if you don't get the victory here, and depending on what happens in the second match, well, I think the net run rate will definitely come into play in this group. So it's all about saying, well, okay, 17 they need, but let's make them really work hard for it. Let's take them as deep as we can. And if anything, it's all about, maybe we're not going to win this match, but let's not lose it badly.
Well, helping them win it very well. Ibrahim Gill ended up 46 off only 14 balls. Brilliant batting from him. As pitched up nicely, just driven straight down the ground. He's bowled well so far, Somavanchi. Really kept his side, with a great chance of winning this game, but at least giving them an opportunity.
Yeah, look, when you come in to bowl, and there's been a bit of carnage happening, to bowl that over that he bowled was sensational. And now if you can get another one in like that, like I say, it just takes it a little bit deeper. And we've got two relative new batters in there. Rehan has 7 off 9. This one's played cautiously. And they take one. Some of the teammates are shouting 2. I think there's no need to give any unnecessary wickets away. That rate it's under 4. They can do it in singles. The captain, that's gone out there now as well.
It's really what you want as skipper. Just come in, put the cherry on top after the great work from your teammates at the top. A good ball, just dug out and pushed up for a single. It's a long off.
I think it's probably Rehan realising that there's no, and it's a bad ball and it deserves to be put away. There's no need to take any unnecessary risks. Captain, well, he'd love to be out there as they win this match. That's a good delivery from Somavanchi once more. He certainly has bowled well, and it just makes you think that if they change the order slightly with the ball. I mean, Hakeem went for 24, remember, and then, well, there was that crazy over where Aurora went for 33. And that's what's put them in this position. Well, this is a big hit, and it's going to be more boundaries. And I think just waiting the umpire to see what this one is. 4 it is, just dropping before the line. Gets himself into a good position, doesn't he? Takes a couple of steps, the captain, Qasim Muhammad, and he absolutely sends this one just bouncing, just dropped short. I think they've known paced this so well, they've attacked the right deliveries. Somavanchi comes wide and asking the question, oh well, they're tripping each other to try and get there. 3, it's an explosion of players on the ground. Well, I'm not sure where the captain was trying to go here, Qasim. I mean, there's never a run here. He's running after the ball, chasing after it. Then decides it's not a 100-metre dash against the ball. Has to get back. He does make it, but not before there's 3 men on the ground. And somebody wants to take a hat off there for, I don't know what's going on. Maybe taking a bow. It's all happening out there.
Geez, it looked like a human 10-pin bowling lane there at one stage, Rico. Just bodies all over the place. Not a huge amount of productive cricket, and in the end it was probably reasonably close to a run out given the batsman decided to slide in on his knees. But as it is, Jönköping, they're up to 92 for 2 off 6 overs, and we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard coming up for the next game. Well, Sami Ibrahim killed, certainly a man to get into your fantasy squads. He was brutal at the top of the innings for Jönköping. As for that Seaside team, Niaz Mohammed, well, he looked pretty good early on, and Shafat Ali, he looks like he's going to be prominent with both bat and ball throughout this week.
Yeah, certainly are. I mean, I'm looking forward to this already, and just for the sheer entertainment value. And, well, it's that sort of place, isn't it? And, we've seen the horses. Now, it's that time of the afternoon. Maybe take a dog for a walk.
Very sedate action after some of the brutality that we've seen here on the cricket field today.
This one goes to third man and complete.
I think, Rico, they really should be having a bit of a thrash here, the Jönköping batsmen. They're only 2 wickets down.
Yeah.
Realistically, at this stage, they want to try to finish this game in this over. And as you said earlier, get a big boost to their run rate. Whereas if they just nurse at home, don't lose another wicket, and they only end up winning this with an over and a half or 2 overs to spare, it's not really going to give them the big boost that they should be expecting from such a dominant batting performance.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's why you're seeing the intent there from the captain, Kazim Mohammed. He's hit that pretty well, but that's well fielded there by Niaz Mohammed. Straight at the fielder, good pick up, and gets set to shy, holds on to it as Kazim gets back into his crease pretty quickly.
Good start from Kumar so far. Keeping the runs down, only 2 runs off his first 3.
This one will be 4, and this is a really nice shot. This is all about knowing where the field is, and he guides this ball beautifully into that part of the ground. And once this goes over the close fielder, it's always going to be 4. Lovely looking shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot. One of the best shots that we've seen today as far as technique goes. Just got the wrist in a great position, just watched it underneath the eyeballs and struck it beautifully through the through the cover boundary. It's exceptional batsmanship. Kumar probably just giving a little bit too much width at his pace.
Yeah, now we're at the stage where a boundary would do it. And, we'll give Jönköping their first victory. And you have to say, they've done it in some style. They really have. Bit of width and creamed away, and it looks like that will be it. A great effort there from the fielder, but he's not able to stop it. It's 4 more. That brings up the 100, and that will bring up the victory. And what a good victory it is. And as you said, Rhino, not only is it a victory, they've done it in style, and then that run rate is going to look absolutely superb.
Yeah, it's going to get a massive boost, and nothing less than they deserve, Jönköping. They have absolutely ripped to shreds the bowling lineup of Seaside in this game, and they've put a big statement down, putting the rest of the group on notice that after a fairly disappointing performance last year, Jönköping is ready to go big in ECS Landskrona 2022.
Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. You mentioned them, and you said that they would have been disappointed with the display last year because they're a team that on paper and should have done better than what they did, and they're looking to put that behind them. Obviously, they've got that experience. They know all about this format of the game. And let's just see the players congratulating each other. Remember, they do it all over again. So we will see that battle between these two again. But look, these are some highlights. But don't blink, because if you blink, you might miss it, because it was all about fireworks. And it was all about some fun and games as well. This one goes for the wides, 5 of them. This was the no ball. It was all happening out there at one point. This bring me a ladder, I can't get to them. And then, well, we saw some hitting, power hitting. Not only was it from, well, 2 batters just went ballistic, but it was all about one man. Well, Sami, well, Ibrahim kill, well, he was there for the kill. He was hitting everything big. He was hitting everything to the boundary. And it's got to be said, it's been a while since we've seen clean hitting like this.
Oh, it was beautiful striking, Rico. It just looked so well balanced, and some of the balls were gimme hits. Some of the balls he's just taken decent deliveries and absolutely punished them to the boundary. It was great to watch, and we had an amazing vantage up here in the commentary box. But even when the bowlers did manage to beat him, somehow it's escaped the clutches of the wicketkeeper, and the the third man fieldsman has managed to go for a boundary. That one went for 6 before he was finally sent packing by an Ali short ball, which the keeper managed to glove. But there was still plenty of fireworks to come.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. And the thing is there, okay, we're all talking about Ibrahim Kil here as he saw this more crazy action. It was all going on. It just was incredible. Such an entertaining one. But look, take nothing away for the batting there also, I think, from Riaz Khan. I think he played some nice shots. And then Rehan there towards the end, the not out bad. I mean, that shot there, as you said, is probably one of the shots of the day. He played 2 lovely shots out on the offside. And I think they just showed there, John Shopping, that they are a team that are here, and they're here to make a name for themselves.
Absolutely. And wasn't he pumped after hitting the winning runs there, Musa Rehan? It was a nice little innings for him. He looked a little bit shaky to start with, but actually pulled out a couple of lovely strikes out of the kit bag. So much more cricket coming for you thick and fast here from Landskrona in Sweden. We get to meet a new team tomorrow morning, Rico, Evergreen. Really looking forward to seeing them. And of course, the final game here today, Jönköping against Seaside, the second matchup. Seaside really got some thinking to do about how they deal with the power hitting of Jönköping.
Yeah, they've got something to do. I think they know that they didn't start well with the ball, and that's what it was. It's that we always say, if you get it wrong in the power play and the team get off to a fly, then it's always really difficult to bring it back. And that's exactly what Jönköping did. They went big, and there were some huge hits there. But, well, I'll tell you what, Sami Ibrahim Kul, he didn't quite get to his 50. Niazi Mohammed is the only man to have done that so far, and that was for Seaside, but he was the only one to do so. But look, you just look at that scorecard again, but it's the strike rate, 46 of 14 deliveries. Oh, carnage. That was just carnage.
Yeah, absolute carnage. For a brilliant to watch. Great innings from Sabi Emre Kim-Hill, and even without some of the support players there, he's gotten them halfway to the total and only taking 14 balls for his 46. Super batting. Sets up a mouth-watering clash. Yeah, Seaside's bowlers, they've got some thinking to do. Shafat Ali, he took 2 for 23, but aside from that, Hakeem and Aurora going for 53 off the first 2 overs of the innings. They were never coming back after that.
No, they weren't. And this is before we say, if you got some young kids watching, tell them to look away now, because those are hurtful figures. But well, Aurora, I don't think he'll probably come back in the next match and bowl really well. It's just one of those things. That's what T10 is about. You just never know how things are going to go. I mean, 1 or 2 of these players maybe haven't played any competitive cricket until now, so maybe a bit rusty. Well, if you're rusty as a bowler, the good batters are going to put you away. Well, there's the match summary there. And Seaside, they got to 99. They'll look back at 1 or 2 moments in their innings, and they'll feel that they're better than that. I think they're a 110, 120 side. But it's all a question of, well, even if there was 120 on the board, Jönköping, with some of the hitting power we saw there, would have probably raced to that as well. So this next match is coming up in just under about half an hour time. So you've got a little bit of a break now. I would say get the kettle on. Maybe get yourself a slice of cake. Get comfortable, sit back, because that action starts again. Well, that match was all about the fireworks, and I'm pretty certain there's some more to come yet still. So join me, Rico Fool and Andrew Ryan, as we come back in about 25 minutes' time.
So really interesting first clash between Jönköping and Seaside, and as always on the European Cricket Series, we've got them for a double header. So the return match coming up, Game 4, we're handing over to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
Head. Edge is called.
It is hit. Okay, we are going to bat first.
Okay, you will bat first.
So the skipper from Jönköping called correctly, and they have elected to bat first in Game 4. Close out day 1 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. Plenty more good cricket action coming, plenty more T10, big striking, fast bowling, lots to look forward to in this final game of today. We'll hand up back to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much indeed to Andrew Ryan, and we get ready for the final match of today. It was the opening day of this Landskrona European Cricket Series, as we have a look at the beautiful setup here. And there it is, folks, the beautiful blue pitch. It's lovely surroundings here. You can see there the players warming up. It's got the 2 players' marquees, the marquees of the scorers and the umpires. And all the action about to start again here. And well, the exciting news is that Jönköping are going to be batting first this time, so I think we're going to get a chance to see more of Mihais Khan, and also, well, of Sami Ibrahim Kil. He was the master blaster, wasn't he? He was on fire. He smashed the ball all over the place. And well, what an innings it was. It earned him the Player of the Match award. 46 of just 14 deliveries, and that was before for Seaside that Niaz Mohammed made 52 of 37, got them to 99, wasn't quite enough in that one, but Seaside do know one thing, that they've got to bowl really well, especially there at the beginning in this power play. Otherwise, well, Jönköping can take this match away from them. But we've seen many a time that even though one match between 2 teams can be a fairly one-sided one, the second one can be completely different, and I think that's what certainly Seaside are hoping here as we get ready for the start of the match. There the batters, they make their way to the middle, and Riaz Khan will be facing the first delivery. Just wonder how we see Seaside go about this. They've a few changes. Niaz Mohammed will be behind the stumps, and Eddie Aurora, the captain. They need things to go their way. They certainly want to. I mean, if they can be at the best here and get this victory, and they level this series 1 apiece, and they got points on the board. Otherwise, well, they will be doing a lot of chasing later on today. Give you the updates on the earlier 2 matches, just in case you missed them. It was Göteborg. They got the victory in both the matches, batting first in the first one, winning that one 90-84 by 6 runs. And then the second one, they didn't post as many, 83-63, winning by 20 runs. So Göteborg sitting at the top of the table in Group A. But well, they've been chased by Jönköping as we see the start of this one. And it's another wild start, way outside the off stump. Will be called a wide. Just need to be a little bit tidier, don't they? Umpire Sagar and Ajish are the men out there. And the second delivery, as the wind just picks up a bit, this will be another wide. That is the best of starts, not what you need. Ajish is the umpire at the standing end. Umpire Sagar is that square leg. And led brilliantly, as always, by Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referee. And this one is okay. So yeah, gets that moving away, but you see with the batter taking himself away down the leg side. Can't get anywhere near this. Here's Khan, just needs to stand still, I think. Stand and deliver, as I'd like to say. And goes too wide again. I think certainly got a plan to keep that ball outside the off stump. But at the moment, maybe it's to do with this, perhaps the wind. The wind is pretty strong, blowing at the moment from right to left, so that will always take the ball away a little bit. That's better. And Zumvanish was probably the pick of the bowlers. They made a change straight away, using him up early to see if he can get the breakthrough. I mean, certainly if they can get the top 3 batters, Khan, Ibrahim Kil. That was wide again, and maybe another batter that batted really well, I thought, was Musa Rehan. Intelligently get those top 3 and then start asking questions of some of the others. Also, it would allow us to see what other firepower, if any, Yun Shopping have. That's that. Sticking to his line, sticking to his task. I mean, he's got a few wrong, but he's not trying to change, not trying to do anything different. No runs off the bat so far, all coming in extras. This one will be runs on the bat. He gets this through the field that's set on the offside, and it goes away pretty quickly, as we've seen. Nice looking shot, gets right to the pitch of it, uses his feet well, and gets the boundary. The first runs off the bat. Once again, a very warm welcome to everybody that is tuned in, wherever you're tuning in from, our global cricket family. Up in the air, and this is going to be more runs. It's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. So just the change in the length, just attacking the stumps a little bit more, and that allows the big shot to come in. This opens the face of the bat a little as well as that fires away. So after those wides, it's now 2 boundaries. So the score moving along nicely. It's a good start. This is what they're looking to do here. Not quite as magical as the first time. Well, this one's right down the ground. Oh, what a beautiful shot this is as it sails to the left of us here in our commentary position. That is big. That goes all the way. Kinnasona. Here we go. Boom. Shaka Lagya. And just like that, that score goes up to 18 at the end of the first. And well, we know how the last match went. It was 21 off the first over there. So a huge welcome to everybody on the YouTube chat as well. You've been absolutely brilliant. Thank you to all the moderators. And well, stay there with us. Keep the questions coming. And let us know what do you think so far. Let us know what do you think of this location, of this venue. Rico Full here, and also with Andrew Ryan.
Great to be back here, Rico. An interesting first over. Decision from the captain to go with Solvanchi. Bowled very, very well amongst all of the carnage. Game 1, but he's been taken for 18 off his first over, and actually Riaz can't do in the damage. Ibrahim Kil still yet to face a ball. Get to see him now.
Get strapped on the pads from the bowling of Shafat Ali. Yeah, this will be an interesting competition, I think, for me, between these two. Shafat Ali, he is a class player, and he will ask the questions. And I think Ibrahim Kil, I think the sort of form he's in, I don't think he's going to change the way he bats. I think it's all or nothing from him.
Oh, he probably needs to get this in the channel, probably about a foot outside of off stump. Short, wide, a little bit more than a foot outside of off stump. Umpire calls it.
Yeah, wide ball called. You can see the plan. The plan is to try and keep the ball out of what I call the swing zone. And that's why he's targeting this area. I think it's the right idea. Just needs to bring it in just a little bit closer.
that's that lane. Don't give Ibrahim Kill the opportunity to swing it to mid-wicket or square leg. Got a natural strength in that area. Ball's got a little bit more zip on it from Ali than he had in the first game.
Yeah, I guess this one through, but it's only a matter of time. Ibrahim Kill is not going to miss out on too many of those. I think on that occasion he's just trying to give that, hit it a little bit too hard. Slight change in the field here.
The ball outside off stump. It's well bowled from Ali. Rick, I see a big development just on the other side of the ground from us here, where we seem to have the cube being inflated very, very late in the day, but after we've been exposed to the elements of a treacherous day here in the Swedish sunshine.
It's almost like we're going to be put in a box. I don't know if I like it. What do you think? How do you like it? Do you like being out in the open? I like being out in the open. I think it's really nice. I must admit it can. Oh, that's a really good delivery. That's got to be out for me. If this makes no contact on the bat, which I don't think it does, it's gone. It's a superb delivery right up there. It's going to take something good to get Sami out, and this was spot on.
Yeah, super bowling from Ali. Set him up with a couple of nice balls outside off stump. Then he went full. His feet just froze. The ball was being speared into his legs. Just moved away from him at the last moment. That's a super bit of bowling and a well-deserved wicket. This is a great start from Ali. He's putting the team on his back. Jönköping 1 wicket down. A couple of balls left in the second over. 19 runs on the board.
Well, that's what we say about ECN, or what we say about ECN is that, well, one innings is completely different to another. And this man, well, I reckon in the first time round of 4 deliveries, he was probably close to 20. This time of 4 deliveries, he doesn't score a run. He goes for, a duck. Would you believe it? This is the beauty of this game.
Gee, that's good sound effects, Rico.
Was that good?
That was really, really strong. Actually having a chat to a few people last week who were suggesting that I pull out the Daddles Duck sound sometime this week, but after how well you've done it, I don't think I'm going to even try.
I think it's good. I think a few sound effects. There's 1 or 2 up my sleeve as well that may come out and play later today, or maybe tomorrow. But look, really good bowling, top over, and that puts them in this, doesn't it? Puts them in it.
I was going to ask you earlier if you'd do a horse impersonation, but I thought you'd just say, nay.
I like it. I like where you're coming from.
Musa Rahan, last ball this over, down leg side. Umpire calls wide. Thought they might have gotten a tickle on the back of the pad, but as it is, he's going to have to re-bowl it. Be disappointed if he gives away a boundary off the final ball of this over.
Yeah, I mean, it's been stopped, hasn't it, by Niaz Mohammed. I'm not going to say good use of the gloves. He stops it, but I don't think that's called anything. Niaz Mohammed is suggesting it does, but it will have to be bowled again. It's another wides.
Plenty of love for Ali Saeed in the chat. Bakhtawa Salim saying, I love you, Ali Saeed. I mean, it's 1 wicket. I hate to see what happens if he gets another here. It's a full ball, just push straight. You're going to have to scamper through for the single. Get fairly comfortably in the end. Shy the stumps from Mujaba Hakim, who had his struggles in the last game. Hopefully we'll see him back at the bowling crease again for this second game in Jönköping. They are 21 for 1 after the first 2 overs. And after Riaz Khan took the long handle to Sonvanchi in that first over, they've reeled things back in a bit. And the way that Group A stands, Rico, take us through it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Royals up there with those 2 victories. But, well, Jönköping, after winning their 1 match, they are now 2 points behind. And Seaside, well, they'll be hoping to also be on 2 points. And probably, I mean, depending how this match goes, I think I'll be surprised if they're able to match the net run rate of Jönköping. But they would want to be on the same number of points. I think all the teams in Group A, what they'll be avoiding is by the end of their last matches, which will be on Friday, is to finish in the top 4. Because if you finish outside that, you finish 5th, you play no further part in this series. So you need to get those valuable points up there and get them up there quick. And the other thing is, as I suspect happens quite normally, is your net run rate has to be good as well.
And Praveen Kumar coming in to bowl the third. He was introduced later in the innings in the previous game. I actually quite like this from the skipper. He looked like he was capable of moving the ball, Kumar, and maybe just dragging the pace back a little bit in this third over. I think it's an intelligent field set they've got at the moment. They've got one man deep out on the cover boundary, another on long on, so they're encouraging him to push the ball full and outside the off stump. That's nicely bowled. It's a much improved performance from Seaside. Obviously helps when you don't have Typhoon Ibrahim kill putting you on the back foot immediately, but their bowling's been pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's all about learning, isn't it? It's early, like we say, it's probably very early days for a lot of these players. Haven't played a lot of cricket, and seeing what happened in the first. Could be another wicket here as well. Yes, it is, and well, things get better and better for Seaside, because now it's the other opener, Khan, that has to depart. So they've managed to get rid of both the openers, and things are nothing like they were looking in the first match between them. And this is just, again, just that teasing length. The batter's trying to give himself some room out by moving down the leg side. And then you see there the shape all gone, head high up in the air. And, well, when your head's in the air, that's where the ball's going to go. It goes up in the air, and another soft dismissal, you'd have to say. So 22 for 2 now. Well, Seaside, they were sent to the Seaside by Ibrahim Kahil in that first match. He had a few that probably did go all the way to the Seaside, but now they're coming back, and they're coming back strong.
Yeah, playing as a strong flock so far in this game. Fielders backing up their bowlers. Kumar started well here. All important third over. They can pick up another wicket, have them 3 down by the end of the power play. Looks like Taylor Omers come to join the batting crease now. He's a strong striker, tends to come in much lower down the order for them though. Big swing. Kumar short of a length again, but he's getting enough pop off the pitch to make things difficult for the batsman.
This is good from Kumar, and I was saying that if you can get these 3 quick wickets early, and I mentioned obviously Khan and Ibrahim Gill, and the other one is I think who batted well is Rehan, who's out there at the moment. Get those wickets, and I think you're in the match. You've got the squeeze on them. Down the leg side, and those been hit pretty well. It would only be a single. I think either side of the fielder there would have struggled to stop it.
Yeah, not a great ball from Kumar. Got away with it though, and it's amazing how when you've got a bit of momentum, those bad balls don't get punished. Complete opposite in the last game, where even their good balls were getting smoked over the boundary. But Kumar 1 for 1 off his first 5 deliveries. Can't have done much more. See if he can finish the over. Decent length ball, nicely swung over the offside and beautifully placed in between the 2 fielders. That's a stellar shot and a much, much needed boundary. Tala Omar, he's a good striker of the cricket ball. Much, much needed boundary, and that takes Zhong Shopping into a, you wouldn't say a great position, but certainly 26 for 2 after 3 overs gives them something to build on.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, I mean, in the first match between the two, we know where they were on 64 for 1 when they were trying to reach that target of 100. They went off to a ballistic start. This one, well, this is more sort of in line with what we've probably seen today. They've got those key wickets though. 2 wickets have gone down, and you think that the Seaside will just be hoping they can just get another couple of wickets. I mean, these two, I mean, it's the first time we're really seeing Omar. He played a nice shot there. He used his feet well. He was very correct. Rehan, we know, can be dangerous. So these two are now looking to put a good partnership together. It may not be explosive, is what we know that Sami Ibrahim Khan can do, but it can still be effective.
Big call from the skipper here, going for the jugular, bringing Ali back on for his second over. Must have been some temptation to maybe hold him back in the innings just in case a few of the later order hitters started to get going. As it is, the skipper's decided, no, I'd love another wicket here in the early exchanges. If he can send either Rahan or Roma back to the pavilion, it'll turn out to be a pretty good call. As it is, short one down the leg side, called wide.
Yeah, it's just losing his shape a little bit there. I think he's got to try and go across the right-hander a bit with his line. He's trying to bowl a little bit too straight.
Interestingly, with the field here, the skipper's not giving him a great amount of encouragement to push it across Rico. He's got the fielder at long off and on the cover boundary as well. He's hit him on the pad. Umpire's finger goes up. Well, that's the wicket they were hoping that Ali would deliver. Rahan follows the openers back to the sheds, and Yonshaw being a 27 for 3.
This is the one they wanted. And, well, he was right on the money as well. Look, no doubt about this. Hitting him on the back foot. And the umpire, I do like it, takes his time and there says, yeah, you got to go. And there's celebration, there's delight. Seaside, they're coming back strong. They were blown away in the first one, but they said, we're not done yet. We know we can do better. And at the moment, they're demonstrating that. It's all about learning from the first match. And so far, from what we've seen, they definitely have.
Certainly have, Rico. It's been a much improved bowling performance. Probably a better planning of the bowlers as well from the skipper. Dora, canny operator. Certainly learnt from that first contest. They were unceremoniously thrashed by Yonshaw. Being still a long way to go in this game, but 3 wickets down, partway through the 4th over. Certainly say that Seaside are on top at the moment.
Yeah, they seem to be up for it. I like the way they're constantly looking at the field, constantly moving players around. Khalid Usman, new batter. He's quite defensively, and maybe now just looking at the approach certainly from that first ball from Usman, maybe the batters are starting to have a think about what's left to come.
Interestingly, Rico, there's only 4 fielders outside the circle now, so the captain's decided he smells a bit of blood. He's got with one of the extra fielders inside the circle. See if he can keep a few more dot balls in this over. It's nicely struck, but it's going to be fielded at cover. Yet another dot ball, and this decision to bring Ali Saeed on for his 2nd over is paying dividends.
Definitely. Look, 2 wickets, just conceded 4 runs. So asking the questions now, Usman, Khalid Usman. This will be called a wide, I think. Yeah, it's over the head of the batter. So not only is it a wide, it'll also be 1 for the over. Yeah, no doubt about that one.
Not the toughest call that Square Leg's going to have to make today. Probably an unnecessary short ball from Ali Saeed as well. He'd been probing with a full length throughout the rest of the over. Batsman wasn't exactly getting on the front foot and trying to really attack him. I think he really should have just continued to pin it at the stumps.
And I wonder if that was just all about intimidation. Let's see what he does with this one.
Better ball. That one's actually shaping away from the batsman. That's a lovely delivery from the left armour.
It's a good way to... Well, it's not the end of the over. It's the wide, so 1 more still to come. And, well, maybe if this one ends up being the wicket, he'll turn around and say to the skipper, you see, it was all part of the plan. I wanted the extra ball to do him in this one. If it goes to the boundary, the skipper will be the one who's got a few things to say. He's going nowhere at the moment, just loses his footing there for a moment. That's Ali Saeed. He doesn't feel comfortable, and yeah, it's fair call. You just pull yourself out.
Only got 1 more ball to get through today, Rico. Trying to make the most of it. Love a 3rd wicket here. The ball down the leg side. Keeper goes up for the catch. I think it was even close. And umpire signals for an extra. A little bit of frustration for Ali Saeed. It's not really hurting the runs total too much, but he just wants to get through this over. And I think Usman hasn't looked particularly comfortable this innings so far. If he can get a ball in the right spot, just tail it back in towards him. So he's a pretty good chance of picking up a 3rd. Nicely bowled. Probably the length that he was looking for, but has managed to squeeze it out. Finally brings a run to his tally. And Yon Shuping, they are 30 for 3 after 4 overs. Rico, not the start that we expected after their fireworks.
No, it's completely different. It's the complete opposite, but they bowl well. I've liked the way that the captains, he's thought about what's worked well in the first match, who did bowl well, and he's changed it round. And I think Ali there, again, great bowling from him right at the stumps. Look, there's been a few extras. That's I think 9 wides now. That's one thing that we're thinking about. You don't mind when those wides are outside the off stump a little bit too much, because you know what the bowler's trying to do. He's trying to keep it out of the arc of the aggressive batters. But the ones that are down the leg side, you know, those ones they're the ones they need to eradicate. But it's early on, and well, the improvement that they made already is huge. And if they continue like this, well, maybe they're able to pick up a victory themselves here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way they're going, if they can keep this total to something around 75, 80, they're really putting themselves in the box seat to level this 2-match series at 1-1, as that one's just driven hard straight down the ground. It's just going to be a single. Praveen Kumar coming on for his second over. Captain rewarding him with a second after an excellent first over. Picking up an important wicket.
Yeah, Kumar, I think he's bowled well, isn't he? Very good tidy bowling. They're not trying to do too much with it.
Decent length ball, enough bat on it though, sends it backward of point. That's a 4 in the book, and Talaroma, possibly the most dangerous batsman on the field at the moment, just gives himself a little bit of room, times the ball nicely, and no protection out there on the boundary.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot, isn't it? He's used the pace of the ball. It's a little bit of width on there, and it's all about guiding it into the gap. And the bowler, you can see there Kumar saying, okay, let's try and do something about that. So he does push his man back. So we have got those 5 men out here now.
Good length ball from Kumar, just a bit fuller. Captain's giving him a little bit more protection now, although talked about it a few times today, Rico. Sometimes captain's just following the ball. I'm not sure, once again, for Kumar, that you need the defensive guy there. He's just got to not bowl short and wide outside off stump. You want to encourage him to bowl full. Not short again. Throw comes into the bowler's end, and as it is, they'll scamper through for a single. Calamity. Yeah, errors on that ball.
That was a wild throw, wasn't it, from the wicket keeper? And that's Niaz Mohammed. He picks it up here, takes the glove off, but well, I think he's trying to hit the batter as opposed to the stumps, and then they do take the extra.
The upside does take Talaroma off strike. Struggled to get going in this innings so far. He's 2 off 5. Better length ball from Kumar, and that's exactly what the captain should be encouraging him to do. Doesn't need to drop it in short. Plus, we're just giving that extra bit of protection more at point rather than backward point, where he's giving the protection for the short ball. That's the length he needs to bowl.
Yeah, Usman sort of got beaten there, even by the pace. He was so late on it.
Another good length ball, return catch opportunity. Kumar puts it down. It's good reaction time. He looked like he got a decent hand to it.
Yeah, and it goes right into the palm. He'd be disappointed he hasn't taken that. I just get the feeling maybe he thought it was coming quicker than it was. It doesn't come off the middle of the bat. It's sort of quite high up. But does everything right. Goes right into the palm, but doesn't stick. But still, nonetheless, that's a very good over. 36 for 3 at the halfway point.
Well, for a team that had passed 50 after 2 overs in the previous game, who would have picked that they'd be 36 for 3 after 5? Riaz Khan, the only man getting into double figures so far, although Talaroma is approaching that with 9 off 6. They probably need to get him as much strike as possible in the next few overs.
Yeah, it's been a massive turnaround, isn't it? And they just need to keep continuing with what they're doing. So, bowler we haven't seen yet, Yasir Malik, to come into the attack.
I always love it when a new bowler comes on, Rico. You never know what you're going to get. Little stuttering run up. Decent length balls, popped up high. Fielder coming in quickly. He's taking a great grab. Super hands. Shafar Ali, he's a quality cricketer. That was a good piece of bowling from Malik, just on a nice length. popped up. Omer tries to hit it hard. Yet only succeed in popping up, and that's an excellent catch.
Yeah, look, this is great. And you said you always look forward to a new bowler coming on the bowl. Well, what a start it is for that new bowler. Yasir Malik, his very first ball in this European Cricket Series, ends up with a wicket. So it's all smiles at the moment from Seaside. Looking to make amends for that first defeat. And right now, they are certainly up for it. There's another wicket that goes down. And surely now, we're going to be seeing the captain perhaps coming, but it doesn't look like. I mean, Kasim batted very well, but he's keeping himself out of the attack, out of the batting at the moment. This looks like it's Faisal Azim that is being given the chance to go out there.
A decent length ball. Really stuttering run up, isn't it, Rico? But he sends it down at decent pace, just getting a little bit of sideways movement on a good length. A couple of useful deliveries so far from Malik, and Yong Shoping really, really under the hammer. Speed into the leg side, so just manages to dig it out. Be a single. It's a mid-wicket, but singles aren't going to worry Seaside too much at the moment.
Home is Seaside, right where they want to be here at the moment. If they're bowling well, catching well, fielding well, and trying to keep the pressure on. So Azim has get himself off the mark.
Ooh, nice ball, good channel, a little bit of lift, short of a length outside off stump. It's been a great bowling change, and after a tough first game, Adi Aurora is pulling the strings. His team brilliantly so far. He's just driven straight down the ground. Malik needs to get moving. He's now 3 off 9.
Yeah, I mean, that one was a loose delivery. That one comes out wrong. It's a full toss. But the batter, Usman, doesn't help himself. He's committed to coming down the wicket. And therefore, it's too late on trying to play what should have been hit down square leg. Ends up just hitting it straight. And there's another one that goes straight through. So, Yasir Malik, he's enjoying himself out there. And what a finish to the over. Very, very good over indeed. And, well, Yon Shopping, they look nothing like the team we saw out there about, well, half an hour or so ago. And at the moment, it's all about the Seaside. And what a day it is to go to the Seaside. What a day we've had here. Glorious sunshine all the way through. Just a few clouds here now. Okay, a bit of a breeze, but you'll take that. And this time of year here in Sweden, this is a magnificent day and a truly great day to be starting this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Landskrona.
Tempted for a swim tonight, Rico? It's certainly wonderful conditions for it.
Yeah, I might dip my big toe in for a bit and decide, okay, it's time to just sample some of the local wine instead.
It's a sensible decision. It's a nice first ball from Jabba Hakeem. So certainly great to see him back at the bowling crease after what can only be described as a challenging first over in game 3. So very, very hopeful that he can redeem himself here, and probably against a few easier batsmen than he faced in the first game. A little bit short, it's just dragged straight down the ground. It's going to be a single for Azim.
Look, I like this because, yeah, the first match didn't go well, so his confidence is low. But Mutab Hakeem, I think if he bowls here well, he certainly gets that confidence back. And well, next time the captain says, here, you have a ball, he could be run out here, and well, they mess it up. First of all, I think Hakeem there, he needs to make sure he gets behind the stumps. He's a bit stranded in no man's land. Get behind the stumps, that's the message to any bowler. It was a pretty good delivery, quite feisty. And the non-striker had committed. You see, he's got to get behind the stumps here. And if he does, I think that would have been routine. This one's well hit. Fielder's got to do well to stop it. And, well, it's a bit of the old foot technique once more. But they do well. And just the single.
Yeah, and S.A. Hakeem would have had his heart in his mouth as Praveen Kumar came round and used the big right foot to keep that inside the boundary line. But as it is, he made decent contact, kept it 2-1. It's been a pretty good over from Hakeem so far. Good length ball, goes through to the keeper, well bowled.
Yeah.
Saying to the captain that there's not too much emotional baggage still from that first over in the last game that he can deliver. It looks like he's settling into his work well.
Yes, and just remind you, he did go for 21 in that over. And yet here, well, could he get a wicket? And yes, he can. And what a comeback from Hakeem. He's absolutely delighted. Another one. And, well, it's just amazing. And this is why, I say before, and I said it earlier today, this is why I like these back-to-back encounters, because it doesn't matter what happens in the first. You think it's going to be a one-sided match, but it's not, because look at the Seaside here. They're absolutely all over Jon Copping here, and that's another wicket that goes down. And, well, Mujab Hakeem is the one to do the damage. This is what we got coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, a couple of great pairs of games coming up. We saw the Royals in action this morning. They're successful in both of their games against the Helsingborg Stars. They'll take on Evergreen Cricket Club, who were in the ECS Melmore competition a couple of years ago, but didn't qualify last year. But really looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table. And then the two matches in the afternoon, Helsingborg Stars, they need to get a move on, as we might see another wicket. Good catch. Ali takes another great grab, and things are going downhill very, very quickly for Jon Shopping here. And Seaside have got all of the momentum. That's a well-bowled delivery from Yasir Malik. He has proved a master stroke in captaincy, bringing him on.
Yeah, well, look, this is such a good catch. He takes it away from his body, and, well, they don't get any better than that. And he takes the applause off his teammates as well. That's two good catches that he's taken. And that means that we're going to see another new batter that comes out there. It's going to be Baba Patel. So it's all happening at the moment, all going wrong. So
well, it's all happening at the moment anywhere aside from the runs column from Jon Shopping. As Patel just pushes that out to the offside, they'll sprint through for a quick single, but they're now 42 for 6. And with just a tick over 2.5 overs remaining. Cricket Mania on the YouTube chat saying, wow, what momentum that is. My word, haven't Seaside turned this around incredibly quickly. It's like the tide's coming in after going out for the entire afternoon so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is an amazing turnaround. And, let's see just what, with this few remaining balls to come, what their captain, Qasim Mohammed, can do with the bat. Well, not a lot. He's been cleaned up as well. Well, he's gone for a first baller. Would you believe it? It's all happening out there. Qasim Mohammed goes for a golden duck. And, well, sound effects courtesy of Andrew Ryan.
Quack, quack, quack. Oh, I think it's quite Rico quality, but nonetheless, focus on the fact that Malik's now got 3 for 3. This is a superb spell of bowling. And Jon Shopping, they'd be lucky to get to 50 the way they're going.
Well, look, that is a really good delivery. Superb, right in the block. And you know, look, if every batter that's coming out there now is looking to get bat onto ball and trying to hit it big. And, well, when you pitch the ball up in this area, it's very, very difficult to do. And that is the end of the captain of Jon Shopping. And now, that's cautiously played by the new batter that's out there.
I think this might be Hafiz Khan, who bowled very, very well the first game that Jon Shopping played today. Certainly by his stance, Rico, I suspect he's going to be going leg side. Set up for a big power hit. That is definitely the way he's swinging. The ball pops up, somehow doesn't make it to a fielder, and they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, I mean, this one was up there for a bit, but goes into a safe zone. Struggling to bring up the 50 at the moment. It's quite incredible. It really is. I mean, they haven't got to a score yet that they were at the end of 2 overs. Unbelievable.
Short and wide outside off stump, but Patel backs away. Can't get any bats. Isn't this the loveliest comment on the YouTube chat from Selva Kumar, Rico? He said, yeah, that sounded perfectly, the stumps and Rico. Oh, well, the end of the over as we look at some of the lyrical love that's coming for Rico on the chat. Jon Shopping, they're 43 for 7, still 2 overs to go. And that run rate has just flatlined over the last 3 overs.
Yeah, and look, the other thing, of course, to think about here, as you see the next bowler looking to come in, and it's going to be, well, it's going to be Aurora. This is another man that took a bit of stick. See how this one goes. Well, it's not a good start. It's down the leg side. But yeah, look, I mean, we know that Jönköping, the way they won the first match, I mean, we were talking about net run rate. Can you imagine if they keep Jönköping here to around about, I don't know, say 60, 65, and even that's going to be an ask, and they knock those off quickly? Oh, what a way to come back. This one goes up in the air a long way, and, well,
he's taken it. He's taken the rebound. Ali followed Praveen Kumar around. He's volleyball set it up for his teammate, and Ali's taken a great one-handed grab. This is magnificent captaincy from Adi Aurora, bringing himself on when they're 7 wickets down to repair his ballooning economy rate. Somehow manufactured a catch out of that. Kumar puts his hands up in celebration. He's avoided the ignominy of dropping a sitter off his skipper. What a bit of teamwork.
Oh, that is sensational. That really is absolutely brilliant. I mean, Kumar is celebrating like he's taking a catch, and he's hoping that everybody forgets the fact that he drops it. We just see it one more time before we go back to the live action. That is brilliant. Absolute snare. And this, that's well stopped. Just trying to, 8 wickets down here. Are they going to bat the 10? That's the question there. Are they going to bat the 10? This is just unbelievable. Still, I repeat, they still haven't got to 54, which is where they were at the end of 2 overs in the first match. Amazing.
Well, it swung away to the leg side. Fielder pursuing with gusto. He's not quick enough, and he goes for a boundary. Skipper Aurora applauding the effort from his fielder. I think that's Akeem over there. It's actually a nicely played shot in the end from Ahmad Sahel. Need a few more boundaries like that if they're to get anything close to a defendable total.
Yeah, that was Mutab. Akeem makes a great effort. Well, that one will be on our social media because that's happened right in front of Diana Oros. So look out for that shot. It'll be an action one. This one, it's another. The 9th wicket goes. Well, what a turnaround. And Sohail, after playing a good shot before, swings wildly at this one, and the catch has been taken. And what a good one that is. And that's Chari. Well, Chari, he's in the action. He says, Imira, and he takes a very good catch.
Well, Rico, I think I want to recognise a special bit of captaincy here. Adi Aurora has been absolutely spanked in his one and only over of the last game. He's brought himself on when Jönköping 7 wickets down. He's now got 2 scalps for an economy of runs. Almost has a third. Somehow it's missed the stumps. Somehow it's evaded Muhammad's gloves and ends up being 4. I think they should be buys. He's almost taken a 3rd wicket. That's once again missed by the length of a digestive biscuit, or breadth of a digestive biscuit. But either way, what captaincy for him. He can go home with his head held high, and certainly his average is looking a lot better than it was earlier today. One's just swung away to the leg side. Everyone pursuing it very aggressively. Keen to keep the captain's figures looking pretty good. That is a pretty decent over from Aurora. Only 6 off it, and 2 more batsmen back in the pavilion. Jönköping, they are 53 for 9 after 9.
Yeah, 2 wickets coming off there, so 2 for 5 for Aurora. The score, 53 for 9. And I remind you, and I say it again because it is really that amazing. In the first match, it was the first, and this is Jönköping batting, chasing 99. There were 21 without loss of the first, 54 without loss at the end of the second over, and here they are, 53 for 9 in the 9th over. Amazing.
Do you call that a turnaround, Rico?
Well, it's slight, isn't it? Slight.
It's heaved over to the leg side. Akeem coming in for his 2nd over. It's a man who's all about redemption as well. He's probably giving the captain a nice pat on the back as well after being taken to the cleaners by Ibrahim kill in the first game. He's gotten to bowl to a few less threatening customers here in the final game today. Another full bunger. Well, that was part of his problem the first game. Umpire stuck out the hand, a clear no ball for the full toss over waist height. It was almost over shoulder height, and Bhavya Patel is not a short man.
No, and it's a free hit, so the opportunity to try get into the 60s at least. And he hits it pretty well. He's got to run hard here. He's not going to make it to the boundary. The fielder throws this while he's on the deck, and does pretty well. They come back for 2.
It was well played by Patel. It actually got up to an awkward height. Wasn't badly bowled from Hakeem. Just got to get it control back together. Another short ball. The umpire's signalled wide. Once again, Patel, not a short man. It's a pretty fair effort to get the ball above head height for him, but if you're digging it halfway down the pitch, well, it's not too surprising.
Yeah, this is one for the over.
Much better ball, but Patel swipes it out of the offside. 2 fielders converge. This time it's clean hands from Kumar. Doesn't have to rely on Ali backing him up. Cheeky little high five to congratulate him on the clean bit of fielding.
Yeah, Kumar, he's had a memorable afternoon, has to be said. Well bowled, and you see there that Sajjad is not moving his feet at all. He's just swinging, hopefully. But he's got to make contact. They want to, they're on 59 here. 2 deliveries to go.
Well, short one, that's gone high. Ali pursuing it,
Kumar!
as is Kumar.
Oh!
Kumar can't take it. Doesn't have Ali for support on that occasion. Fire it in. They managed to get through for the run. Kumar actually made pretty decent ground to that in the end. Just all of his forward momentum, unfortunately, couldn't get balanced for the catch. Just dropped on him slightly in the last step.
Yeah, well, Kumar, I think he was looking to maybe again flick this up to Ali.
Decent ball. It's pushed out. They're going to have to push too. Patel is sprinting back, but I don't think his partner recognised that there was the same opportunity. He's going to be run out down the striker's end, and that is the final wicket of the innings on the last ball of the innings, and it just about sums up how things have gone for Jönköping tonight. They end up 62 runs on the board, all out, and that is some turnaround from game 3.
Yeah, look, it's a sensational turnaround. I think there's a lot of people watching from, well, all around the globe that are a little bit shocked as well. I think with Jönköping, after they dismissively scored that 100 required to win the first match, everybody was expecting them to put a big score on the board, but it wasn't to be. There was a fine bit of bowling from the start from Ali. He was a key man with the ball, but he played a key part in the field as well, taking 3 catches.
Yeah, certainly did. Showed a clean set of hands and much better bowling from him than in the first game. In particular, getting the destroyer Sami Ibrahim kill out early in his innings after a couple of dot balls and a searing Yorker. Bellaroma came in and he managed to play a couple of good shots. That was another super delivery from Ali, just the in-swinging full ball. And unfortunately, Musa Rahan wasn't able to deal with it. And that middle order just really struggled after the fireworks of the first over, where, remember, Rico, they were none for 18 after the first over from Svanchi, who was so good in the last game. He got tonked this time, and the rest of the bowling lineup has just absolutely delivered for Seaside. No matter who came to the crease, they were just disciplined in their line and length.
Yeah, and the catches most of the time were being taken. And even when they were being dropped, somebody came along and took it. Well, this man, we'll keep an eye on him. That was his second. But what a good match that he's had so far. And I'm pretty sure he's still got more of a part to play on it. But the bowling was good. It was where it needed to be. And that was the captain, Kasim. He went without scoring. And this one, we'll have a look at this. This is what it's all about. This is the frenzy of action and entertainment that is taking the world by storm. That's why you all love it. That's why we love it. There's always a surprise. There's always something waiting to happen. And well, these two teams have certainly proved that. What a contrast these two matches have been so far.
Yeah, contrast is the word, Rico. I don't think they could be any different if they tried. The rest of the bowling lineup from Seaside, who looked so impotent in that first game, had looked like they were throwing down grenades for the better part of that innings. Just an extraordinary performance, and capped off by run out on the last ball. So Jönköping all out off their 10 overs and a mediocre 62 off the board. Remarkably, only 44 runs in the last 9 overs, Rico. And that's a very, very sorry looking batting card. Riaz Khan started it well at the top. 14 off only 8 balls, but not a single other batsman making it to double figures.
Yeah, I mean, the next highest score, as you see there, was the extra. So, well, that is a real surprise. And as I say, many people, including myself, can't believe that. You thought that Jönköping were going to score and pile on the runs. You thought that we were going to see probably the highest score of the day to finish off this day one. And what a day it's been. And Seaside, well, they're hoping to continue to cause the shock by going out there knocking these runs off. As we quickly have a look at the bowling figures, and yeah, look, the guys that took the hammering, didn't they bowl well? Hakeem 1 for 12 and 2 for 6 there from Aurora, but I think particularly impressed with Yasir Malik, 3 wickets and just conceding 4 runs.
Yeah, super spell from him. Economy rate of 2. Not too much to complain about that. And I was also impressed with Praveen Kumar too. Came on in a difficult circumstance in the last game, but they gave him an opportunity in the power play, and he certainly responded to the captain's instructions. We look at the win probability. Well, it's absolutely stunning that it's not higher for the boys from Seaside. There's an 88% chance of their winning probability. I'd suggest it's closer to 99%. But who knows? Anything can happen. Jönköping, they've got a pretty decent bowling lineup, particularly if they can get Muhammad and Shafat Ali early on, then they'll certainly test the rest of that Seaside batting lineup. Andrew Ryan here with Rico Fall for the European Cricket Network. We will be back for the second innings of this final game 4 here today on day 1 at the Landskrona Cricket Club. It is FanCode European Cricket Series Landskrona. Please join us for the second innings soon. European cricket fans, welcome back to Landskrona Cricket Club here in the south of Sweden. For those of you who have been with us during the course of today, it might surprise you after the absolute caning that they dished out to Seaside in Game 3 that Jönköping have been well and truly put on the back foot for Game 4. They've been dismissed on the final ball of the innings for only 62 runs. Seaside would be looking to reverse the big run rate deficit that they carried into this game. Naz Mohammed batted well in the first, in fact carried the Seaside lineup for the most part. Going out there with Umar Chowdhury, who opened up in the first game with him, not quite as dangerous, certainly in that first contest. Anyway, we'll see if he can find some form with the bat, but a big effort required from the Jönköping bowlers, and certainly from this man, Faisal Azim. He'll look to pick up a couple of early wickets with his left arm swing. Got him in the commentary box for this final game of day one here at Landskrona. We've got Rico full. Rico, this is going to be a tough job for Jönköping, but they need early wickets, don't they?
Yeah, they need early wickets. They need to dominate the power play, maybe pick up 3 or 4 wickets, and then really put the pressure on. And, this one has been played away. And, one bounce. The throw comes in. A bit of the uppercut. That's well played, actually. Sensible. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Gets himself in good position. And that's the man out there that scored. Well, he's the only man so far. I know it's only the 4th match that he has. Mohammed, that's got a half century to his name. Batted really well in the first match between these two. 52 of 37 deliveries.
Nicely bowled, full ball. Certainly to Chowdhury that'll be looking to bowl. Interesting just on that last ball, Rico. I see they've got a fielder down there. Backward of point for Mohammed. He plays that cut shot nicely, but he also hits it consistently in the air as well. You've got to expect that fielder, if Faisal is going to aim a few short balls wide of off stump, could be in a great chance for a catch. He steams in. Chowdhury swings across the line. Just going to be a single. Fielder can't stop the one.
Yeah, it's thing is that, I mean, you've got that fielder back. They still have got like a third man in the circle as well, and I'm just wondering whether that's necessary. Whether if you got somebody back there already, that fielder could probably be deployed somewhere else. But they're looking to get wickets. They need wickets, so they do need to attack.
Well, big choice here for Faisal Azim. Natural length, pitching it much fuller. Swing back into the pads, and I think Mohammed will mind that. And it's not a bad length ball. He swings hard. It's gone high. It's pitched just inside the boundary rope, and it's just beaten the fielder. Good effort. 2 men converging on that ball, but you can't stop the boundary, and that's the first 4 of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, look, they race to it, but you see here, just getting to the rope before the fielder. Looks like that was Patel. Gets his fingers on it, so good start. Nazim sees his forward delivery hit to the boundary.
I wouldn't be surprised if he digs this one in a little bit, sees if he can get that uppercut straight to the fielder at backward point. Nicely dabbed. It's just going to be a single, but good controlled batting from Mohammed.
Yeah, that's nicely played, isn't it? And I mean, he's looks like a player that likes to play in the offside. We saw that's how he started off. He's scoring in the first match between these two, so he's capable of playing shots all around the ground.
Good full ball, just dug out from Chowdhury. Interesting choice to come around the wicket. It's the end of the over, 7 runs off it, so not a bad start from Azim, but premier bowler, they probably need him to take a couple of wickets if they've got any chance of defending this total. Seaside already only needing a run a ball.
Yeah, they need to absolutely attack, take wickets, and get a few overs in where you've got a wicket and maybe just 2 or 3 runs. Just try to get that rate maybe slowly back up to around the 8.5, and then try and get to Seaside to take a few unnecessary chances. Seaside at the moment, their mindset is, well, no risk, play safe, take the singles, run hard, and because they'll know that this match, by just doing that, by doing the basics right, is theirs.
Hafiz Khan coming into bowl the second over. He was impressive in the first game. Good length ball, big swing across the line from Muhammad. Keeper comes in as a shot at the stumps. They'll scamper through for a relatively comfortable single, but bowled a good line and length of Hafiz early on, Rico, and gets the ball through to the keeper with some pretty good pace.
Yeah, Hafiz, and of course everybody liked these locks as well. We've had quite a few players, haven't we, in the European Cricket Network where people have admired their hair use.
It's full ball outside the off stump, straight to Talaroma, and he's shelled it. Well, you're defending a low total, you've got to take your catches. That was a poor ball from Hafiz. Not punished. Chowdhury pushed it just to Omar coming around from mid-off. It looks like he's done some damage to his hands, probably more to his pride at the moment, but boy, oh boy, you can't afford to miss chances like that.
No, and in the context of this match, you've got to take those chances. They're the only things that can sort of keep you alive, and it wasn't to be.
Big swing from Muhammad. Well, he's certainly causing some issues with his pace and bounce. As you said, he's got great hair, hasn't he, Rico? I think it's probably up there with probably the hair god of last year, Saqlain Shah from Melmore Cricket Club, who was fantastic in that department. Pulled off a man bun very, very well. And like Saqlain Shah, he's bowling exceptional line and length, and generally getting some good pace, and started okay on Shubing. Just need probably to send Muhammad back to the pavilion. If they can get Ali in early, get him out. All of a sudden, tide starts to turn against Seaside.
Yeah, that won't help though. That's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. And likewise, not only do you have to take your chances, but you can't be giving any extras away. Yeah, I mean, I think you look at Khan's hair there, and it reminds you back to that old advert, didn't it? Was to be, but it is he or isn't he? I wonder if some of you remember that. In that case, the advert, so is she or isn't she? That's well bowled. That's better. That's where he needs to be.
Who was that for, Rico?
I don't know. Can I say?
Oh, dude, I mean, they may be an official sponsor. Who knows?
Okay, well, yeah, it could be. Yeah, why not? Maybe we need some sponsors. Harmony. Don't you remember Harmony?
No. I remember the
Harmony hairspray. Is she or isn't she?
Is
Barry remembers it. He's laughing his head off now with Barry.
What's the question? Is she or is she not wearing Harmony?
The hairspray. Yeah,
Okay.
the hair bouncing along. And
I was actually thought you were going to start referencing the decorate.
we've got a lot of activity happening here. And we've got Barry, who's just behind us. He's laughing. This one goes up in the air. This one should be taken, surely. And it is. They do get a wicket. And, well, is he or isn't he? Yes, he is going to take a wicket. And he gets one there. So finally, they hold on to the catch. So well done to Khan. They do get a wicket. They get the first one, send the first one back. And you know what they say, the old saying goes, we get one. And, well, let's now send the other one back. There's the catch being taken, and as we wait for the new batter to come in, maybe we could have a look at some of this activity behind us. Well, Wolfie Marzi, there he is, Liner, there he is, he's up there. Come on, Wolfie, give everybody a wave. We've
Speaking of men with amazing hair,
yeah, look, come here. Have a look at this. Isn't this amazing?
I wish I had a ruler here to just talk about the elevation, and I have a theory that Mars actually sleeps with his face down on the pillow, and that's what enables him to get up each morning with such incredible elevation. And he's never said no. That's not what happens.
Yeah. So look, Wolfie Mars there. And they're doing a grand job, and there we go. We're getting ourselves sorted. The ice cube is back, and
Barry just sneaking into shot in the side, just making sure the family knows that he's enjoying his time out here in Landskrona. But it's been actually a good start for Yawn Shopping. 10 for 1 after 2 overs. Faisal coming in for his second. Short, that's heaved away on the leg side, only just gets over the fielder's hand. Well, another wicket there. Could have made things very interesting. Faisal, not a great ball though. Needs to get pressed up on the stumps, but that was actually a great over. I mean, as much as we were focused on his follicles, Hafiz Khan bowled a great over in the second.
Yeah, he did bowl a good over, just went for 3 runs. It's exactly the sort of over I was talking about, what they need, a few overs like that. But this next ball is short, and Chowdhury says thank you very much as he sends it to the boundary.
Bit more pressure on Chowdhury. He's lost Muhammad now. It's a much better length. That is precisely what Faisal should be bowling.
Yeah.
Cut out that short of a length garbage. That is a beauty.
That's a top-notch delivery. I think that takes an edge, you know.
I think that's changed direction twice.
That's taken an edge. Yeah, that's a drop catch from me. I think that's taken a bit of an inside edge. And you can see the frustration on the bowler. No wonder he's fuming, Azim. That was so good. In fact, it was so good that I think the batter does well to even get anything on it.
Well, he's gotten plenty on that one. Ball didn't curve back into the stumps, and Chowdhury, struggle street for him in the first game today, but starting to find his range, takes that from outside off stump, swings it to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, and there's the frustration. How many times do we see that in the game of cricket? The batter gets alive, gets dropped, and the very next ball goes to the boundary just to rub salt into the wound, and Azim, he's not impressed. I have to say that those sort of catches, the wicketkeeper needs to be balanced, and though it looked pretty straightforward, he's still got to take them, and puts it down, and could have been in a situation where they're probably thinking, right, we're getting back in this match, could have been 2 for 14, but in fact the next ball goes to the boundary, 18 for 1.
Better length ball, just nibbles away. Chowdhury actually plays it well.
Oh, well, that's not the way to stop it. This could have been nasty as well. The wicketkeeper behind the stumps attacks the ball well there. And Musa Rahman gets the throw in. Just have a look at this for. I mean, well, I think he gets a bit lucky there with a bit of his pad protecting his shin.
Well, a couple of big balls coming up here, Rico. Faisal with the newish ball, end of the power play. He's got an opportunity for a couple against Ali Saeed. He's absolutely the man that they need to see the back of. And if they could get him out quickly, you get the feeling Jean Chopin is certainly not considering that they're out of this game by any stretch.
No, I mean, that rate, hasn't gone down by any means. It's still around 6. So get wickets, and this is the key thing here. I mean, if Faisal Azim can just pick up another wicket here, or even just end this over well. Well, that's not what we're talking about. He's first ball to the left-hander, Ali Saeed. Ends up being down the leg side. Saeed is not going to hang around though. Saeed, if it's there, he's going to go for it. He's an aggressive player, and he's looking. I think the other plan here is surely for the Seaside is not just to win this, but to win it well, to really try and improve and help the net run rate, which would have been well dented the way they lost that first match.
Well, puts it wide outside of off stump. Not brilliantly controlled by Saeed Ali, but they managed to pick up 2. Turns in his hands just as he thrashes that one with the offside. Back on strike, so one more opportunity for Faisal to try to pick up his wicket before he finishes his bowling work today.
Yeah, so he's got one more ball to see if he can get a wicket on the board.
Short of a length, top edge, unlucky for Faisal. That ball's raced away for a boundary, and Azim just dropping a little bit short. Ali doesn't need an invitation to go hard at it, and another boundary, and that was probably not the conclusion to the over that boys from Yon Shopping were hoping for. Would have been looking for Faisal to put a bit of pressure on the incoming batsman, but just really didn't deliver. Captain needed from him, and having a look at that win probability, Rico, well, those percentages haven't changed much over the last few overs.
No, they haven't, and if you don't take your chances, and we saw that there was a couple being spilled. Omar dropped one, then that one behind the stumps, and particularly you see there, that then ends up being quite a good over. Expensive one, so 26, 1 wicket down only, so you see 37 required in 42 deliveries. The rate now is below 6.
Yeah, a couple of expensive overs from Azim. He's a premier fast bowler. He's getting the new ball. He's got to deliver a bit more than that. None for 23 off his 2. Puts the pressure back on Hafiz, who bowled an excellent first over. It's a decent length again, a little bit leg side. Chaudhary swings it to the leg. He's certainly found some confidence in this innings now.
Yeah, he has. That's a nicely played shot, isn't it? And he gets himself in good position, hits it pretty well, gets the single, and probably saying to Ali Saeed, there you go for it. Ali Saeed, he's eyeing up a Player of the Match award here for sure. A good knock from him to go with his bowling performance and his performance in the field.
Nicely bowled, just tailing back into the left-hander. Respect from Ali Saeed, just pushes it straight back down the pitch. Continuing to impress with the ball, Hafiz.
Yeah, he is. It's, I think different circumstances if they'd got more runs on the board. And you think if you, just by watching this, you think even if it was 20 more runs on the board, if they'd got into the 80s, it certainly would have been a far more challenging match. But so far, Seaside, they seem to be pretty happy and confident where it's going. They're asking the question here, the big appeal. And well, if it's not out, then it surely must be a wide. Well, there you go. It has been given.
Hafiz has signalled for the video umpire, which it's a big call from the young man. He's bowled a ball about a metre down the leg side. Very close to the glove, though, I must say. Certainly didn't deserve a wicket necessarily, but would have been a tough one for the umpire to give out. It must have only been a feather if it made contact. That's a much better line ball, but he's been unceremoniously pumped over the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, I mean, look, this one, I think the other one was very close. I think there probably was a fair shout. A very difficult one for the umpires. They can only give what they can see. And, of course, we don't have a review system for anything like that. And then the next ball gets put away. And I think Khan, he's probably feeling a little bit hard done by there. And, well, right on cue, as we say, the next ball gets pumped away to the boundary.
Oh, he shouldn't be feeling hard done by. It would have been a disgusting wicket to get with the ball so far down the leg side. Ali drop kicks that one straight down the field. Sonny Ibrahim Gill comes in and keeps it to a single.
Yes, and you're just starting to see here now the heads are slowly starting to drop from John Copping. The team just, well, remarkably didn't bat well. We've expected a big score on the board, especially the way they got to their target of 100 in the first match between these two.
Decent length ball. Chaudhary once again swinging it out to square leg. Certainly enjoys hitting the ball in that region.
Yeah, and he hits it quite well as well, times it well, comes well off the bat. Khan, he's picked up 1 for 12 so far. We'd love to get another here. And if it needs to happen, it needs to happen now.
Full ball from Hafiz, top edge. Fielder tracking back, can't complete the catch, and well, they needed that wicket desperately. Ali's tried to swing it to the leg side, just gotten a top edge. Difficult chance, but in these games you need to take those chances when they appear, and to make matters worse, just deflected over the boundary for a 4. And Seaside, they are now 40 for 1 after 4 overs, and hasn't been the most secure chase, Rico, but given the work they did with the ball, only chasing 63, they're in the box seat.
Yeah, definitely, and you said it there, when you get this sort of match, when you get those chances, you have to take them. I would say that's probably the 3rd chance that goes down. It wasn't the easiest for Musa Rahman, but you've got to make it count. If all of those chances have taken, it could be 4 wickets down now by now, and the score probably wouldn't have been at the 40 range, probably would be in the sort of high-end 20s. It's game still on, but with that one coming up there and still just 23 runs required, I think you get the feeling. And so also when you look at which batters out there, you'd expect them to knock these off quite comfortably.
Yeah, Ali hasn't been at his best so far in this game, but for so long as he's there, they will chase this down relatively comfortably, and Umar Chowdhury looking quite a more accomplished batsman in this game than he did in the first game earlier today. Patel, big appeal. Both he and the keeper go up. Chowdhury hands out as so he's trying to give an impression of the umpire that he got nowhere near it.
Yeah, this one I don't think there's anything there. He's just getting a bit excited. And, not out. And hang on a minute.
Has he changed his mind on this? And they've appealed a few times.
Yeah, I don't see this anywhere near the bat, and it looks like they have given it out here. Did the umpires confer there, or did he just take his time? Look, he's not giving it out at that point. And then that decision gets made. I mean,
not something you see every day, Rico, but as it is, Chowdhury's heading back to the pavilion. Second wicket down for Seaside. DJ Aurora on the side of the field, questioning Barry Eaton as to quite what's happened there. Chowdhury gets a pat on the back from Sami Ibrahimkil.
yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. I mean, I think the umpire certainly looked at it a long time, and then eventually the finger did go out. I must admit, I did miss it. But there still seems to be some debate going on here. And yeah, I must admit, I think we're just waiting for the next batter to go out. And that is
Mutaba Hakeem coming out to play some music from a fired up Patel. Getting the wicket off his first ball. Certainly Seaside still in control of this chase. A couple of wickets, and particularly if they can send a Shafat Ali Saeed back to the pavilion, might make things interesting in these final overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the wicket they need here now. I think if they were to get to Shafat Ali with the scores as they are, without too many more going on the board, they'll feel that at least there is an opportunity there. Just to remind you, so that is 2 wickets that have gone down now. So you better take guard. So yeah, Patel was unable to hold on to that difficult chance.
Just a little bit of an interruption as all the players get ready again. Patel standing at the top of his mark, ready to fire in, see if he can pick up a second wicket. It's nicely played behind square.
Yeah, nicely played. Well, stop. The ball does race across this outfielder, doesn't it? I mean, we've seen here today that it's pretty hard, and the ball also does tend to bobble a bit as well. So fielders, you can see, it comes to them quickly as well. Got to be at their best. And in general, I don't think the ground fielding's been that bad here today.
Well, decent length ball, but playing with fire down the leg side. Well, Mutaba Hakeem deciding he's quite happy to let Ali Saeed do the majority of the work with the bat here, not interested in taking what should have been a relatively easy one.
Yeah, it was straightforward. That's one that he himself needs to be calling and wanting to take. I'm not sure why he's reluctant to go there.
Maybe just keen to see what his partner Ali Saeed can do. His final 22 runs. It's good full ball from Patel, squeezed out, just a single.
Yeah, it's not where he's looking to play this at all. And Patel thought it was going to go through, but gets a bit of bad on that single. So now this is where I think Patel has got to believe in himself. It's see there, there's still 20 odd runs required to get this wicket. 21 required at this point.
Pretty good over from Patel so far, hitting a decent length. Almost an overthrow there. That would have been absolute madness. Bring Ali Saeed back on the strike unnecessarily.
Yeah, Saeed, you can see what a different prospect he is. He's already on 18 of just 8 balls that he's faced. That's why they've got to work at the other players.
Good length again from Patel, finding that channel outside off stump. It's a good finish to his over. He ends up with 1 for 2. And Seaside now 42 for 2 after 5. Still a little bit of work to do, Rico. 21 required off 31 balls. As long as Ali Saeed's there, they'll chase this pretty comfortably, but he ends up being dismissed, particularly in the next over or so. It looks like Riaz Khan might be coming on to bowl. An up and down time of it in the first game. Sends it through at some quite decent pace though.
Yeah, he bowled with good pace. It just was the direction that he was lacking it. But you're right. I think without any more runs getting on the board, you get a wicket there off Ali Saeed. It certainly, well, will make him work harder for it. I think while he's there, he's able to finish his game off with a flurry of shots. Get another batter in there, just create a little bit more pressure and bowl well, and then take your chances. Of course, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. The ball's ended up in the hands of Musa Rahman. Swung out. Oh, the catch has been put down at mid-wicket. Well. Could that be the defining moment of this chase? Bhavya Patel's just come off bowling an excellent over. Half tracker from Musa. Really should have taken that catch.
Yeah, I mean, Musa Patel, that's 2 that he's put down. Don't forget he put that one down sort of at the fine leg zone as well. So these little things, isn't it? Even though it's in a low scoring match, the way you win it is to take your chances. They haven't done that. This is short, and it gets belted away, and it goes all the way. Balle, Kinna Sona Shukka Lagya. And once again, how many times did it happen today? Drop catch, next ball, pump to the boundary.
Yeah, unbelievable, and especially the #1 batsman within this Seaside team. And as it is, Muchaba Akeem, if he was feeling a bit nervous earlier on, you can't ask for much more than a half tracker to get yourself going. Another short one. Akeem's pumped it for a 4 over the cover region. This is good batting from the young man.
Yeah, he sees the length of the ball is very short. He could have gone either side of the ground. He could have hit this on anywhere he wants to, but he prefers to go down the leg and hit it hard over into that extra cover area. And once again, we see the captain following the ball, which is not a good thing. I mean, these aren't good deliveries. They're half trackers, they're Gandhi balls. You cannot set a field to Gandhi balls, and just following it at the moment.
Oh, he makes more room outside the off stump. It's going to escape through the clutches of the infielder. Fairly relaxed turn for 2. Put Akeem under a lot of pressure, but he's shown a decent bit of pace between the wickets to get back safely for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's here's the throw, and yeah, that's good technique. He's sliding the bat in. And, well done, that's good running. That's
good to see a good bat slide, actually, Rico.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. You see the question being asked there by Qasim Mohammed, and the umpire saying, no, that's fine. Yeah, we've seen quite a few where the batters run and then look to plant the bat down. And, well, they've been pretty close. You've got to slide it in. It's a good slide. That's why he's still there. And, well, this will be out if it's on it. I mean, he's out of his crease. And there's the man-cad. It's not a popular dismissal, but it's out. And now I can see that here. That there's a few of the fielders saying, no, call him back. We don't want to honour it. The umpire's on the walkie-talkie, and there's nothing really to talk about. He's out of his crease. This is out. And you saw 1 or 2, and particularly I think that was, I'm trying to see who it was. Who was saying, no, call him back. Omer was saying, no, call him back, but doesn't seem to be happening. So they honour it. What are your feelings on that?
I love it, Rico. Unpopular opinion, but I absolutely love the man-cad. And the thing about that in particular is that Ali Saeed, when he creeps out of the crease, is not even really giving himself much of an advantage. I'd have a lot more tolerance of if he was really proactively taking a good 2 or 3 steps immediately after the ball was bowled to ensure he gets through the single. As it is, he's just lazily drifted out there without keeping an eye on what's happening with the bowler. The bowler's just been pumped by Hakeem and for another 4 down the leg side. And I suspect there'll probably be a few people in the Seaside team who would be saying, well, it serves you right, young man. But as it is, there is absolutely no excuse for a player of Ali Saeed's experience for just drifting out of the crease and making yourself susceptible to that. And the sooner that we normalise the man-cad as a form of dismissal, the sooner a batsman will realise that it is their duty to keep an eye on what is happening out of the bowler's hand.
Yeah.
So I have absolutely no qualms with that whatsoever.
Yeah, look, I couldn't agree with what you say there more. I think you're right. See this one first, where this ends up. It's hit pretty powerfully, and shocking bit of fielding. And that's Omar. And the only thing I'll say, Omar, he was the one who was trying to call the batter back, but I think he maybe needs to focus just a little bit more on the ball here. Gets it completely wrong. It's another boundary, and what does that take the score to? I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that's 63. I think that's the game, isn't it? Just umpires are just checking the scores, perhaps, or is that updated now? But going back to the man-cad, yeah, look, it's the part of the game, and I think the more it happens, particularly at the moment, we saw it in Romania, we saw it in Bulgaria. The more it happens, that's the only way I think batters are going to learn. You can't be walking out there, and I always say that you know, that's the same as if a batter goes out. I must admit, I'm a little bit confused what's going on here, because if the score is correct, isn't that it?
Well, we'll wait for official confirmation from the umpires. They're pretty determined to get this over through quickly. Ahmed,
I think
really
that's
desperate to get himself on the European Cricket Network stream, and finally the confirmation has come through from the scorer's tent that they have indeed reached the target of 63, and with some ease. So that's a dramatic finish to that game, Rico. We've had a man-cad, we've had a ball completely irrelevantly bowled to start off what was a non-existent 7th over, but as it is, that's a comprehensive victory for Seaside. They've chased it down with only 2 wickets lost.
Yeah, and they chased it down quickly, and I'll be interested to see, and we should see it before we sign off for the day. I'll be interested to see if what the table looks like now, because these two are going to be level on points. They've shared the spoils here today, but the net run rate will be the interesting thing. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow. We're going to see Evergreen again, and they're up against the Royals. The Royals had a good day. They're sitting at the top of the table. Evergreen, we're looking forward to seeing them. Then Yon Shopping, they're back tomorrow, and they're up against a team, the Helsingborg Stars, that showed some signs of good cricket early this morning. But once again, I think it was a game of we saw the best of them and also the worst of them. If they can put their game plan together, that could be an interesting game.
Yeah, some great contests coming up tomorrow, Rico. That's all kicking off at 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central European Summertime, and 12:30 Indian Summertime. But this was a comprehensive victory for Seaside. They got off to a pretty good start. The opening batsman of Mohammed and Chowdhury, unfortunately, a drop in the first over, and Telaromu didn't have a happy day in the field. Eventually, the first wicket did go down. Mohammed sent back to the pavilion off the bowling of Hafiz Khan. Didn't do quite as much damage as last game, but his opening partner, Chowdhury, he certainly showed some good signs.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of good fortune as well, but sometimes fortune does favour the brave. And nice shots being played. I mean, that was a lovely shot. And this one was matched as well. He said, well, okay, you're going to leave it open. I'm going to go there. Just bowled a little bit too short. This was close, but a good example there of how we should be running. And this is the man-cat, and you can see his way out. He's daydreaming, really. And yeah, there's no excuse for it. I always say that if you're a bowler and you plant your front foot over the line, well, they don't say, oh, don't worry about it. They give a no ball, and it's no different for a batter. You go past that line, and you know you can be out. And it's the same on the other side when the batter's batting. If he's out of his crease when he plays his shot, he gets stumped. Well, he doesn't get a second chance. He has to go. And that should be the same. And I think the sooner people accept it, the better it will be. And the more times we see it, maybe the less that the non-strikers will start doing it. I know that there's always a lot of talk about it, but that's my opinion, and you share the same. I know Mr. Maximo is very much like yourself, but going back to this match, Seaside, they were sent to the Seaside by some big hitting in that first match, but this time round they've come back strong. Once again, Andrew, it just goes to show that you've got the same two teams, the same players, but yet two very, very different results.
Incredibly different. I don't think I've seen a turnaround in a two match series like we've seen in this game. Jönköping so dominant in that first contest, and yet it felt in this last match they were never really in the game. Once the big hitters at the top, Riaz Khan and Sami Ibrahim were dismissed, then the rest of the lineup just folded like a pack of cards. And after going for 18 in the first over, it felt like Jönköping just were rolling to another big total. As it was, they have been absolutely obliterated, and a great performance from the Seaside team. Look at the bowling figures there. Poor Musa Rahan, he may have ended up with the man-cad, but he went for 21 runs. And Faisal Hussein, was a little bit disappointed with him. The top of the innings, the left armour, he looks really, really dangerous when he gets the ball pitched up and swinging, but a few too many short of a length balls, and he was punished.
Yeah, I think he got a bit frustrated there as well. A few things didn't go his way. I think that drop catch behind the stumps from his captain, that was another big point there. And it was Kazim Mohammed put it down. And then being hit for a six the very next ball, it sort of sucks all of the life out of you, and that's happened a lot in that one. Low scoring game, but there were chances, they created chances, but Jönköping this time just couldn't take them. As we have a look at the match summary there of this final match today. So those two teams, they're sharing the spoils. It'll be interesting to see the table coming up here now and just seeing where these two teams are. I mean, they'll be level on points, but which one will be in second place and which one will be in third? And of course, Jönköping, they've got those key matches coming up tomorrow against Helsingborg Stars. So it's going to be, I think by tomorrow, one of those two teams is going to be starting to put a bit of a gap between some of the others. So it's all going to be interesting. And as you know, we always like it when the groups are tight. But just keep an eye on the net run rate. That's going to be key for me. But it's been a great day. And it'd be lovely to be back in the box with yourself as well. And it's lovely. It's always nice to be watching cricket being played somewhere where you've been before, when you've seen some players before, and some of these players we know from last time, you know a lot about them from last time. It's nice to come back. It's nice to reacquaint with old friends and also make some new friends. And the cricket's been good. The weather's been fine. We're loving this blue pitch. We've had a very nice and good day of cricket, haven't we?
It's wonderful. It almost feels like we've been on a little picnic just in the middle of Landskrona here, Rico. The weather couldn't have been any better.
That's tomorrow, the picnic. We'll bring a picnic tomorrow.
You bring the champagne and I'll bring the caviar. I think we've had an absolutely fantastic day, and I think we've actually seen today both the fact that all of the teams in this group likely to be competitive. We know Evergreen are likely to be pretty good tomorrow. Yeah. They've got a tough job coming up first against the Royals, who are 2-0, and really worked their way into into the tournament with a strong first up showing today. Their pace bowling lineup looks really, really good, really consistent, and probably the best of the bowling lineups we've seen today.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's been good performances. And talking about performances, we've had a 4 for today. I think that deserves mentioning, and that was Madhyan Prabhu, 4 for 5. Great bit of bowling there from the Helsingborg Stars bowler. And then also we saw a 50, the first 50 from Niaz Mohammed, but he scored that 50 for Seaside, but they ended up on the losing side. So really he's got something to be happy about as well, because Seaside winning that last game as well. So it's been a share of the spoils in this last match. But like you said, I've never seen a match sort of so one-sided by one team and the other, and you're expecting with them batting first again, the second one to be a high score going up on the board, and yet they struggled to get anything on there. It was quite amazing. Just
couldn't wrest back the momentum, and these T10 games, so much of it is about momentum, and so much about it is taking early wickets at the top too. Yeah. We've seen with that Jönköping team, there is a big gap between the quality of the opening pair and what happens when you get below that, and so teams will look at that and say, if we can get through and make breakthroughs in the power play, we've really got the Jönköping team off the back foot. And that's probably what's going to be their Achilles heel throughout the tournament. They've got, hopefully, Zadran to come back later in the event, who is really their talismanic player, both with bat and ball. Yeah. Great hitter, was outstanding last event, bowled with great pace. But they really do need to find a little bit of backbone in that middle order.
Yeah, and look, it's time for us to sign off. As we say, it's been a wonderful day. Thank you, of course, everybody that's been tuning in. Thank you to everybody that's been on the YouTube chat. Look, we know it, that our audience and our viewers, you are the best in the world, and we love it every time that you're there with us. Love it when you share your stories with us. So thank you all very much. It's time for me and you to well, head back. We've got plenty to talk about, plenty of exciting cricket that we saw here today, and plenty of exciting cricket to come tomorrow. So it's time to say adios, un abrazo muy fuerte, quiero mucho, y recuerdo, hasta mañana. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But before we go, as always, there's always the match highlights, or not just the match highlights, the highlights of the day. And I'm sure you're going to appreciate these, because I love watching these. These are fantastic.